Games Workshop, Warhammer 40,000, The Taros Campaign. First edition, written by Warwick Kinraid. Second edition, written by Neil Wiley and Talima Fox. Chapter 1. The Road to War. The Imperium of mankind is vast, comprising over 1 million planets scattered the length and breadth of the galaxy. It is the greatest empire in human history, but for all the worlds its armies and battle fleets have conquered, and the countless Xenos races it has cast into oblivion, the terrible truth few men are privy to is that the Imperium's millennia-long battle for survival may be failing. For the galaxy is a dark and terrible place, and, beset by external wars and internal divisions, mankind's existence hangs on a knife edge. In ignorance, the wider military might of the Imperium battles on, in part because it knows no alternative, but also because the forces at its disposal are legion. From the colossal firepower of the Titans of the Adeptus Mechanicus to the formidable Space Marines, the elite warriors of the Adeptus Astartes, there is little that can oppose its fearsome gods of war. However effective they are, though, its numbers are limited, and it is ultimately upon the common man that the burden of war must fall the heaviest. Those of the hammer of the Emperor, the Imperial Guard. Consisting of billions of men and millions of fighting vehicles, the Imperial Guard is deployed to war zones and garrisons across the galaxy. At any one time, its regiments may be engaged in thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of conflicts, and each and every guardsman requires a constant supply of food and water, weapons and ammunition, and a myriad of other equipment to survive. To manage this logistical nightmare, the Departamento Munitorum was created, and for millennia it has overseen the supply of men and war materials to the Imperium's largest armed force. This has always been a vast and complex task, but when the Imperial Guard is mustered en masse to counter an enemy that poses a threat to the Imperium at large, such as an Orc War or Tyranid Hive fleet, the duties it must perform to ensure the smooth functioning of the Emperor's armies grow to epic proportions. The return of an old foe. As the end of the 41st millennium drew near, those within the Imperium who were sensitive to such things became aware of an increase in omens and portents, warning of an old enemy returning to threaten the empire of mankind. They foretold that within the Eye of Terror, where warp space and real space overlap and the worshippers of the dark gods rule, the War Master of Chaos, Abaddon the Arch-Traitor, the Destroyer of Worlds, was gathering his strength for a new assault upon the Imperium. Driven by the bloody desires of his insane gods and a thirst for vengeance which had not been quenched by 10,000 years of war, Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade would be the largest yet. Like Horus, his master before him, Abaddon sought the overthrowing of the Emperor's rule and the destruction of the Imperium. To do this, he must eventually assault Terra, and the capture of the Cadian Gate in the Segmentum Obscurus would likely be his first objective on the road to accomplishing this. The Cadian Gate, however, has long been one of the key linchpins in the strategic defense of Holy Terra. The closest Imperial planet to that much contested region of space, Cadia, is a fortress world, and one of the most militaristic in the Imperium. Due to its proximity to the Eye of Terror, it is protected by fleets of the Imperial Navy, orbited by powerful space stations, and defended by the strongest bastions, each garrisoned by regiments of hardy Cadian guardsmen. The surrounding systems are also well protected, to the extent that the capture of the Cadian Gate would require an assault on a monumental scale by any enemy force, and would plunge the Imperium into its largest single war since the arrival of High Fleet Kraken on the distant eastern fringe. When Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade struck, therefore, A war would ensue of titanic proportions that would require the full weight of the Imperium's resources to be deployed for it to stand any chance of repelling his unholy masses. War on such a scale does not come secretly or by surprise, and the Imperium was not completely blind to events within the Eye of Terror and the surrounding segmentum obscurus, with sages and seers having forecast the dire event long before Abaddon launched his forces, as well as in response to increasing raids in the systems around the Eye of Terror. The Adeptus Mechanicus Exploritas had launched null ships deep into the malefic void to gather intelligence on what was occurring inside. What they found sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the Imperium. The 12 High Lords of Terror, the council that governs the Imperium in the Emperor's stead, debated for days what course of action to take. When they had eventually settled upon an agreement, orders were issued and the great wheels of the Departmentum Munitorum and various other institutions of the Imperium were set into motion. The region around the Cadian Gate was to be immediately strengthened. Reserves were to be found and assigned. Weapons, ammunition, and supplies were to be stockpiled on armory worlds, and all available Space Marine chapters in the vicinity were to make ready and be in a position to respond to the attack when it eventually came. Supplying the war effort. Preparations to counter Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade would directly affect nearly every part of the Segmentum Obscurus and would expand far out into the wider Imperium. Whether it was demands for new Imperial Guard regiments from its many tithed worlds, or increased production quotas upon forge worlds to meet supply demands. In the Ultima Segmentum, the largest of the 5 great segmentums that divided the Imperium, the effects would be felt as far away as the eastern fringe on its furthest borders. There, in the Vulcanus system, and covering the entire surface of the 8th moon of the ringed gas giant Styges, was the forge world of Styges 8. One of the most productive in that region in terms of worth to the Imperial war effort. Styges 8 stood in the second tier of forge worlds, with Mars alone outproducing it. As a forge world, Styges 8 does not pay tithes as other worlds within the Imperium do. Instead, it is bound to supply arms, munitions, and equipment to, amongst others, the massed armies of the Imperial Guard. Being of such vital importance, a forge world's productivity is carefully monitored to meet demand forecasts. Should the forge world fall behind, it will likely have far-reaching consequences for those who rely on it to supply them. To prevent this, the Departmentum Munitorum devotes a great measure of its time and resources to making sure this does not happen, and as the threat of war with Abaddon increased, a party of Departmentum Munitorum officials, including a High Prefect carrying the authority of the Master of the Administratum, arrived on Styges 8 with a new set of production figures and targets. The preparations to stave off the coming Black Crusade meant that many new Imperial Guard regiments were being raised, and these fighting men needed equipping. This would, in part, fall to the Forge world, and immediately the representatives of the priesthood of Mars on Styges 8 and the Departmentum Munitorum High Prefect met in council to begin to draw together their plans to meet the new requirements. At this council, the tech priests of Styges 8 informed the High Prefect that if production was to be increased, then more raw and refined materials would need to be found. The lifeblood of any forge world is the materials it consumes, and for production on the scale achievable by the manufactorums of Styges 8, vast amounts of minerals and chemicals are constantly required. Mining planets across the Imperium supply these demands, and the task of finding new resources as those in current use are exhausted is never ending. Therefore, once the party of Departmentum Munitorum officials had returned from Styges 8 and submitted their report to their overseers, they included with it instructions for the Administratum's auditors to immediately set about searching their records for sources of as yet untapped reserves that had been previously located and catalogued. as well as planetary audits that suggested that extra productivity might be squeezed from existing sources. It was during this process of evaluation and cross-referencing that the planet of Taros came once again to the Administratum's attention. A small mining world deep in the Ultima Segmentum, previous audits had shown it as unremarkable, save for two things. Firstly, the estimated size of the planet's untapped mineral wealth was immense, and secondly, its close proximity to the ever-expanding borders of the Xenos Tau Empire. Armed with the ancient audit compiled in the 38th millennium by officials collecting data for such circumstances, a Departmental Munitorum assessment squad was dispatched to the region. Led by Auditor Prime Nymus Dree, its orders were to inform the planetary governor of Taros of his new increased production targets and to ensure that plans were immediately put into place to ensure these targets could best be met. Dree was authorized to use the Departmental Munitorum's ultimate sanction to make sure that they were as, under the conditions of the Pax Imperialis, if the planetary governor could not, or would not, meet the increased targets, then he would be replaced by one who could. An unexpected arrival on Taros. A functionary temporarily reporting directly to the upper ranks of the Departmental Munitorum in the region, Auditor Prime Nymus Dree, was accompanied on his mission by High Magos Metallurgicus, an expert in the study of metals. Given the age of the report and the urgency of the matter, Dree wanted immediate confirmation that its figures and calculations were still accurate and would satisfy the needs of Styges 8. Knowing that records kept by those placed in charge of such responsibilities were not always well maintained or reflected the whole truth, he held back from announcing his arrival to those in charge of the mining world. The first that Taros's planetary governor and mining cartel representatives knew of the delegation was when the transport containing Dree and his team and its two accompanying Imperial Navy frigates unexpectedly arrived in system. After a long and arduous warp journey, the three ships safely entered orbit around Taros. Boarding a flight of Aquila shuttles, Dree's delegation transferred down to the spaceport at Taros City, also known as Tarokeen, the planet's only city when the planetary governor, Lord Aulus, and his advisors and officials had already hastily gathered to await the delegation. With due ceremony satisfied, the entire entourage then transferred to the planetary governor's palace, where an official meeting had been quickly scheduled, for Dree to inform him of the Adeptus Administratum's revised plans for the mining world. From there, Dree would begin a tour of the mining works to interview each of the mining cartel's representatives in person, while the High Magos Metallurgicus and his team began to assess the quality and purity of the ore currently being supplied by Taros. Initial conclusions. When the first meeting between the representatives of the mining world and Auditor Prime Dree had concluded, Planetary Governor Lord Aulus accepted that, with the Departmental Munitorum's guidance, current productivity levels could be increased, and that the new targets required to supply additional resources to Styges 8 were achievable. He promised to do all in his power to meet the targets and, in all respects, was a loyal and convivial host to the Imperium's officials, and therefore, to begin with, Aulus aroused no suspicion within the delegation. It was not until Auditor Prime Dree began to visit the outlying mines that he started to grow concerned about mining operations on Taros. He first noticed that there were many abandoned mine sites scarring the deserts, considerably more than had been anticipated given the amount of work previously sanctioned by the planet's tithe quotas. As his suspicions grew, Dree tried to investigate further, attempting to visit some of the sites, but each time was told that the lode or ore seam had been mined out and the operation had moved on, leaving little for him to inspect. To the mine owners' representatives, this was clearly evidence of industrious hard work, but to the Auditor Prime, it was proof that the planet's estimated reserves were being eaten into, or were not as large as had been originally claimed in the ancient audit. As Dree's tour continued, the extent of activity on Taros became clearer. Where the mines were still active, he observed its work gangs blasting ore out in huge strip mining operations on a far greater scale than expected. When the ore had been separated, it was shipped to the spaceport at Tarakeen, and only then did Dree get a true idea of how much of Taros' resources were being plundered. As his entourage approached the facility, vast piles of ore could be seen throughout the spaceport, filling its yards to overflowing before yet more empty transports arrived to carry it away to be processed elsewhere. Determined to get an accurate picture of just how much ore had left the planet compared to the mining cartel's actual quotas, and what the original audit had estimated was on Taros, each mine was ordered to hand over productivity statements going back 2 decades. For those who provided their accounts, the Auditor Prime noting for future investigation those that did not. He began an overall picture of just how many unsanctioned ore shipments had left Taros and, at the current rates of extraction, the far-reaching effects this could have, in particular, for the resources Styges 8 was expecting. For now, however, Auditor Prime Dree kept what he had learned to himself. It took Dree several weeks to gather all the evidence he needed, and by the end of his investigation, it was obvious that Taros' mines had been overproducing on a massive scale. For years, the cartels had been stripping out ore at a greater rate than was required or sanctioned. All this ore had been shipped on to Tarakeen, and although the quotas for refineries and Styges 8 itself had been dutifully met, the rest of it had vanished. Because there had never been any let-up in the tithed supply, it had never been noticed. However, try as he might to find out where it had all gone, for Dree the trail had now gone cold, and no document he had seen so far on the planet gave him an idea of where it had gone next. Before leaving Taros, Dree decided to confront the planetary governor about the disparity and seek an explanation, although chances were that the senior Imperial representative had been kept just as much in the dark as to what the cartels had been up to. Owlis did indeed claim ignorance. As far as he was concerned, quotas had been met and shipments had been made on time. He didn't concern himself with the day-to-day running of the mines. That was the job of the cartel families. Owlis's rather abrupt response was for the Auditor Prime to ask them himself. So Dree did just that, ordering the owners of the largest mines to each attend an investigative hearing to explain their actions. Unsurprisingly, they provided no explanation. They had just dug and blasted, and then dug some more, all the ore they delivered being readily taken off their hands. Ignorance was their defense. Getting nowhere and suspecting a conspiracy of silence, Dree decided more drastic action was required. Conspiracy on Taros. Unknown to Dree, his investigations had struck a nerve with the conspirators on Taros. The arrival of his delegation had, to the casual observer, been gracefully received, but his presence had caused widespread concern throughout Taros' ruling elite. The roots of their betrayal had been seeded decades before the wider Imperium had once again turned its attention to the abundant resources on their world as, like the Imperium, the nearby Tau, too, had an interest in what Taros had to offer. The mining world had a breathable atmosphere, and, although it was mainly covered by harsh desert, it had some water and was capable of sustaining life, particularly for the Tau, who were better adapted to hot climates than cold. Most of all, it had abundant mineral wealth, and was therefore noted as a good prospect for future expansion, and marked for swift colonization. But there was one major drawback. Since their first contact with the Imperium, the Tau had learned that the Empire of Mankind would not easily give up worlds claimed in their Emperor's name. Any military attack would likely bring forth a swift response, meaning that claiming Taros for themselves would involve a major war, and the ethereals of Tau did not believe the gains outweighed the risks. For now, there were far easier targets, so initial plans for an invasion were shelved, but Taros was not forgotten. Instead of calling upon the Fire Caste to capture Taros, the Tau Empire Council first turned to the Water Caste, who had in the past been able to resolve similar situations through diplomacy without a single shot being fired. The Imperium's worlds usually refused all contact with any Xenos race, and the Water Caste had learned through bitter experience that many planetary governors would avoid entering into negotiations with them for fear of repercussions from elsewhere in the Imperium. However, deals and small trades could be arranged if everything was kept discreet. Merchant guild masters and the leaders of trading cartels were on the whole greedy men, and a chance to trade with a race that offered them riches they could not find easily anywhere else on the eastern fringe was something few had so far turned down. A delegation of the most experienced Water Caste diplomats was sent to Taros, therefore, to seek a meeting with its rulers, including amongst them human representatives from other worlds already sympathetic to the Tau cause, armed with assurances that the Tau Empire had no ambitions to expand further into their region of space and that Taros was completely safe from attack. The diplomats began to weave their story that they were only there to seek small trading contracts. All they sought were some very small amounts of ore in exchange for water purification and recycling technology, as well as some minor luxury goods, items that could make the harsh way of life on Taros that much easier for its social elite. At first, the planetary governor balked at the Water Caste approaches. He knew full well that trading with Xenos races was strictly off-limits, but the Water Caste was prepared for this, and over the following months gradually wore down his resolve. A small shipment demonstrating just how beneficial the trade would be for certain interested parties sealing the deal. When Governor Orles talked to the mine owners and merchants, it took significantly less time for them to come to a decision, each immediately seeing the chance to line their pockets in ways not available for them under the current system. Also, the Imperium's quotas had not been changed in generations. The mining operations were working efficiently, and the Administratum was content. Who would know or care if some extra manganese or vanadium ore was blasted out and sold on elsewhere? All knew that other human worlds had grown rich from such operations. The men and women who accompanied the Water Caste representatives were proof of that. Plus, in the long run, good relations might help keep Tau expansionism at bay. What did they have to lose? Negotiations were completed some 20 years prior to Dre's arrival. The agreement started very small, no more than a single shipment of manganese and vanadium ore a year, but gradually, as the planetary governor and the mining cartels grew used to the benefits they received from the arrangement, the amount supplied increased. Over the next 10 years, the Tau also slowly gained an increasing say in how operations on Taros were run, with several Earth Caste delegations visiting during that time to offer assistance and advice, paving their way with gifts of new technology and luxury goods, such as precious stones for Tashvar and exotic fruit from Autal. Soon, those in control of Taros began to grow wealthy on the illicit trade, and for almost 2 decades, the Administratum's bureaucrats remained ignorant of what was happening on one of the Emperor's worlds. The unexpected arrival of the Departmentum Unitorum delegation therefore caused much concern amongst the inner circle of Taros's ruling elite. Initially, Governor Orles urged them to act with caution, arguing that they could bluff it out by claiming ignorance and working together to cover up their illicit activities. He believed the delegation would merely perform its duty. The increased ties could still be met, and nothing need ever be found out. Act too hastily, and the conspiracy would be uncovered. However, the planetary governor did not reckon on the thoroughness of Auditor Prime Dre. Under his close scrutiny, cracks in the cover-up quickly began to appear. As Dre dug even further, concern grew until, For the conspirators, the situation was quickly becoming desperate. Some mine owners even advocating assassinating the entire delegation and blaming the Tau for their deaths. The planetary governor, however, forbade it. If any harm were to come to the delegation, it would only be worse for them in the long run. His intentions were to find some way of discrediting Auditor Prime Dree's report, continuing to bluff it out until the Emperor's men had left. But unknown to him, events far away and beyond his control in the Denab system would reveal all. The Denab Incident. Unrelated to any events around the Eye of Terror or Taros, the Imperial Navy's patrol group Ravenor was conducting a routine anti-pirate sweep through the Denab system, an area of wilderness space on the edge of the Damocles Gulf. The 5-ship patrol, operating under standing orders to attack and seize suspected pirate vessels or conduct harrying raids against the Tau Empire targets of opportunity, was under the command of Captain Derillian of the dauntless light cruiser Lord Ravenor. The patrol had already been out for several months with little success, and Captain Derillian was preparing to return to base and report that pirate activity in the area was minimal when the sword-class frigate VCS-6, a Scardian squadron, positioned well ahead of the main line, reported sensor contact with 3 unidentified transport vessels. Suspecting these might be the pirate ships he was hunting, Captain Derillian began a cautious pursuit. Patrol Group Ravenor stalked the 3 vessels through the Denab asteroid belt, maintaining a distance that would not reveal their presence and making maximum use of the asteroid belt's cover. For 3 days they maintained the pursuit, hoping the 3 vessels would lead them to a pirate base or a rendezvous point, and a far greater prize. Eventually, it seemed that Captain Derillian's patience had paid off when they spied the convoy making for a small deep space facility on the edge of the Denab belt. As the ships approached, it was revealed to be no pirate base, but instead, surveyor readings from his leading ship showed the presence of a Tau way station. Captain Derillian had experience operating around the Damocles Gulf and had encountered such facilities before, scattered in remote locations. But why would 3 transport freighters be rendezvousing with such a place? Positioning the frigate VCS-6 to maintain the surveillance, the captain withdrew to report back what he had found to his commanders. Whilst the Lord Ravenor was away, VCS-6 watched the 3 Imperial transports dock at the way station and a single Tau vessel of the Emissary class leave it shortly afterwards. Hidden from the asteroid belt, VCS-6 waited. Meanwhile, Captain Derillian's astropathic scent report reached Imperial Navy High Command, who were equally in the dark regarding the events. Inquiries into the 3 transport ships had revealed absolutely nothing. Whoever they belonged to, it was obvious that they were consorting with the Xenos race, and that was an unforgivable crime against the Emperor. New orders were swiftly issued to Patrol Group Ravenor. Destroy the Tau Empire way station and capture the transports. Anyone left alive, traitor or Tau, was to be delivered to the sector's fleet headquarters for further investigation. The Lord Ravenor returned to rendezvous with VCS-6 and prepared to attack. The patrol group would slowly approach the station through the asteroid belt and then attack at all ahead full. The Lord Ravenor would engage the way station, while the escorts pursued any transports that tried to flee. After crippling the way station, the Lord Ravenor would then grapple alongside a transport and board her to take her as a prize and capture the crew. The briefing complete, the great plasma reactors of the 5 Imperial Navy ships roared into life, accelerating them out of the asteroid belt in line astern and directly towards the way station. With surprise on their side, the patrol group raced past the Xenos abomination, unleashing a full broadside at short range. Lance batteries and macro cannon roared into the void, impacting upon the Tau Empire facility with shuddering explosions. Those on board it attempted to return fire as best they could, but to little effect. One transport was immediately hit and crippled as it lay at berth, The others, as predicted, attempted to disengage and flee. Skardrin's squadron was immediately in pursuit. It appeared that his surprise attack had worked, but before Captain Darillion could issue the command to begin boarding actions, logisticians on board his ship reported more Tau vessels approaching fast as a second convoy of transports, accompanied by an escort of Castellan-class light warships, appeared on their surveyors. Suddenly, from a one-sided ambush, Patrol Group Ravenor now had a real fight on its hands. Reacting to the new situation, the captain recalled his escorts from their pursuit and set a new course to intercept the approaching Tau Empire vessels. The gruff old captain ordered a new attack, calculating that he had enough firepower to see the Tau convoy off or destroy it entirely. With her 4 escorts closing in behind her, the Lord Ravenor plunged in amongst the Tau convoy, broadsides blazing from both starboard and port batteries. In return, the Tau vessels peppered her back, shields flaring and decks quaking under the impact of hits from both railguns and ion cannon. It was a bitter and hard-fought battle performed at close range, with both sides inflicting heavy damage during the engagement. The sword-class frigates, VCS-6 and VCS-7, were both crippled, and by the end of the battle, the Lord Ravenor was limping with engine damage and fires on several decks. But the Tau convoy was scattered, leaving one drifting transport as a wreck, and both Castellans, the targets of the Lord Ravenor's heaviest guns, as burning hulks. To the cheers of her gun crews, Patrol Group Ravenor had had the best of it, and decisively won the skirmish, with only 2 of the rogue transports escaping. Captain Darillion gathered his battered but victorious officers and issued orders for the post-battle operations. Boarding parties were to be ready to enter the way station and crippled transport, with all prisoners brought directly to him. A second party was to board the Tau transport and seize her cargo, whilst the ship's VCS-8 and VCS-9 were to rescue surviving crew from the patrol group's 2 crippled escorts. After this was complete, they would leave the Denab system and head home, battle-scarred but victorious. Aboard the Tau transport, the boarding party found only empty holds. The way station had been badly damaged, and a final bombardment before departing would destroy it beyond salvage. Crewmen from the crippled rogue transport were captured after a brief skirmish with survivors, but upon interrogation, it seemed that they had no knowledge of the ship's cargo. Their vessel's log recorded that their last port of call had been Taros, and the crewmen claimed not to know why that they had diverted to the way station or why their cargo was being unloaded by the Tau. They were just following orders, but orders from whom? That was something others with the skill to extract such information would find out, the prisoners being turned over to inquisitorial interrogators once the Lord Ravenor had returned to port. Upon his return, Captain Darillion was awarded the Order of the Knights of Damocles and promoted to captain of the cruiser Hammer of Thrace for his part in winning the engagement. He filed a full report about the Denab incident, but the truth behind its events remained a mystery to all who had been there, and was to do so until the report landed on the desk of Auditor Prime Dree. For Dree, Patrol Group Ravenous discovery was evidence of the treachery of Taros's cartels and planetary governor he had been hunting for. The 3 transports had been carrying a cargo of manganese, vanadium, and rhenium, which investigations had shown had been loaded to Taros and was originally destined for refineries, which in turn supplied Styges 8, but part of that cargo, it appears, was destined to be transferred to Tau vessels and transported back into the Tau Empire for their own use. This would not have been the first time valuable resources had been given, or more likely sold, to that perfidious race. The patrol group's luck in stumbling across the convoy and way station had given the Departmentum Munitorum official the damning evidence he needed. There was a conspiracy on Taros, a secret deal with the Tau Empire to siphon off mineral resources which belonged to the Imperium. Dree was sure that the planetary governor must be at the heart of the conspiracy. Lord Aulus might be all industrious loyalty on the outside, but within there was beating the black heart of a traitor to the Imperium. Swift retribution. Swift retribution. Auditor Prime Dree presented his report to his superiors for consideration. Matters were now out of his hands. He had no power to decide what to do about Taros. Only an Inquisitor would have such sweeping powers to intervene. Knowing it could take months, perhaps even years, for his report to be seen by anybody with real authority, Dree departed Taros and returned to his day-to-day functions. Eventually, his report came to the attention of the Master of the Departmental Muratorum's office. Such a report, claiming several breaches of the Pax Imperialis and of Imperial representatives conspiring with the Xenos race, sent shockwaves through that great institution, and Dree was summoned to a hearing to explain his findings. Upon learning of the seriousness of the situation on Taros, the hearing concluded that action needed to be taken immediately, starting with the removal of the current planetary governor, who would be replaced with a more trustworthy candidate. To effect this, the Administratum considered its options. The first and most obvious resolution was to approach the Officio Assassinorum, who could dispatch one of the Imperium's most lethal weapons to Taros to deal swiftly with the traitor, but the simple death of the planetary governor would not solve the problem. Taros was close to the Tau Empire and was obviously viewed by them as a future prospect for Tau expansionist ambitions. The Imperium needed to send their foe a strong message. The interference on Taros would not be tolerated. The matter to be resolved, therefore, was not just the removal of the planetary governor, it was also how to deal with the Tau, and simply assassinating planetary governor Lord Aulus would not likely be enough to deter their ambitions. The Officio Assassinorum was ruled out in favor of a bolder, a much larger plan, a coup d'etat. A strike force would target both the planetary governor and his supporters, and using maximum force they would demonstrate to the Tau Empire that the Emperor's will to hold on to Taros could be matched by his ability to do so. Then, once the operation was complete, the strike force would be replaced by other troops, forming a temporary garrison to deter any Tau counterattacks. There was one force capable of such a mission at short notice, the Adeptus Astartes. The Space Marines would be the Emperor's instrument of divine justice on Taros. During the Damocles Gulf Crusade, the Tau had learned to fear mankind's finest warriors, and a strike force would send an unmistakable message. The Imperium would do everything it could to hold on to Taros. A Space Marine chapter was quickly identified for the coup d'etat mission, and a high-level delegation with the relevant intelligence information was immediately dispatched to the chapter monastery of the Avenging Suns, along with a request signed by the Master of the Administratum's office, beseeching the chapter master for his assistance. Chapter 2. The First Taros Intervention. The Avenging Suns responded swiftly to the Administratum's request for punitive action to be taken against Taros. After receiving the Administratum's delegation, the chapter master summoned his company commanders and briefed them on the mission. Now hear these words. News has come to us that the planetary governor of the Taros system has forsworn the sacred oaths of the Pax Imperialis. He has colluded with Xenos scum and put the just and good rule of our Emperor in jeopardy. For these crimes, it is judged that his punishment shall be death. The Avenging Suns have been chosen to be the instruments of that sentence. We are honored to accept. It shall fall to 2nd Company and Captain Armoros to do the chapter's duty. Prepare your brethren, brother captain, but know that you are not alone in this mission. The Master of the Forge shall ready the machine spirits of the armory to assist you, and battle brothers of the 1st and 10th Company shall also aid you. The Master of the Fleet shall ready the strike cruiser Proxima Justus, and by sundown on the second day you shall be embarked. May the tides of the warp see you safely to Taros, and may the Emperor watch over your souls in the coming battle. You are to unleash his divine wrath upon this miscreant. Quash all resistance. Leave none that stands against us living. Send out a message from Taros for all to hear. The Emperor stands here and shall not be moved. Now, let us all say the second prayer of vengeance together before our brethren depart." With that, 2nd Company readied themselves for battle. Bolt guns and power armour were anointed and blessed by the company chaplain, whilst brothers Hakael and Kame were awoken from their slumbers and their dreadnought systems checked and declared fully functioning by tech marines. Over the course of 24 hours, the chapter monastery prepared to depart for war as the 2nd Company, assisted by a squad of the veteran 1st Company and scouts of the 10th Company, mustered its full strength. Captain Armoros and his men embarked onto the Avenging Sun's chapter strike cruiser Proxima Justice, which, accompanied by a single escort vessel, made best speed out of the system before engaging its powerful warp engines. There would be time enough on the month-long journey for briefing and training. Meanwhile, the Taros Intervention Force was on its way to battle. Planning. Whilst bound for the Taros system, Captain Armoros began planning his attack. The mission's objective was straightforward: locate and eliminate Planetary Governor Aulis. The operation, however, was also to be a strong show of force, swift, ruthless and brutal, in which all opposition was to be destroyed on sight. It was the kind of mission that Space Marine strike forces excelled at, and, armed with all the intelligence the Administratum and Auditor Prime Dree could provide, the captain had planned the assault in detail. First, he would need to locate the Planetary Governor, whose position was not currently confirmed. The most obvious target to hit would be the Planetary Governor's palace, Lord Aulis's main residence. Armoros had detailed layouts of the complex with which to plan the assault. If the Planetary Governor had already escaped from there or was not present, then the attack would move into a second phase, a search-and-destroy operation. This would involve moving the heavier equipment and vehicles onto the ground from orbit and making a sweep through the city and, in case the Planetary Governor had managed to escape from the city before the search began, other likely hiding places were also earmarked for immediate follow-up raids. During the second phase of the operation, Armoros would also need the aid of the Proxima Justice in low orbit, utilizing its powerful surveillance and sensor equipment, and, should resistance be experienced, the strike cruiser's weapons for any orbital bombardments. As a show of force, the Imperium's willingness to flatten Tarakeen would send a strong message to the Tau, as well as help to subdue the local population. If Tarakeen's inhabitants felt that they were all suffering for Lord Aulis's crimes, then they might turn against him and reveal his hiding place. It was a brutal tactic, but Captain Armoros was a space marine with a lifetime of indoctrination and hypnosuggestion that meant he cared not one bit. His duty to the Emperor was all that mattered. In his mind, there were no innocents on Taros anymore. Rather than a single building, the Planetary Governor's palace was a complex of various government buildings, but Aulis's private residence would be the first target. To ensure speed and surprise, Armoros planned a drop pod assault, and all of 2nd Company's manpower, aided by the teleporting Terminator veterans of the 1st Company, would play their part. First, 4 of the 6 tactical squads were assigned their roles. Under cover of darkness, each would establish a blocking position. Then, landing close to their target, they would form a roadblock, holding key locations, to prevent reinforcements from reaching the palace quickly. This part of the mission would be under the sub-command of Veteran Sergeant Anem of 1st Squad. He would be responsible for holding these locations, moving men between them as he saw fit to reinforce an area if that position came under heavy enemy attack. Armoros, briefing Sergeant Einem, but this was unlikely as the entire mission was planned as a swift strike. The captain did not intend to be waiting around long enough for the enemy to react in force. Isolated by the 4 blocking squads, the battle company's 2 assault squads, supported by the 2 remaining tactical squads, would land within the complex just after a Deathstorm drop pod, which would be the first to impact, unleashing its lethal cargo of missiles indiscriminately upon landing. The assault units would then overcome any remaining resistance at the palatial residence before sweeping through it to locate Lord Aulus. Captain Armoros himself would lead this assault, along with Chaplain Barakel. The first company's Terminators would be the ultimate instrument of justice. Once his force had located the planetary governor within the palace, Armoros would use his teleport Homer to summon the awaiting Terminators. Arriving via teleporter, the Terminators would then appear at the location and use their massive close-range firepower to eliminate the target. Immediately upon their success, the code word Justice would be given, and the operation could move into the evacuation phase. Should it not be received after 1 hour, or the override code Malevolent be broadcast instead, this would mean the target was not present or had escaped, and all squads would then move on to Phase 2, Search and Destroy. During the first phase, there would be a small reserve force consisting of both Devastator squads, the 2 Dreadnoughts, and the Scout squad. Their primary mission would be to cover the company's withdrawal, and then form the backbone of a secure perimeter around the planetary governor's palace, whilst an evacuation was conducted by Thunderhawk gunship. This force would also be relied upon to counter any stronger than expected resistance and, at Captain Armoros's call, they would move to intercept and engage it. With their heavy weapons fire, they should be able to swiftly inflict serious damage, buying Second Company enough time for the other squads to complete the mission and either withdraw or move to Phase 2. The plan had 3 factors in its favor. Even though it would be attacking into the very heart of enemy territory with only 120 men, no heavy support or armored vehicles, and no major preparatory bombardment. Firstly, and most importantly, was the element of surprise. The enemy were likely expecting an attack, but did not know when, where, or how. Secondly, Taros' main defenders comprised only planetary defense forces and local militia. Low-quality troops with little discipline, by Space Marine standards, poorly equipped. Their morale would also be poor, and Armoros expected that, after a swift initial strike, any organized resistance would soon crumble. Thirdly, they possessed an overwhelming concentration of forces, the Avenging Sun's strike force fighting as one well-orchestrated unit. The enemy would need to call in reinforcements, likely giving Armoros time to complete the mission. Success would require courage, precision, and speed, and the Space Marines had all in abundance. Battle for the Planetary Governor's Palace. The Avenging Sun's strike cruiser, Proxima Justice, disengaged its warp engines and plunged back into real space just beyond the Taros system, where it immediately came to battle stations and made best course for Taros 2. Like most Imperial planets, Taros was not undefended against an attack from space and had a network of surface-to-orbit missiles and a single squadron of 3 system defense monitors. It was a force, however, incapable of matching a heavily armed and armored Space Marine strike cruiser, and although the monitors were given orders to engage it, all 3 ship captains refused to, and mutinied rather than face almost certain destruction. The Space Marines' reputation had travelled before them, ensuring that the Proxima Justice's approach to Taros was unimpeded. Once in orbit, the only threat to the vessel would be the planet's missile silos, but these would take some time to target, prepare, and launch. Also, upon arrival in orbit, the Avenging Sun's drop pods would be ready to launch, with the strike cruiser and her escort then withdrawing to a safer distance whilst the ground assault was completed, only moving within range again when required. The Proxima Justice swept into position in low orbit, and Captain Armoros gave the order to launch the first drop pod wave before boarding his own drop pod to lead the second wave. the launch operation moved with clockwork precision. One after another, the drop pods sped away from the strike cruiser, burning through the atmosphere and plunging downwards, retro thrusters reorientating each pod so that it remained true to its pre-programmed landing coordinates. Seen from the inner courtyard in front of Planetary Governor Aulis's residence, the sky above was soon streaked with fiery comet trails as the drop pods burned through the atmosphere. The distant roar of engines and rushing wind quickly grew louder. Then came the sudden hissing roar as retro jets went into full burn to slow the final descent of the rapidly approaching drop pods. Next came a ground-shaking impact which shattered nearby windows and created a rising plume of thick dust. As it cleared, the distinct shape of the Deathstorm drop pod, sitting upright in the courtyard, became visible, its locking bolts already disengaging, allowing the armoured sections they held in place to open. Stunned onlookers watched as the dust cleared to reveal the Deathstorm's drop pod's lethal contents, the courtyard quickly becoming a killing ground as its missiles shot out in all directions. A cacophony of explosions shook the palace, one after another, pulverizing masonry and destroying all in their path. The bombardment was brief but intense, turning the courtyard into a hell of shrapnel and flames. This was only the beginning, as, amidst the sudden missile strike, the fiery contrails of the second wave of drop pods appeared in the sky. Having discharged its missiles, the Deathstorm drop pod fell silent, but then the roar of retro engines was again heard. With a crashing, jarring impact, the new wave of drop pods landed one after another, splitting open to disgorge squads of power-armored giants who moved with intense purpose through the dust, smoke and flames. The battle for the Planetary Governor's palace had begun in earnest, stunning the defenders who had already borne the brunt of the first attack. Several of those caught in the open had been killed in the initial crossfire, their bodies tossed through the air like rag dolls to lie broken upon the courtyard's now rubble-strewn ground. As initial resistance waned, Captain Armoros issued commands over his helm's comlink and moved towards the targeted building. Ahead of him, the assault squads were running, bolt pistols drawn, chainswords and frag grenades held ready to assault the building entrance. The distinct bark and thunderclap explosion of bolt gun shells could already be heard as the few defenders who had survived attempted to return fire, las guns flashing at their foe with little effect. Those guards that stood their ground to defend the entrance to the palace residence died screaming as the Avenging Sun's assault squads mercilessly tore through them, leaving their victims as little more than bloody offal. Melter charges destroyed the armoured doors, and through the explosion leapt the assault squads. After seeing the results of their initial attack, nobody inside had the mettle to stand and fight, and all fled rather than face the Emperor's angels of death. Captain Armoros and his squad swept through the Planetary Governor's residence, room by room, throwing frag grenades and clearing sections with bursts of bolt pistol fire. Their training doctrines were second nature. Anyone who did not escape fast enough was cut down, until eventually the lead squads broke into an inner council chamber where a group of officials and guards had sought sanctuary. The guards opened fire, more in desperation and self-defense than in any hope of victory, denying the Space Marines access to the room. Assuming the Planetary Governor Aulis might be there because the rest of the building had already been cleared, from outside the chamber doorway, Armoros activated his teleport homer. The signal was received on board the Proxima Justice, and in its teleport chamber, 5 heavily armoured Terminators immediately moved to respond to the summons. Each was equipped with the Storm Bolter and Power Fist, except for one who carried the assault cannon, and veteran Sergeant Foras, who wielded the squad's Chain Fist, a power weapon capable of cutting through just about anything the defenders on Taros might use as cover. The titanic energies of the teleporter made the vessel's room throb with power, lightning flashing and arcing across as the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus made final adjustments and issued fervent prayers to the spirits of the ancient machine. Their prayers did not fail. In a blinding flash of white light, the Terminator squad vanished, briefly being cast across the warp before reappearing amidst crackling lightning in the council chamber on Taros far below. The firefight was over in a fraction of a second, as the Avenging Sun's assault cannon whirred into life, raking the rest of the room with a devastating barrage of shells which tore up desks and walls. The Avenging Sun's storm bolters soon joined the slaughter, firing their own explosive rounds into the officials and guards. Once the smoke had cleared, none were left standing. Captain Armoros ordered Apothecarium Actium to cross-check DNA samples from the bodies with the Order Famulus records of House Aulus's gene records. It was information the Administratum had provided at the beginning of the mission, and the test would confirm whether the mission had been a success. Meanwhile, the assault squads and Terminators deployed into holding positions and began to engage the barracks troops who were unaware that they were arriving already too late to save those who had been stationed inside. Apothecarium Actium set about his task, using his Narthesium to check the ragged, bloody corpses one by one. Frustratingly, but not surprisingly, all failed the gene-matching test, and Actium informed his captain that Planetary Governor Aulus was not amongst the dead. He must have escaped, or by some stroke of luck, never have been there at all. Captain Armoros cursed, and issued the code word Malevolent over the comnet. The mission's objective had eluded them. It was time for all under his command to prepare to advance to Phase 2. Blocking Position 3. Meanwhile, beyond the Planetary Governor's palace, the 4 Space Marine blocking positions had been formed up. Veteran Sergeant Einem had the squads well organized so that upon landing, resistance had been swiftly dispatched, but their dominance of the target zone did not remain so for long. After a quiet couple of minutes, the sound of jet engines could be heard approaching, as overhead, the dark, swept-wing outline of a Tau Empire Manta swooped over the city, skimming low over its rooftops. The Avenging Sun's battle brothers at each position took aim up the street, and did not have long to wait for the full fury of the Tau Empire to be unleashed mercilessly upon them. Captain Armoros had expected some attempt by outside forces to break through to the palace, but not so soon, and he had not expected them to be well-equipped Tau forces, as no Xenos vessels had been sighted in the system. The first the Avenging Suns knew of any Tau Empire forces on Taros, therefore, was the arrival of the Manta over the night-shrouded city. Soon, hammerhead gunships, followed by crisis battlesuits and devilfish-mounted fire warriors, would be closing in on Block Position 3. An entire hunter cadre was bearing down on the Space Marines, moving at speed to reinforce the defenders of the Planetary Governor's palace. At Blocking Position 3, the street was suddenly crisscrossed by bolt gun and pulse rifle fire, smoky contrails obscuring lines of sight as the squad's missile launcher sent its payload screaming up the street. The missiles impacted upon the front of the hammerhead in a brilliant explosion which buckled and scorched its armor, but did little to halt the approaching grav tank. It opened fire immediately in return, punching through buildings with blasts from its long railgun, sending masonry crashing to the street. The opening skirmish was a one-sided affair, but the Avenging Suns stood their ground and hammered out round after round, refusing to fall back. Sergeant Einem ordered the squad at Blocking Position 2, the nearest Space Marines to Blocking Position 3, to move out and reinforce their battle brothers. The tactical squad pounded down the streets towards the sounds of fighting now echoing off the buildings of Tarakeen. At Position 3, the situation was deteriorating rapidly. With heavy support and weight of numbers on their side, the Tau quickly advanced down the street. Fire warriors dodged from doorway to doorway under the covering fire of battlesuits and a hammerhead. It was fierce and intense, but the remaining Avenging Suns knew they must hold. The longer they fought, the more time they brought their captain to complete his mission. Already, several battle brothers had been killed by heavy weapons fire, and others were badly wounded, but remained fighting on regardless. Sergeant Andura of the 3rd Tactical Squad was amongst the dead, his broken body lying halfway buried under fallen masonry after a railgun round impacted next to him. The arrival of Tactical Squad 2 did little to change the balance of the battle. The Tau Hunter cadre was just too strong. Their firepower swept the roads clear, forcing the Space Marines into the cover of the already damaged buildings, whilst the Crisis battlesuits led their final assault, leaping down the street on jetpacks to rake the buildings with flamer and fusion cannon fire. Unable to win such a one-sided affair, the survivors of Squad 2 and 3 were ordered to disengage and fall back to the Planetary Governor's Palace. The remaining tactical squads at positions 1 and 4 were also recalled to the palace as Captain Armoros regrouped his full strength. 10 of the 20 battle brothers involved in the fighting at position 3 had been killed in the firefight. 6 more were wounded, heavy losses for Einam's force. Meanwhile, the Tau had broken through the cordon and, leaving a few units to secure the area, moved on towards their objective, the Planetary Governor's Palace. Defense of the Planetary Governor's Palace, Day 1. Pre-warned of the approaching Tau Hunter cadre by reports of the firefighter blocking Position 3, Captain Armoros set about reorganizing his forces. Governor Aulus had not been found and time was running out. The presence of strong Tau Empire forces already on Taros had been unexpected and unplanned for. Their swift counterattack had seized the initiative from the Space Marines and put them on the defensive, meaning that the Avenging Suns were now reacting to whatever their Tau force did. Captain Armoros' immediate task was clear: repel the counterattack with the forces he had at his disposal. Phase 2 of the mission and his hunt for the Planetary Governor would now have to wait. The Tau's next attack was again presaged by the roar of jet engines as Barracudas raced low over Tarakeen to launch rockets into the Planetary Governor's Palace. Already battle-scarred from the Avenging Suns' attack, the once elegant buildings were rapidly becoming tattered ruins. Masonry and support beams collapsed under repeated impacts as fires burned out of control and spread rapidly, smoke from them billowing high into the sky. And all the while, through the wreckage, stalked the armoured bulk of the Avenging Suns' Space Marines, each finding positions from which to repel the oncoming attack. Captain Armoros had few illusions. This would be a stern test for his men. He was now heavily outgunned by the Tau, and when it hit, their attack would be powerful and well coordinated. It would be deadly close-quarters combat, building to building, room to room. But this would be to his battle brother's advantage. Any Space Marine was easily a match for a Tau warrior at close range. The ground fighting followed close behind the Tau's airstrike, with Tau infantry swiftly infiltrating through the buildings and rail rifle-armed marksmen moving into position at high points overlooking the palace courtyards they could get to. Firefights started to break out as perimeter squads were engaged by pulse rifle fire, and along the surrounding streets came devilfish transports, from which disembarked fire warrior units who attempted to root out the Space Marines with photon grenades and burst cannon fire. Soon, each squad was fighting its own small but deadly battle, and as the Tau attempted to press forwards, the Space Marines stood firm and threw them back, inflicting heavy losses in the brutal close-quarters combat. The Terminators and assault squads bore the brunt of the attacks. Stalking from room to room through the now empty and burning barracks buildings, they repeatedly charged the enemy, chainswords whirling and storm bolters barking. Against such fierce counterattacks, the Tau gained no headway and eventually retreated, leaving their dead and dying scattered throughout the buildings. As night fell, the remaining Avenging Suns were still holding their positions, but casualties were mounting, and the supply situation was becoming serious. Armoros took stock. Ammunition, especially frag and crack grenades, were running low, but he had some 81 men still battle-worthy, including all the Terminators and both Dreadnoughts. The Tau must also be feeling the strain of battle, as the Hunter cadre had been mauled by the Space Marine's stoic defense. After a day of fighting, there was finally a pause. For the first time since the drop pods had landed, Tarakeen did not resound to the thud and boom of gunfire and explosions. The second night did not pass without sporadic combats breaking out. The Tau sent out small teams to infiltrate into new firing positions, using the darkness as cover, but the Space Marines had their own roving patrols, moving through the rubble in pairs of threes. In the darkness, short firefights would suddenly erupt when two patrols clashed, only for the Tau to quickly withdraw, and it was now that the Space Marines began to show their true worth. They did not need to sleep like an unaugmented human warrior would have, their power armor supplying them with all they needed to keep fighting at peak efficiency. Their endurance and superior powers of recovery meant that after a day and a night on their feet, they were all still as ready for the fight as the moment they had landed, many bearing wounds that would have killed mere men, but still fighting on regardless. Defense of the Planetary Governor's Palace, Day 2. The second day dawned with the red haze of fires illuminating the smoke-blackened sky over Tarakeen. Except for the sporadic patrol clashes, the night had been quiet. Dawn would see that change. Their infantry-led attack had been repulsed the day before, so the Tau now moved their heavier weapons into position to lead the second attack. With jet engines whirring, hammerheads, devilfish and battlesuits moved slowly through the streets, drone-controlled burst cannon covering the buildings as they maneuvered into position to bombard the Planetary Governor's Palace. It seemed that if the Tau could not drive the Space Marines out, then they would annihilate them instead. For the Avenging Suns, the battle for the Planetary Governor's Palace was now a bitter struggle for survival. Their mission was not complete, and Captain Armorous was determined to fight on. To do so, he needed assistance and called on the Proxima Justice. Its hangar decks were full with Thunderhawk gunships and transports loaded with armored fighting vehicles, all waiting for the order to launch, but with only a small secure perimeter to land in. Sending in the transports was judged to be too risky. The Thunderhawks were armed for a ground attack mission, would be of great assistance, but with Tau Barracudas patrolling over the combat zone, they would be particularly vulnerable to an airborne attack. For now, therefore, the Thunderhawks would have to be kept safely in reserve in case an evacuation mission was ordered. Only if Armorous's situation became critical would they be called upon. The first day of the battle had been fierce. Day 2 would see its intensity increase even further. The Tau used the nighttime lull to reinforce their mauled hunter cadre. Now they would throw everything they had at the Space Marines in order to destroy them. At first light, the Barracudas were ready for new strikes on the Planetary Governor's Palace. Then the ground assault would resume. Attacks would commence from all directions, but the main weight of the day's assault would be aimed at the gate. Crush resistance there, and the Space Marines would be broken into small pockets to be mopped up later. As on day 1, the Tau attack was presaged by a flight of Barracudas, whose missiles and burst cannons strafed the Space Marines' positions amongst the rubble. Lacking any form of anti-aircraft defense, the warriors of the Emperor could do little against the Barracudas except stay low in their cover and wait for the attack to end. After several low passes, the Barracudas departed to rearm, and the Tau ground bombardment began. With their distinctive whip-crack sound, railgun rounds soon slammed into buildings, then burst cannon pulses ricocheted off walls and rubble. A phalanx of heavy fire hammered the palace, round after round, relentless and merciless. The Tau were blasting at the Space Marines from a distance, building after building being targeted. Roofs collapsed, walls cracked, and rounds punched through masonry to explode within. The noise was deafening as the buildings of the Planetary Governor's Palace were systematically destroyed, followed by a choking cloud of dust which rose up to shroud the battlefield. Opposite the main gate, 2 hammerheads slowly maneuvered down the streets, constantly firing on the move, until eventually, under the sheer weight of fire, the gatehouse collapsed. The Devastator squad within had attempted to retaliate with their missile launchers and las cannon, but the weight of fire had kept them pinned down. It was punishment not even the mighty Space Marines could withstand for long, and it seemed the Tau were attempting to match their foe's legendary merciless brutality. The bombardment lasted all morning and well into the afternoon. Captain Armorus had little to respond with, except his own man-portable heavy weapons. It was an uneven match, and with no other option open to him, the Space Marine captain contacted the Proximate Justice to request air support. It was a risk, but the situation on the ground was deteriorating. An airstrike by the Thunderhawk's bombs and missiles was quickly planned, but with the Barracudas still in the sky overhead, they too would be prime targets. All 5 Thunderhawk gunships on board the strike cruiser launched and made for the planetary governor's palace. It was a powerful strike force, enough to keep the tower at bay, but first it would have to run the gauntlet of the Barracuda fighters. As the squadron vectored in on Tarakeen, descending rapidly with their weapons primed, the Barracudas climbed to intercept. The Thunderhawks dove through the fighter screen, heavy bolters blazing as the tower craft opened fire with burst cannon. Despite the repeated impact of pulse rounds, the formation did not waver, keeping their formation tight and on course, and trusting to their thick ceramite armored plating. The Barracuda's fire was ineffective, as the Space Marine pilots calmly kept their aircraft on course until they were over the city, whilst the gunners located targets and prepared to open fire with their main weaponry. The flight of Thunderhawks roared down onto the city, strafing its streets with battle cannon, turbo lasers, and heavy bolters before releasing their bombs. In a firestorm, they ripped into the palace's surroundings, explosions tearing through the buildings, gouging great holes in roofs and walls, flames and shrapnel engulfing whole blocks. Across the city, buildings were rocked by the concussion of the bombing. The destruction was radiating outwards from the palace. The airstrike appeared to be a success, as in the aftermath, the tower attacks died down to sporadic sniping and skirmishing. What damage their force had actually caused was unknown, but as the roar of the Thunderhawks faded, the tower withdrew again. It was a brief lull in the battle, and did not last long, but it bought Captain Armorus's men precious time to reorganize their defenses. It was at the gate that the hammer blow eventually fell. Hammerheads and battlesuits led the way. Attacking at full speed, they crashed through the rubble of the gatehouse. The lead hammerhead was immediately hit by las cannon fire and exploded in a blossoming orange fireball, but weapons fire from the second grav tank killed the las cannon gunner in return. A crack missile destroyed a broadside battlesuit, but, after the brief firefight, only 3 Devastator Squad members were able to withdraw, whilst Devilfish-mounted infantry closed in behind the armoured vanguard. Captain Armorus realized that he was losing his hold on the situation, and his perimeter was in danger of breaking up. Faced with no other choice, he committed the Terminator Squad to the fight. Wading through blazing fire and blinding smoke, the veterans met the crisis battlesuits in a head-on exchange of fire, in which both sides suffered heavy losses. The Space Marines fought for every inch, but the tower's heavier weapons could not be matched. 3 of the veteran Terminators died in the fighting, as did 4 battlesuits. Brothers Harkael and Kame joined the battle, destroying the second Hammerhead with their heavy Dreadnought weapons, before Brother Kame sustained a hit which tore off his left leg, toppling the Dreadnought to the ground and leaving it vulnerable to attack. For an hour, the battle at the gate raged, and, led by Captain Barracuda, the defenders fought on heroically. The pressure ranged against them was intense, and, with the commitment of the Dreadnoughts and Terminators, there were no more reinforcements available. Bolter rounds and missiles shot through the air, holding the fire warriors at bay. Meanwhile, the tower continued to launch secondary attacks all around the perimeter, pinning the Avenging Sun Space Marine squads in position, units that could otherwise be used to bolster the defense of the gatehouse. Captain Armorus knew that his position was irretrievable. The tower had bled his force dry, and now heavy casualties and the lack of ammunition were forcing him to accept that withdrawal was the only course open to him if he wanted to save his company. It galled him, but resistance here was now greater than his Space Marines could match, and still he had no idea of the enemy's total strength. He knew that his men might hold out for days, only to eventually be overwhelmed by their numbers. and at what gain? The planetary governor of Taros was now beyond his reach, and the Avenging Sons were facing annihilation. Armoros needed to evacuate the survivors and rescue what he could from the mission. After a brief command meeting in the ruins of the planetary governor's residence, Armoros informed the proximate justice of his decision to evacuate. At nightfall, the Thunderhawks were to be launched for an extraction mission, and orders were given to all the squad leaders, or stand-in leaders in those squads that had lost their sergeants. At nightfall, there would be a staged withdrawal to the inner courtyard, where one by one the Thunderhawks would land, load up, and carry them back to their strike cruiser. It was an operation fraught with difficulty, one which had to be performed swiftly so as to give the encircling Tau forces the minimum time to respond. Evacuation. As night fell over the battlefield, the Space Marines commander again took stock of his situation. His force had been reduced to approximately 40 battle-worthy brothers and one dreadnought, requiring only 2 Thunderhawk gunships for the extraction. The other gunships would fly around the complex to provide covering fire, and once they had been rearmed and refueled, the Thunderhawks set about their new mission. Apothecary Actium started recovering the progenoid glands from all of the fallen battle brothers he could locate, although some had been buried deep under the ruins of fallen buildings and were beyond reach. It was a vital task if the chapter's heavy toll in casualties was to be made good, as a loss of any gene seed would be keenly felt. Chaplain Barakel said prayers for the dead as he stood over the lifeless form of Brother Kame. Once a proud war machine and a hero of the chapter, he was now nothing more than a smoking wreck of twisted metal and wires. Amongst all those who had died over the last few days, his death was the most grievous for the Second Company. Captain Armoros took command of an understrength tactical squad and the remaining scouts as the rear guard, and gave orders to the first squads, including Brother Hawkael, Apothecary Actium, and Chaplain Barakel, to stand ready to withdraw to the first Thunderhawk when it touched down. After they had blasted off, the second wave was then to abandon their positions, covered by the rear guard, and make for the landing zone. In all, the evacuation operation should take no more than 10 minutes. Not enough time for even the swift forces of the Tau to react in strength. The distant sound of Thunderhawk engines approached, and the evacuation began. Moving slowly through the darkness, crunching over rubble and broken plasgas, battle-scarred, scorched and wounded, the survivors loaded into the waiting Thunderhawk's hold. Overhead, 4 other gunships circled. Brother Hawkael was the last to climb the ramp, and it closed behind him as the second Thunderhawk began its approach, the first accelerating away from the battlefield at speed. Alerted by the noise, Tau patrols cautiously crept forwards to investigate. Where once Space Marines had barred their advance with bolt gun fire, now there was nothing. Meanwhile, the second transport had already landed, and the remaining squads quickly embarked. Captain Armoros fell back to the landing zone, bringing up the rear of his squads, bolt gun in hand, ready to fire. He ran up the ramp and hit the door mechanism to close it, just as the Thunderhawk's triple engines boomed into life and thrust it skywards again. The battle was over. The mission had failed. Aftermath. The first Taros intervention had been a costly defeat for the Imperium, the Tau having inflicted serious damage on the Avenging Sons in 2 days of intense combat. The damage meted out in return on the Xenos force was unknown, but must have also been significant. There had been many confirmed kills, and the battlefield was littered with the wrecks of Tau grav tanks and battlesuits. The Avenging Sons took the defeat badly. The chapter fortress's monastery was filled with battle brothers who mourned the dead, and its great bell tolled once for each of their own that lost their lives on Taros. Space Marine chapters enjoy a glorious reputation as the shield of humanity, and defeat is never taken lightly. The death of Dreadnought Brother Kame weighed heavily upon them all. Events on Taros The failure of the intervention force and the confirmed report of Tau in strong numbers fighting in defense of the planetary governor forced a change in attitude by officials of the Administratum towards the Taros situation. News of defeat was bad enough, but it seemed that the Tau had already staked claim to one of the Emperor's worlds. What should have been a minor skirmish proved that there was now a serious threat to the safety of the region. Events around the Eye of Terror might be demanding many of the Imperium's resources, but what had occurred on Taros could not and would not be ignored. Taros was immediately declared ex imperiis rebellis, a system in rebellion against the Emperor's divine rule. The sacred Pax Imperialis had been torn up by planetary governor Aulus, and his actions now made him not just a criminal, but also a traitor. Also, it was obvious that the Tau were already on Taros in force, and they must be ejected. The Master of the Administratum signed an edict stating just this, as well as listing the planetary governor's crimes, over 100 in all, most punishable by death. The document called the Taronian Declaration was a license to action a new and significantly larger attack against those who would dare to wrest Taros from the Imperium. And next time, the attack would not be a surgical strike by a single force of space marines. Instead, it would require the involvement of all those fighting arms of the Imperium capable of committing forces to repel the Xenos aggression. The decision made, the retaking of Taros was set in motion. Chapter 3. Planning the Invasion. The recapture of Taros was instrumental to the continued operations of the Forge World of Styges 8 and, to a lesser extent, other dependent Forge Worlds during the Rising War effort against Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade. To ensure its return as swiftly as possible, the appointment of a senior Adeptus Administratum command staff was undertaken immediately to organize and oversee the planning of the operation. The person chosen to lead them, and also take command of the entire invasion operation, was Lord High Commander Otto Ivan Gustavus, a man with a long military record, who had risen from the officer ranks of the Imperial Guard to the upper levels of the Imperium's military hierarchy. Gustavus's first task was to appoint his own command staff and prepare for the invasion. In doing this, he would set his men 2 questions to answer. When could the force they were putting together be ready to invade Taros, and where should that attack fall? His instructions would make the matter clear. The retaking of the Emperor's world from the Xenos Tau should happen as soon as possible. Appointing his staff was no simple matter. The upper echelons of the Imperium's military hierarchy is rife with politics, intriguing, favors owed, debts to repay, and self-interest. Gustavus had not risen this high without making a few enemies, or without calling on a few favors that he was now in a position to repay. Selecting his command staff took several weeks of hard work and long drawn-out negotiations. The first position to be filled was not of Gustavus's own choosing, however. Commissar General Mordred van Horsek would be Gustavus's shadow and right-hand man for the duration of the campaign. The high-ranking commissar was tasked with making sure all of the officers of Gustavus's force did their duty, or faced the consequences. A powerful man in his own right, Van Horsek would have the power of life and death over many of the Imperial servants involved in the Taros campaign. Whether by choice or coercion, over the subsequent weeks, Gustavus filled the various appointments. Not all were men he liked or even trusted. Many were decisions forced upon him by other political factors, but it was Gustavus's job to bring all these factions together and make them work as one towards ultimate victory for the Imperium. The High Command Staff would ultimately include venerated High Magos Zadakine Volta, a high-ranking Adeptus Mechanicus representative from Styges 8, Fleet Admiral Cotto, appointed by the authorities on Cardanesh to command the invasion fleet, Lord Marshal de Stael, the overall commander of all Imperial Guard regiments, whose men would bear the brunt of the fighting, and the newly titled Provisioner Prime Naimus Dre from the Departamento Munitorum, who had been granted a place on the High Command staff in recognition of his initial investigation into events on Taros. Others included Air Marshal Denvelt, Staff Colonel Shigeya, Deacon Gotz, the appointed representative of Cardinal Astral Velas, and Curator Adept Skell. Many others would follow, including any Space Marine commanders or Titan Legion princeps who would be involved in the fighting. The High Command would be tasked with organizing and planning the invasion, each member having his own area of responsibility and their own staff, aides or retinue to assist them. In all, the High Command staff for the invasion, including all the sub-departments and functionaries, would number approximately 3,000 souls. Pre-invasion preparations. Before any military plans could be put in place, first Gustavus and his staff needed to know what they were facing. None amongst them, except Dre, had ever heard of Taros before, let alone knew anything about the planet or its system. Gustavus wanted all the information he could get about the mining world, its climate, population, industrial capacity, the ruling body, topography, and history. Anything which might give him an advantage over what would now, in all likelihood, be a well-entrenched enemy. It was a huge research task to be undertaken by the adepts of the Administratum, and in charge of the information gathering would be Curator Adept Skell, an Administratum official promoted from the Archive Historicus. Curator Adept Skell had access to thousands of archives through the Segmentum and across the Imperium, including copies of documents from the great archives on Terra itself. In those vast repositories of information, thousands of curators, prefects, archivists, and menial workers went to work seeking out anything about Taros, and from those ancient records a detailed plan of the planet and its population was slowly compiled. From tithe levels and tax records, a picture of the planet's mining industry was built, while all censuses revealed the planet's population growth. No piece of data concerning Taros was to be considered too trivial. A team of Lex Mechanics and Logis, under the command of Magos Volta, was also assigned to the information-gathering task. They worked with inhuman speed to compile all the data Skell was producing, and with it, the Adeptus Mechanicus' part-human, part-machine servants began to forecast the planet's population growth, climate, volcanic activity, atmospheric conditions, and orbital cycles. Information stretching back as far as the Great Crusade was analyzed. Even a scrap of the original Exploritas report on the planet's stability for terraforming and colonization was located, catalogued, and considered. In all, millions of fragments of information were gathered together. Satellite survey images, language studies, missionary reports, journals of long-dead Imperial servants who had visited or been stationed on Taros, to name but a few. There were old genetic studies on the population and the ruling households carried out by the Ordo Famulus, seeking evidence of genetic deviation or mutation, and Adeptus Arbites analysis reports providing details on the crime rate, as well as more up-to-date geological and seismic surveys. No detail was ignored, and anything that might inform Gustavus's staff decisions was included, and it took 6 months to compile all the information the High Command staff required before the actual invasion planning could get underway. With this, Gustavus had as good a picture of what was facing him as the data gatherers could provide. He knew what the planet was like, the extent of its population, and how this might translate into the Planetary Defense Force's military strength, given the equipment that had been supplied to Taros down the years. He knew how the planet might be able to re-equip or resupply its forces, or even create new units. He even had a forecast of what the criminal population of Taros was likely to be, often the first source of manpower for replacement troops. What he didn't know, however, was anything about the Tau's strength on Taros. Finding information about what the Tau Empire might be planning was far harder, and not a task the Adeptus Administratum could help with. The man on the Lord High Commander's staff assigned to this, therefore, was Staff Colonel Sager, Gustavus's Director of Intelligence. A secretive individual, Sager was a spy master with former experience of working with members of the Inquisition. The Tau, with their philosophy of the greater good, were a difficult prospect, and there were few informers or spies on the inside of the Tau Empire. There were some humans, mostly merchants or mercenaries, whose loyalty could be bought by the Imperium, but most men and women within the Tau Empire were simply considered traitors who had abandoned their emperor. By assessing information from other planets along the borders of the Tau Empire, studying previous estimates of Tau military strength and historical precedents, Colonel Sager could himself make an educated guess at how strong Tau forces might be on Taros. But without people on the ground, there could be no confirmation of what an Imperial invasion force might face. Whilst the information gathering was progressing, the other members of the High Command staff were not idle. The Departmentum Munitorum officials on the staff began the long process of sourcing the fighting forces and supplies needed for the invasion. Imperial Guard regiments had to be raised, trained and transported across the Imperium, and this was no easy task. The demand for troops in the build-up around the Cadian Gate was vast, particularly now as the plague of unbelief around the Eye of Terror continued to spread. The Imperial Guard might be huge, but demand for regiments was also far greater than could be supplied. To counter the effects of increased demand, Gustavus devised a scheme to overestimate the troops' strength needed. He knew all along that he could not get all the forces he requested, but this way he might get close to his actual requirements. As yet, he could give no definitive numbers, but he set the Logai's adepts to work making an initial statistical analysis, and this gave him a starting point. Before it was submitted, the numbers would be modified and gradually evolve into a final figure. But for now, it was enough to have a number on which the Departmentum Munitorum could base its work on, and thus get the slow-turning wheels of its bureaucracy rolling. The 4,621st Imperial Guard Army. When the Imperial Guard force needed for the invasion of Taros was founded, it was designated the 4,621st Imperial Guard Army. It was placed under the command of Lord Marshal de Stael, bearing the honorific of the Chief of Arms, who would be in overall command of all Imperial Guard forces on Taros, meaning that all of the generals and colonels of the Imperial Guard regiments constituting the 4,621st Army would report to him and his staff. Gustavus, in consultation with de Stael, began to draw up detailed orders for the forces he would need for a successful outcome to the offensive. The Imperial Guard might be vast, but with demand for regiments currently so high, it was not infinite. No commander ever received enough troops, and Gustavus and de Stael were no different. De Stael's initial request to Gustavus for 21 regiments had been turned down immediately. A force of that size could not be found in the tight timescale that Gustavus had devised for the invasion. De Stael, rebuked, had to revise his figures. The Lord Marshal returned with a more moderate 12-regiment request, which Gustavus accepted, taking it in turn to the Departmentum Munitorum. However, they refused the number, offering an absolute maximum of 10 regiments. After much bartering with Munitorum officials, Gustavus only agreed to attempt the invasion with 10 regiments, after receiving an oath from High Magus Volta that at least one Titan Legion would be committed to the invasion force. Reassured by this promise, Gustavus informed de Stael that the 4,621st Army would comprise 10 regiments and, for ease of administration, the army should be divided into 2 corps, designated 10th Corps and 11th Corps. After the prolonged arguments over the size of the Imperial Guard force, Gustavus and de Stael got down to the specifics of building it. The first regiments Gustavus requested were those recruited from Talon. Given Taros's desert climate, the men of Talon, itself a desert world, would quickly adapt to the conditions. They would make the most effective soldiers. When it came to important skills such as desert survival techniques and water discipline, fighting men are fighting men, and any Imperial Guard could be made to adapt to the conditions, but the famed desert raiders of Talon would be the logical choice. But Talon is only a single world with a limited supply of men. Most of its existing regiments were already committed to other war zones, and 10 new regiments could simply not be raised from there alone. The planet's tides did not allow for such a sudden and massive drain of resources. Regardless, a single new regiment could be ordered from Talon, and that process was immediately instigated. The Talon 331st Regiment would be raised, equipped and shipped to Taros to see its first action. They would not be the only troops the desert world would send to Taros, however, as 3 other Talon regiments would be withdrawn from their current commitments and embarked for Taros, although all had recently been engaged in battles and also needed replacement men and equipment. A 5th regiment, the Talon 3rd Armoured, was currently on garrison duty on Baal Prime. If a replacement garrison could be found, it too would join the invasion force. In all, half the Imperial Guard regiments destined for Taros would be from Talon, and these would be combined to form 10th Corps. 11th Corps would be composed of the other regiments that the Departamento Munitorum could commit to the Taros campaign. 5 more regiments still needed to be found, the first being the 23rd Elysian Drop Troop Regiment. They were unlike any other in the 4,621st Army's order of battle, being an air-mobile unit equipped with Valkyrie airborne assault carriers. Against the Tau, mobility would be essential as, with their mantas and a preponderance of grav tanks, drones and battlesuits, they were both a fast and highly mobile enemy. Conventional infantry and armoured regiments could not hope to match their speed, and because of this, they would be continually forced to fight on Tau terms. A drop troop regiment, although lightly equipped for airborne operations, would help redress the balance and give Lord Marshal d'Estelle the chance to match the Tau's mobility on a strategic level. The second unit was one of d'Estelle's own request. The Serenian assault engineers were, in his opinion, some of the most useful troops in the segmentum. They were trained and equipped for close quarters combat and for assaulting fortified positions, clearing minefields, as well as breaching defense lines. Although few in number, the Serenians would not be required to fight as one regiment, but, before the invasion began, would be subdivided into platoons and companies and attached to all the other regiments of the 4,621st. This would provide a corps of assault troops when, as predicted, the time for hard street fighting in Tarakeen arrived. Other regiments scheduled to join the 4,621st Army on Taros were the 114th Cadian Shock Troop Regiment, an entirely mechanized unit under the command of Colonel Stransky. Then would come the 8th Brimlock Dragoons, a regiment with experience of fighting against Tau raiders around the Damocles Gulf. The final regiment was harder to place. Several were considered and either rejected or found to no longer exist. The 12th Maninen Rangers Regiment was assigned for transport, but on arrival turned out to be only the strength of a reinforced company. On Commissar General Van Horsick's orders, the regiment was disbanded, and the survivors merged into the Talon rank and file. The 42nd Mordian Regiment was also embarked for Taros, only to be diverted to face High Fleet Kraken on the eastern fringe. Gustavus's deadline for the invasion was rapidly approaching, and the 10th Regiment remained elusive. Eventually, the 19th Krieg Armoured Regiment was located, but it would take time to get new orders to them and transport them to Taros, meaning they would not be available for the initial invasion. 10th Corps would also be reinforced by 2 companies of stormtroopers. These troops were the elite soldiers of the Imperial Guard, equally well-trained and equipped. They would provide a useful strengthening of the frontline regiments and, like the Sarenians, The two companies would be divided as squads amongst the various other Imperial Guard regiments fighting for possession of Taros. In Distell's strategic plan for the campaign, 11th Corps would act as a support to 10th Corps. The Talon regiments would be required to do the bulk of the initial fighting and would also lead the landings. 11th Corps would follow on close behind and be fed into the ground campaign once it had started and as required. The actual invasion fleet will only be carrying 10th Corps when it arrived in the Taros system. It would be the Talon Guardsman's job to get a secure lodgement area established on the planet for 11th Corps to reinforce. Once the entirety of 10th Corps was established, the new priority would be to get the 23rd Elysians in position to give the 4,621st Army the ability to strike just about anywhere and at any time. Behind them would be the Cadians, the Brimlock Dragoons, and eventually the Men of Krieg. Other forces. The Imperial Guard are not the only fighting forces available to the Imperium. When the Adeptus Administratum committed itself to an invasion of Taros, it also sent requests through the other fighting arms of the Emperor's armies, first of all to the Adeptus Astartes. The Avenging Sons chapter had already been engaged on Taros, but they were now rebuilding their strength after their heavy losses, and would have to await to avenge their defeat on the Tau. The other chapter to make forces available was the Raptors. A strike force of 2 companies and a battle barge from the chapter would contribute significantly to the Imperium's combat resources, both on the ground and with the fleet. Next, High Magos Zadokine Volta had already promised the assistance of a Titan Legion, but delivering on the oath proved more difficult. Styges VIII was a natural forge world to provide aid in the form of the Legio Honorum, but the Legion was already fully committed, and there were no battle groups available to lend their support. To fulfill his oath, Volta had the difficult task of finding replacements. In the end, he turned to the overlords of Mars, conversing with the heart of the Cult of the Machine to personally request the aid of the Fabricator General. He had only limited success, as Titan battle groups were already being committed to the Cadian Gate. The need for the Imperium's greatest fighting machines was pressing if the tide of chaos was to be stemmed. Volta argued that he had sworn the aid of a legion, and the Adeptus Mechanicus stood to gain much from the recapture of Taros. In the end, the intervention of the Fabricator General secured Volta a small battle group from the Legio Ignatum under the command of Princeps Journey. The main fighting force of the battle group was a maniple of 4 Warhound Titans, hardly the number he had hoped for, but enough to satisfy Volta's oath to Gustavus. The Departmentum Unitorum, as well as raising and transporting regiments, could also provide assistance in the form of indentured engineering and labor corps. These were not combat troops, but units for the rear area whose primary role was to dig and build. It was hard, unforgiving work, but their presence helped release Imperial Guard infantry from such arduous and time-consuming duties. The Ministorum could also provide assistance, but not in the form of combat troops. Cardinal Astra Velas was not inclined to lend military aid to the Taros invasion force. He had only attended the first High Command meeting in person, and after that he left a representative to speak for him, Deacon Gotz. The Cardinal made it clear he was not in favor of this expedition. To him it was a waste of resources that could be put to better use fighting heresy elsewhere in his diocese. Taros was a dust bowl planet of just 12 million souls, and its numbers paled into insignificance compared to wars that needed to be fought on hive worlds to save the souls of billions. The Cardinal felt that it was only the malign influence of the Adeptus Mechanicus lobby that had forced the Adeptus Terra into sanctioning this attack, and he did not fully trust the Cult of the Machine God and their mysterious ways. The Cardinal, therefore, would supply no fighting forces, but would do the duty required of him. Priests and confessors would be found for each of the regiments to maintain watch over the souls of the men of the Imperial Guard. The Orders Dialogus would supply vital support in the form of Tau language experts, the few that were available, and the Order Hospitaller would provide a measure of medical care for the injured, but its contribution was, in truth, pitiful. Power politics within the upper ranks of the ecclesiarchy probably had much to do with the cardinal's astral reticence. A powerful man in his own right, in shadowy corners it was said that Velas was not a supporter of the current ecclesiarch, and to be lending aid to the invasion might be seen to be responding to the ecclesiarch's recent anti-Xenos sermons. The cardinal liked to think of himself as his own man, with far greater concerns than 12 million wretched miners. He might also be seeking favour with those factions within the Ministorum that had their own plans for the succession to the ecclesiarchical throne on Terra. The location of the attack. Gustavus's command staff had been almost a year in pre-invasion information gathering and mustering of forces. Now the time had come for planning the attack on Taros. How would they commit the troops they had requested, and how would they keep them supplied once on the ground? One immediate consideration for Gustavus was that the longer he spent planning and mustering, the more likely it was that information might leak out. A traitor from within his own ranks with access to classified information might sell it to the Tau for a vast price, or the promise of safety within their empire. Pre-warned, the Tau would be in a far better position to defeat his attack. Security around the invasion's planning needed to be tight. Colonel Sager, whose efforts so far to infiltrate a spy into Taros had come to naught, was given the task of maintaining internal security for the campaign. He would establish a network of informers and spies within High Command and the Imperial Guard regiments, people paid by Sager to keep their eyes and ears open and report anything suspicious directly back to him alone. To aid with internal security, Gustavus ordered that the gathering invasion force should not be concentrated just yet. Instead, the men would be scattered around surrounding sectors. This way, it would seem many other small war zones were being reinforced and, in theory, the build-up would likely go unnoticed until it was too late. This meant the Imperial Guard regiment commanders would not be informed of their actual destination until the last moment. Drawing on the good work of the previous year, the High Command staff began the invasion planning process. In order to satisfy the demands of the Imperial Guard regiment commanders and Lord Marshal de Stael, 3 key objectives had to be considered. First, the invasion would need to quickly capture an operational spaceport. If not in the initial assault, then in the following days of ground operations. A large spaceport would be vital in maintaining the flow of supplies needed by the forces on the ground once battle was joined. Secondly, the invasion should be undertaken by at least 3 Imperial regiments simultaneously. This would be a force large enough to overwhelm all but the strongest resistance, and would mean a firm bridgehead could be established between orbit and the planet's surface, strong enough to resist all immediate enemy counterattacks. Without a secure lodgment area, the Imperium's invasion could be defeated in its first few days. Thirdly, was the question of the water supply on the planet. On a desert world such as Taros, water was a valuable commodity, and was supplied by hydro plants and recycling facilities. The ground forces would need a secure supply of water rapidly, or anyone fighting there would be unable to operate effectively for long. These 3 objectives contributed much to the planning process. Firstly, Taros had only one spaceport in Tarakeen. Hence, a direct assault on the city was considered in some detail. Tarakeen was also the center of the planet's industry and administration. If the war was to be won, then Tarakeen would have to be captured. Whilst the traitors or the Tau held the city, the war would continue, and the mineral resources needed for Styges 8 would be unable to leave the planet. The enemy also undoubtedly knew this. Tarakeen and its immediate hinterland, the Iracunda Isthmus, would be the strongest defended part of the entire planet. A direct assault, under the guns defending the city, would invite disaster. Too many enemy ground forces would be waiting for them, and too many orbital defenses could threaten the invasion fleet. The direct approach was disregarded as being too much of a risk. The landing zone would also have to be close enough to the ultimate objective to keep supply lines short, but not so close as to risk too much enemy resistance. Practicalities of landing on the far side of the planet, then transporting every man, gun and shell around the world, were impossible to overcome. With the invasion fleet in orbit, it was only prudent to get as close to the final objective as possible. As for the spaceport, it would be the priority once sufficient forces had landed. In the meantime, an entire engineer corps would be tasked with constructing a landing site suitable for the delivery of supply ships. Secondly, the main restriction on the initial attack would be the number of dropships and assault transports available to the guardsmen. Fleet Commander Cotto had the task of organizing the Imperial Navy fleet's role in the invasion. He had to find the landing craft needed, but this was no easy task, and it was unlikely that enough could be found to simultaneously land 3 regiments. Gustavus, however, was convinced it was needed. 3 regiments would give the invasion force the flexibility to attack several locations at once. D'Estelle argued for this plan, but Gustavus overruled him. To split their forces would be to give up their biggest advantage as attackers. If Taros was expecting such an attack, a reasonable assumption, they would have to defend every possible location where an invasion might fall. This would cause Taros' defenders and the Tau to spread their forces thinly. Gustavus's plan would allow their forces to concentrate at a single point in overwhelming numbers. If the landing was to succeed, then the Imperium had to hit one location so hard its attacks could not be repulsed. Although it might be a tempting option, even if only used as a diversion to draw away enemy forces, splitting the ground forces over several landing zones would mean each regiment risked being isolated from support and destroyed in detail in subsequent battles. In the end, a single landing zone strategy was settled on, and would include as many troops as Fleet Commander Cotto could find transports for. The invasion's primary location still needed to be considered. Somewhere within the Aestus, either north or south of the city, was the best option. North would mean increased exposure to the high temperatures and violent storms of the Great Sand Sea. South would be slightly cooler and more stable, but the enemy had probably already recognized this and would likely be better prepared there. In the end, Gustavus preferred the latter option of the two. Thirdly, the water supply situation was a critical consideration. An unopposed landing in the uninhabited and undefended deep deserts, with their high temperatures and lack of water supply, as well as the risk of desert storms and a massive distance to the objective, rapidly ruled this option out. Wherever the landings eventually occurred, water would have to be supplied from off-world, then shipped in on the heavy tankers in vast quantities, at least until sufficient supplies could be captured. Standing orders were to be issued to all regiments that any moisture extraction equipment or hydro plants captured during the campaign were to be left undamaged and turned over to the High Command. In this way, the advance could help meet some of its own water requirements. There was no easy answer to this tricky problem. Life on Taros was harsh because water was so scarce, so it would have to be rationed immediately until a secure supply line from off-world could be provided. Extra water evaporation equipment would also be loaded to help alleviate the situation in the short term. Chapter 4. The Invasion. At 2392998 Millennium 41, the Taros invasion fleet officially came into existence under the command of Fleet Admiral Cotto, who raised his flag on board the Overlord-class battlecruiser Righteous Power. The 6 ships of the line, their escort squadrons, and the troop transports began assembling, and the holds of the transports were loaded with Imperial Guardsmen, artillery pieces, vehicles, tanks, and vast supplies of fuel, food, ammunition, and, most vitally, water. The fleet rendezvoused over the course of 3 days, each transport and its escorts arriving from different systems, and forming up into line astern to create the invasion armada. Each Imperial Guard regiment had been embarked on its assigned transports to a carefully devised timescale, so that all the transports were brought together at the rendezvous point at the same time. As the fleet readied, only 10th Corps was present. The regiments of 11th Corps would follow behind as a second wave, after the fleet had fought its way in-system, landed the invasion forces, and established a secure lodgement area on the surface. Also not yet present was the Legio Ignatum Titan battle group, but the fleet could not wait for stragglers. Already waiting at the rendezvous point and forming the head of the column were the Armada's two largest ships, the battlecruiser Righteous Power and the Raptor's chapter battle barge, War Talon. These two ships and their close escorts would be the first to arrive in the Taros system. They would be the spearhead of the invasion, fighting their way in-system towards the objective. The three other cruisers of the line would be following close behind, forming a potent battle group in the vanguard of the invasion force. Behind them would come the flotillas of transports, with an escort of light cruisers and frigates for close defense. Admiral Cotto was in supreme command of all the Imperial fleet aspects of the invasion plan. He did not know what resistance to expect within the Taros system, but, from the formation of his fleet, he was preparing to meet Tau ships in a fleet action, and to use his largest ships as a shield for the smaller, vulnerable transports. At 240-4998, Millennium 41, the astro-telepathic signal was sent to the bridge of the Righteous Power, instructing the fleet to get underway. Ship after ship engaged its main thrusters and began to follow the lead vessels towards Taros. The long-planned-for invasion had finally begun. The Taros system. After 3 weeks navigating the fickle tides of warp space, the Righteous Power disengaged its warp engines and fell back through the mantle of reality and out of the immaterium. Its crew immediately went to battle stations as klaxons blared through the decks. Directly behind the Righteous Power was the War Talon. The vanguard of the invasion had arrived. Surprisingly, it found no enemy fleet awaiting, so Admiral Cotto set course directly for Talos, with surveyor readings still showing no enemy ships in the vicinity as it advanced. The Space Marines verified this. The powerful surveyors on board their vessel could find no enemy targets. In the vanguard's wake followed the cruiser group, the mainstay of Cotto's fighting force. As the Star of Cassiopeia, Black Duke, and Hammer of Thrace powered towards their objective, no attack came. The Tau fleet was simply nowhere to be found. In response, several of the escort squadrons were detached to begin patrolling for enemy vessels, but they found nothing. Maybe the Tau had abandoned the system to its fate, fearing to face the might of the Imperial Navy, or maybe it was a trap. Regardless, Admiral Cotto proceeded towards Taros with due caution. The expected fight to gain low orbit and allow the invasion forces to disembark never materialized, and the Imperial fleet moved steadily onwards. It seemed that there would be no attempt by the Tau to halt the invasion in space, as with each passing minute it became clearer that there were no Tau fleet around. Freed from defensive duties, the War Talon powered up and raced ahead, the Raptor's commanders keen to begin their planetfall operations. The War Talon and her escort were the first to arrive in low orbit over Taros, the rest of the fleet keeping a safe distance until the Space Marines had completed their mission. Missile Silo Decima. For the landings on Taros, the Raptor chapter had pledged its 3rd and 6th companies to the Taros invasion force, under the command of Captain Aurelius. The strike force would also be supported by elements of the chapter's armory and fleet, including the firepower of the battle barge War Talon. The mission assigned to and accepted by the Raptors was of critical importance to the landings. They were to ensure that a planetary defense missile silo, the only one identified in a position to threaten the invasion fleet as it held a geostationary orbit above the landing zone, was destroyed. Codenamed Decima for the operation, the silo is targeted for destruction. Silo Decima was part of a network of such facilities around the planet, built by the Imperium as Taros' main defense against hostile aliens. If left unhindered, the silos could engage the vulnerable troop transports in orbit. The loss of a single transport would cause a massive loss of manpower for the battle ahead and could drastically affect the outcome of the landings or the following campaign. It was a risk that could not be taken. Silo Decima must be neutralized before the main Imperial Guard landings could commence. The target area was to be subjected to a heavy bombardment by 250 rounds from the War Talon's bombardment cannons, but the danger of even a single operating silo surviving and then scoring a successful hit on a troop transport meant that a strike force had to be assigned to make sure no silos were able to fire on the invasion fleet. If the silos were destroyed by the shelling, then all well and good, but there was no guarantee of success unless there were troops on the ground. The underground silos were designed to withstand the heaviest bombardments, and even the fearsome weaponry of the War Talon might not be able to put the missiles within beyond use. High Command deemed Silo Decima to be the single greatest threat to the invasion forces, and it fell to the Raptors' battle brothers to lead the way and destroy it. The commanders agreed that Silo Decima would have to be taken by ground assault. The Raptors would be the first Imperial troops to land on Taros, and the 3rd Company of the Raptors chapter, led by Captain Aurelius, and later reinforced by the 6th Company, would be responsible for this vital mission. Only when Silo Decima was eliminated could the guardsmen awaiting in orbit start landing. The operation was to be a swift surgical strike directly from orbit. There would be no supporting armored vehicles to assist those on the ground. The objective was simple: to destroy the missile silos at all costs. Once destroyed, the objective-achieved signal would summon the chapter's remaining landing craft to reinforce the ground forces with the 6th Company and heavier armor. Once landed, the Space Marines would be ready to strike overland or counterattack any enemy moving against the landing zone. Intelligence gathering. With his invasion mission now confirmed, Captain Aurelius set about gathering all the intelligence he could about the target and its defenses. From the High Command Staff's earlier work, there was already some relevant information available to aid the Space Marines' attack. One of the documents unearthed by Curator Adept Scale's search was a Departamento Munitorum construction report that was almost 1,000 years old, and described the construction of a missile site by Penal Labor Corps. It gave details of what the site contained: 2 underground missile silos, a command bunker, and 2 personnel shelters with enough room for 100-strong silo crew and security staff. External defense works included a minefield, ditches, and razor wire, and an anti-aircraft position equipped with a Hydra turret, as well as other vehicle shelters and stores. Most of these would be below ground, making them difficult to destroy with conventional artillery. Even the War Talon's bombardment cannons might not penetrate deep enough. Amongst the data recovered were also 3 faded vid-slate images of an inspection made by the then planetary governor of the site after it came into service. From these images and the construction report, a relatively accurate map could be created of the target. Attacking the site based on only second-hand ancient information was risky. What if the regime or the Tau had upgraded the defenses, or increased the size or the number of silos? It was not unreasonable to assume that, given the planet's renegade status, the planetary governor would seek to increase his defenses against an outside attack. Captain Aurelius needed some first-hand information that he could rely on. Before any of his battle brothers were committed to the assault, he would send the available scouts to the surface to reconnoiter the site and relay their findings. His strike force was supported by only 1 scout squad, and they would be the first to deploy before any bombardment of the target began. The scouts' mission would be to survey the site from a distance and relay that information back to the War Talon for final adjustments to the attack plan. Planning and training. On board the War Talon, Aurelius and his senior battle brothers prepared for the coming battle. This assault was the sort of mission they had trained for all their lives, but it still required detailed planning. specific refresher training in the use of melter bombs and demolition charges, as well as fire and movement routines and Thunderhawk disembarkation drills were practiced time and again aboard the battle barge until Aurelius was satisfied his men were ready. Aurelius was well aware that the initial threat to any planetary assault would be the anti-aircraft defenses. These would be high-priority targets, as the loss of a Thunderhawk gunship full of 30 battle brothers could put the whole mission in jeopardy. Therefore, before the main force could attack the silos, the Hydra turret would need to be eliminated. The 3rd Battle Company, being of standard Codex Astartes organization, contained 2 assault squads trained to use jump packs for deep strike operations from high to low altitude. A single assault squad would be committed to attack the Hydra emplacement, and they would be the first wave, led by veteran Sergeant Iges and deploying from a Thunderhawk gunship at high altitude. Such deployments are usually made from low altitude to avoid the worst effects of any ground fire, but given the nature of the target, Aurelius commanded that the Thunderhawk stay above the maximum known range of the Hydra's autocannon. This way, the Thunderhawk carrying the assault squad could approach with minimal risk. The risk of the Space Marines being hit whilst in free fall was judged far less than that of the Thunderhawk being destroyed or so badly damaged it would be forced to abandon its mission. The assault squad was to land as close to their target as realistically possible, rapidly overcome any tower or traitor resistance, and set melter charges on the Hydra's turret. The time the assault squad jumped from their Thunderhawk would be designated as Z hour, and then all other timings for the operation against Silo Decimus would be taken with Z hour as the base from which to count from. The scouts would launch in drop pods at Z hour 105 and land at Z hour 102. Giving them less than an hour after landing to get into position, observe the target, and report back their findings. The second wave was scheduled to attack at Z hour +6, giving veteran Sergeant Iges and his 9 Space Marines just 6 minutes to knock out the AA turret. The second wave would comprise the main strike forces, 2 Thunderhawk gunships, each carrying 2 tactical squads, and a Devastator squad, designated as Strike Force B and C respectively. The Thunderhawks would land their cargoes inside the battery perimeter, then the squads would disembark to attack the missile silos themselves. A 3rd Thunderhawk would land just behind them, carrying Captain Aurelius and his command squad, along with other vital support such as Apothecary, Tech Marines, etc., and a reserve of 3rd Company's remaining 2 tactical squads. This was designated as Strike Force D and had a flexible role, to reinforce either of the attacks should they meet with stiff resistance. If all went to plan, they would not be needed for the main assault and could be saved to establish a secure perimeter on the ground after the silos were destroyed. The final squad of his company, the 2nd Assault Squad, was to remain on the War Talon to deploy with 6th Company. The plan for Strike Forces B and C was simple. The 2 tactical squads would advance on the silos under dedicated covering fire from their support Devastator squad. Once close enough, they would set the demolition charges on the silos' roofs, then fall back to a safe distance, and the squad sergeant would detonate the charges, collapsing the silo roof to prevent any missiles being launched. With their primary objective complete, 3rd Company would then sweep through the rest of the silo site, eliminate any resistance, and secure a perimeter before reinforcements and vehicles from 6th Company landed. In all, it was estimated the entire operation would take just half an hour from Z hour to complete and secure all objectives. Orbital bombardment. With the vanguard of the invasion fleet now approaching Taros, the War Talon quickly maneuvered into its bombardment position in a geostationary low orbit. Its target location already locked in, the bombardment cannon and lance turrets prepared to open fire as the planet's rotation slowly brought the target area into the battle barge's line of fire. If the gun crew's mission was successful, then the subsequent attack would be a simple mopping up operation. With luck, the demolition charges would not be needed at all, and the War Talon's big guns would knock out the missile silos with direct hits. This was unlikely, though. Over such long distances, destroying a small armoured target would be difficult. Whilst the gunners prepared, the flight decks and launch bays of the War Talon were a mass of activity. 4 Raptor Thunderhawks stood ready to begin the invasion of Taros, their fuel tanks full, every system checked and double-checked. Each individual Space Marine was also prepared for battle. His power armor suit was calibrated for desert environments, adjusting to 99% efficiency regards water recycling and maximum heat dissipation. Bolters and heavy weapons were test-fired on the ship's range before being issued, and extra ammunition, grenades, knives, chainswords and bolt pistols were handed out to the files of armoured battle brothers. Finally, each tactical squad was issued with 2 bulky demolition charges, and the squad sergeants were given the detonators so that if any of them were slain in battle, the mission still stood some chance of success. Before embarkation, the entirety of 3rd Company stood shoulder to shoulder in ranks as Captain Aurelius addressed them. In a rousing speech, he ordered them to bring the Emperor's justice to those that had chosen to turn away from his divine light. Theirs was the honour of striking the first blow, and, in life or death, each battle brother would do the chapter great honour this day. His speech complete, all knelt before their company chaplain as he led them in the ritual pre-battle prayers. The company rose as one as the War Talon's bombardment cannon opened fire, the concussion reverberating throughout the decks. The first shells to fall upon Taros itself would presage the beginning of the invasion, as the Raptor's Space Marines efficiently filed into position within their Thunderhawk gunships to await launch. Planetfall. Before the bombardment started, operations had already begun with the Scout Squad in their drop pod launching on schedule. It made planetfall safely, and the Scouts moved out across the sun-scorched landscape, disguised by their camellia-lined cloaks and carrying heavy surveillance equipment, as well as their sniper rifles. Once in position, the squad set up their equipment and began beaming a secure transmission back to the War Talon's operations room. Initial intelligence was correct. The site contained 2 silos and an AA turret, but the outer ring of defences had been improved with the addition of turret gun emplacements. These heavy weapons might pose a mighty threat to landing Thunderhawks, so, as Captain Aurelius watched the relays aboard his vessel, he adjusted his plans accordingly. Strike Force B was to abandon its target silo, and instead use their heavy weapons to engage and destroy the turret emplacements. The 3 reserve tactical squads would take over Strike Force B's part of the mission. This left Aurelius with no flexible reserve on the ground to counter unexpected enemy moves, so he quickly contacted Captain Caides of the 6th Company. Caides' company was already on standby to reinforce the assault, and instead of waiting for 3rd Company to secure the landing zone, Aurelius requested 2 tactical squads immediately prepare for a drop pod launch and stand by should he need reinforcing at short notice. Last-minute adjustments to the plan complete, Aurelius boarded his own Thunderhawk, the ramp closing behind him. The planning was over. Now it was time to fight. Down on the surface, the scout squads watched from a safe distance as the orbital bombardment began to impact on the surface. Huge clouds of smoke and dust were thrown up in the desert as the flashes of lance beams and great explosions tore through Taros' surface. It lasted exactly half an hour, as an area for 5 kilometers around the site was smothered in heavy explosions. What damage had actually been done to the silo site was impossible to tell through the veil of thick dust. On board the War Talon, the 4 Thunderhawks received clearance to launch. Rocket engines blasted into life as one after the other the gunship sped from the launch bay and headed for the surface. The first Thunderhawk to pass through the heat of atmospheric entry was that carrying Strike Force A. Inside, 10 heavily armed assault troops, each with a jump pack, chainsword, holstered bolt pistol, and a bandolier of melter bombs, stood ready. Following instructions from the cockpit, each battle brother waited in silence for the order to jump. Its nose still red-hot from the stress of atmospheric entry, the forward hull's rear ramp was lowered, blasting all inside with a rush of air. The first squad members stepped forward to the edge, each powering up their jump pack systems. When the order to jump was received through their helm's comms, there was no hesitation. 2 by 2, the assault troops moved over the edge and into the void below. Instantly, each Space Marine entered the Thunderhawk's slipstream, the torrent of fast-flowing air created by the gunship's own forward motion. The impact of hitting it was severe, and each man fought to avoid being flipped to tumble uncontrollably by it. As the forces of gravity pulled the assault troops downwards, their jump pack motors began to work. At a mere 100 meters above the ground, the thrusters ignited to slow the plunging descent, the braking power of the jump pack exerting huge gravitational pressure on them, pressure that would crush a normal man. But protected within his power armor and by his genetically enhanced physique, each assault troop could overcome the lethal gravitational forces, orientate himself to the landing zone, and control the direction of his descent. Using the jump pack's thruster controls, he could then guide himself directly onto the target to a safe landing. From jump to a planetfall, the descent took no more than 60 seconds. The assault on Silo Decima. As Strike Force A landed, they came under sustained fire from the Hydra emplacement. Explosive autocannon rounds began to kick up the dust, and tracers flashed past the assault troops. Unable to hit their attackers in the sky, the AA guns had waited and now rained down a hail of shells, all 4 barrels of the quad-mounted thundering. Despite the heavy orbital shelling, it seemed most of the defences had remained intact, as had the silo. The area was scarred with smoking impact craters, but the bombardment had scored no direct hits. All was not lost, though, as the craters would provide vital cover for the following assault. On landing, veteran Sergeant Iggis found himself in one such crater. 2 of his squad had already been seriously wounded, and there was no time to waste. The crater offered vital cover, but his assault troops needed to silence the gun before the other Thunderhawks arrived. Gathering the men immediately around him, veteran Sergeant Iggis ordered them to move forwards before launching himself over the crater's rim. The heavy fire was intense, the autocannon barking as their grazing fire flashed across the desert. As the Space Marines rushed forwards, several more were hit, the force of the rounds knocking each one clean off his feet. Veteran Sergeant Iggis was the first to arrive, bolt pistol in one hand, melter bomb in the other. In one mighty power-armored leap, he cleared the emplacement parapet, ducked under the red-hot gun barrels, and rolled to the base of the turret. He was quickly joined by 2 of his men. Iggis activated his melter bomb and slapped the magnetic disc to the turret. 6 seconds, he warned over the comm, as the others placed their charges and rolled away. Within the turret, the gun crew knew what to expect when they heard the metallic clang of the melter charge being fixed outside. The commander threw open the hatch and leapt clear, as the melter charges detonated in sequence, a triple explosion that turned the innards of the Hydra turret into a raging inferno. Molten metal sprayed the compartment within, killing the remaining crew before igniting the ammunition store. Fragments of the gun turrets were thrown high into the air as it ripped apart from the inside. Iggis and his men dived for cover, their power armor peppered with flames and shrapnel, but most of the lethal blast cleared them. The first part of the mission was complete. In all, 3 assault brothers had been seriously wounded in the headlong attack. The others who had been hit were not seriously wounded. Each had been saved by the adamantium shell of his armor, and would continue to fight. Now the distant sound of Thunderhawk jets could be heard growing louder as a silo security platoon, who had survived the orbital bombardment in their underground shelter, began to emerge. At first they faced little fire, only the bolt pistol rounds of Iggis's surviving battle brothers, who were now clustered around the brightly burning wreckage of the AA turret. Then, as the triple jet roar grew closer, heavy bolter fire began to sweep the area. Following it, the Thunderhawks raced in, slowed. Then, their hydraulic landing gear lowered, and the aircraft flared back their noses before touching down. their ramps already open and crashing down to reveal the Space Marines within. The tactical squads rushed down the ramp and into the battle, bolt guns leveled, bolt rounds slashing across the silo compound. The Planetary Defense Force security squads had seen enough, and several raced away rather than face the wrath of the infamous Space Marines. As explosive rounds detonated all around them, the rest sought cover or fled. Meanwhile, the tactical squads advanced steadily upon their targets, while the Devastator squads took up their firing positions. Only seconds after landing, the Thunderhawk behind them powered skywards again, leaving a thickening pall of dust swirling in its wake. Underground, in the silo command bunker, the weapons controllers were frantically trying to arm and prepare the missiles for launch. It was still a race against time as to whether the command bunker had a clear target, the War Talons stationed in low orbit above, but could they get their missiles launched before the silos were destroyed? Overcoming resistance on the ground was simple enough. The security platoon had not offered much in the way of a fight after the first uneven exchange of fire. The attacking tactical squads had little to fear from lasgun fire, but the perimeter turret emplacements were a different matter. These weapons were sighted to defend the base against a ground attack, but they could also sweep the silo site with tremendous firepower. Captain Aurelius had diverted Strike Force B to engage them, hoping to use her Devastator's heavy weapons to destroy the well-armored guns, and they were soon engaged in a heavy exchange of weapons fire. Meanwhile, against only light resistance, Strike Force C had reached its target silo. Having cut through the encircling razor wire with their combat knives, the squads were planting and fusing demolition charges. The first silo was doomed. The second silo, however, was holding out due to the fire of the turret emplacements, but as the Devastator squad began to win the engagement, destroying the turret with crack missiles and las cannon hits, the assault units were closing in on it too. The desert shook to the sounds of the first silo being destroyed. The shaped explosions of the demolition charges splintered the reinforced plascrete silo roof, causing it to collapse and choking the missile launcher tube within with rubble. Any attempt to launch now would be a catastrophe, causing the missile to explode inside. Realizing they had lost the race, the command bunker crew abandoned their posts and fled. Soon the Raptor Space Marines would be blasting in the bunker doors and sweeping the interior with bolt gun fire, and the command crew had decided to flee rather than face certain death. Target Decima had been taken. The second silo was destroyed soon after the first, the last remnants of resistance either surrendering or fleeing. It had been a frantic battle, but the Raptor's casualties had been light. 1 dead, 5 seriously wounded, and 12 lightly wounded. Captain Aurelius surveyed the smoke-blackened scene, the dead lying scattered in the sand where they had fallen, his Space Marines moving quickly into new positions to defend the site's perimeter. Upon hearing each squad report in and declare their area of the perimeter secure, he contacted the War Talon with instructions to launch 6th Company. Reinforcements. The rest of the Raptor's 6th Company arrived in a flight of Thunderhawk gunships and transports, setting down inside the silo site perimeter to unload men, vehicles, and fresh ammunition supplies. They had run the same operation countless times in the past, and quickly, smoothly, and without a hitch, the Space Marines prepared for the invasion following behind them. They had cleared the way with the kind of ruthless efficiency only the Adeptus Astartes could provide. Even as the custodians of the Strike Force's vehicles climbed aboard their charges and awoke the machine's spirits within to life, the Taros invasion fleet was moving into position in orbit. As it did so, Aurelius and Cadius awaited new orders. Their task was now to sit tight, and should any enemy force threaten to attack the landing site, they would launch a fast, armoured counterattack into them. They had cleared the way for the Imperial Guard transports. Now they must act as a security shield around the landing zone. Imperial Guard landings. With the mission objective complete, The signal from Captain Aurelius was the cue for the first invasion transports to move into low orbit and begin their own landings. The first Imperial Guard troops to land in enemy territory on Taros were to be infantry companies of the 17th Talon Regiment. Many felt the elite stormtrooper companies, specially trained to spearhead the invasion, should be deployed, but this faction in de Stael's staff was overruled. Lord Marshal de Stael wanted a rapid build-up, more men, more heavy weapons, more vehicles and tanks. A stormtrooper company offered good infantry, but could not provide the heavier equipment. General Barim Abbas of the 17th Talon felt that his men had the experience, training and equipment to perform this mission admirably. The original plan had required enough landing craft to put down 3 entire Imperial Guard regiments in the first wave. Fleet Admiral Cotto had been unable to supply the vast numbers of landing craft required to fulfill that plan. Instead, the fleet had enough landing craft for just over 1 regiment. The others would have to wait their turn. On board the sister transports, Imperious Javelin, Gauntlet and Anvil, in excess of 10,000 men of the 17th Talon Regiment were being transferred from their berths to the landing craft and, as well as the men, came their vehicles, equipment and supplies. The men destined for the first wave were equipped with full combat loads. Armor, grenades, extra ammunition, rations, and water supplies had been issued to the leading infantry companies, and they filed into the bellies of the big landing craft, packed in shoulder to shoulder in the darkness. The last man on board from each company was the company commander, ensuring that on landing he would also be the first man off. At the back of each assault company was a commissar, bringing up the rear to force any malingerers out of the landing craft and into battle. Whilst the 3 transports moved into low orbit, the fleet's escort ships took up patrol stations, and the large cruisers picketed the surrounding region of space to defend the waiting transports against sudden attack. The Righteous Power herself stayed in low orbit with the lead transports, ready to provide orbital bombardment. Aboard several of the landing craft were Imperial Navy shore parties, led by Navy officers from the Righteous Power. They were there to act as liaison between the Imperial Guard and the fleet, and as fire control teams should resistance be strong enough for the Righteous Power's guns to be needed. Also on board the battlecruiser was Lord Marshal de Stael, in place to oversee land operations until he could transfer his headquarters to the surface. After a bumpy descent through the atmosphere, it seemed de Stael had chosen his southern landing ground well. In the deserts of Taros' Aestus, there was no resistance, and the landing craft, each packed with men and equipment, were not fired upon, meaning that when the great loading doors opened and the ramps fell, crashing into the desert sand, the men of the Talon 17th marched out into scorching temperatures and bright sunlight to find there was no battle. In fact, the enemy was nowhere to be seen. As the landings proceeded, not a single shot was fired, and file by file, the lead companies of Imperial Guardsmen marched down the ramps into the savage dry heat of Taros. With their officers barking orders, the disembarkation was orderly and quick, and, immediately upon landing, the companies began to move forwards to begin forming a defensive perimeter. Following the lead infantry came the first tanks, one after another. Lehman Russ rumbled down the ramps and followed the men to form strong points in the new perimeter. De Stael listened to the reports from the surface of an unopposed landing. So far, so good. But the enemy might already be reacting and mustering a counterattack force. De Stael needed to seize this opportunity and reinforce as rapidly as possible. He didn't know how long it might last. Company by company, the 17th Talon landed, disembarked, and marched away from the landing zone. Once unloaded, the landing craft blasted off and returned to dock with the other transports, now moving into low orbit to begin the process again. The 89th Talon would be the next regiment to land, and with them the transports repeated the same process it had instigated with the 17th Talon. The invasion force had its foothold. Now it needed the extra forces and supplies to continue to hold it. while the regiments of 10th Corps began the long process of transferring everything from orbit to the landing zones, the Raptors chapter had already completed its landing. The entirety of the 3rd and 6th Companies and all their vehicles were in position surrounding Silo Decima. Captain Aurelius and Caides placed themselves next to the task force's Damocles Rhino and listened to the incoming reports. The invasion was progressing as planned. No enemy contact had been reported. Yet. As it turned out, the Raptors' assault on Decima was the only combat on the first day of the Taros invasion. It seemed that the enemy had been caught by surprise by the landings and had no forces positioned for an immediate counterattack. The second day might see the expected attack materialize, but the longer the enemy left it, the stronger the Imperial forces would become on the planet, and the harder it would be to remove them. Days went by, and nothing was seen of the enemy. The 17th Talon Regiment now dug in behind sandbagged positions, their artillery batteries located, and Lehman Russ, half buried in the sand, were ordered to begin reconnaissance operations. The Sentinel companies and selected infantry squads were to launch long-range patrols out into the surrounding desert to see if they could find any evidence of enemy activity or build-up. The main effort was to be concentrated northwards, the direction the eventual advance would go. As well as reporting enemy sightings, the patrols would also provide useful information about the terrain the regiments faced and their routes of advance. Meanwhile, behind the 17th Talon's front lines, the landing zone was a hive of activity. Landing craft were continually touching down or taking off, with Sentinel powerlifters stomping to and fro, carrying ammunition crates and fuel drums. Trojans were dragging fuel and water bowsers between the ships and the supply dumps, and through all this marched columns of men, mostly Talon infantry or stormtrooper platoons, heavily laden with their own fighting kit, or wretched departmental labor squads dressed in rags and carrying shovels and picks, whilst tanks and Chimera squadrons rumbled through the desert in neat lines. Destel's build-up was now in full flow. On day 4, the first of the Munitorum Labor Corps was landed, and immediately set to work constructing an aircraft landing field. The first of the Imperial Navy fighter squadrons, the 386th, was awaiting on board the Hammer of Thrace for supplies to be put in place before they could transfer to the surface. This was a priority task, as the addition of an Imperial Navy fighter squadron would add greatly to the invasion force's reconnaissance assets. Able to range far and wide over the desert, they could seek out enemy forces at far greater ranges than the Sentinels or Armored Fist squads already operating there. For Destel, the landing was a triumph of organization, as the feared Tau counterattack had never come. The force build-up was going well and, of course, there were problems to be solved. Congestion in the landing zone, men or landing craft becoming lost or arriving at the wrong location. Already, water supplies were a problem, but the tanker Empress Svedeg was now in orbit and unloading thousands of tons of water a day. At this rate, it will still take 20 days to fully unload. The men on the ground needed more, and transporting water was taking up more space in the landing field than anticipated, slowing the whole landing process down. There was also a shortage of Sentinel powerlifters for unloading, and Destel requisitioned many of the Talon regiments on the perimeter to aid at the landing zone. The knock-on effect of this was that the Talon regiments had to use their own manpower to move supplies to the front, where guardsmen soon found themselves used as pack animals to carry shells to the artillery guns or water cans to the trenches. Platoons given supply duty labored in the hot sun carrying crate after crate, and, in the first week, it became the most hated of duties. But whilst the enemy didn't attack, this inefficient use of combat manpower was not a problem for the 4,621st Army. Supplies of all kinds were now pouring onto Taros: fuel, food, medical supplies, communications equipment, sandbags by the thousands, replacement vehicles, feed for Rough Rider squadrons, tents, small, medium and large power cells of all kinds, spare track links, spades, pickaxes, jerry cans by the pallet load, razor wire by the kilometre, mines and fuses, right down to boxes of shiny new metals. The landing operation was vast, but even with his first 3 regiments now in position, the Stell was in no hurry to start operations on the ground. The more men and supplies he got into place, the better his ultimate chance of success. In all, it took nearly 2 weeks to move everything down to the planet's surface. 2 weeks in which the enemy made no sign of attacking. After being on standby for 3 days, the Raptor Space Marines were withdrawn back to their battle barge. They had completed their mission, and enough Imperial Guard forces were now in place to resist any attack long enough for the Raptors to redeploy if needed. The only Space Marine squad to remain on the surface was the lone Scout Squad, who were to assist in the pre-offensive intelligence gathering. The Imperium's forces were now securely on Taros and, amazingly, barely a shot had been fired. Reconnaissance reports indicated some enemy activity in the desert. Traces of Tau movement or occupation were found, but as yet there were no definite sightings. If the Tau were out there in the desert, then they were playing a patient waiting game. It was Desailles' next task to find them and bring them to battle. Chapter 5. The Desert War. Once a secure landing zone had been established on Taros, the Imperium did not make its move immediately. Instead, its forces set up a strong defensive perimeter around the landing zone and began to reinforce and stockpile supplies, a process that lasted 2 weeks in the oppressive heat. In the meantime, the Talon regiments launched sentinels and long-range infantry patrols into the desert to reconnoitre along expected routes of advance. They encountered nothing. Wherever the enemy were, they were obviously husbanding their strength and refusing to commit to battle. The second week's build-up saw other Imperial Guard regiments and more Departamento Munitorum units land. Air bases were rapidly constructed by hundreds of indentured workers shipped in temporarily, forming work crews that toiled day and night. They cleared vast stretches of the rocky landscape, upon which landing Imperial Navy aircraft deployed from their carriers in orbit. The 23rd Elysian Drop Troop Regiment were amongst the first to arrive and started the long process of transferring their 3,000 men and 180 aircraft to the surface. Only when everything was in order, 10th Corps was in place, and the supply stockpiles were large enough, would Lord Marshal de Stael move from his defensive posture to an offensive one. The agreed objective of the ground offensive was to capture Tarakeen and the Starport, and his secondary objectives were to find and kill the planetary governor and destroy all Tau forces on Taros. The city of Tarakeen was situated on the Iracunda Isthmus, a strip of land between Taros's 2 major seas. Its location gave de Stael's planners a problem, as the city was only approachable by ground forces from the west or east. The eastern end of the Iracunda Isthmus was very narrow, less than 15 kilometers wide, and represented a dangerous bottleneck for the largest regiments. Tau forces could easily block this route of advance and force a stalemate, and with no room to maneuver, only costly direct assaults would break through to the city beyond, and de Stael did not believe he had the men required for such brutal attritional warfare. He decided instead to concentrate his efforts on the western end of the isthmus, which was wider and should allow the Imperial Guard's numbers and firepower to tell. Before the offensive could begin, there was a high command staff meeting on board the Righteous Power, which Lord Commander Gustavus attended in person. He was concerned that not threatening the eastern end of the isthmus would allow the defenders to mass their forces at the western end and make any breakthrough far harder to achieve. Gustavus believed a diversion was required to draw any enemy forces away from the isthmus and pin them down, if not by action, then at least by the threat of imminent action. After a long discussion, it was agreed that a second attack was required, and de Stael adjusted his plans accordingly. For this new task, the Lord Marshal requested Space Marine Captain Aurelius attend his next planning council, as the Raptors chapter would be required again, this time to launch a major armoured strike from the landing zone eastwards, circling around the south of the Southern Sea. The Space Marines' objective would be to draw Tau forces to them and defenders to the eastern edge of the Irukunda Isthmus. The Space Marines need not seek to engage the enemy in a decisive battle, but the threat of the Space Marines' presence, if only for a while, would help the main northwards advance by drawing away resistance. Captain Aurelius and his fellow officers strongly disagreed. His battle brothers were not being usefully employed if they were to act as a mere diversionary force. Vehemently opposed to such a waste of resources, Captain Aurelius declined the mission, but did offer to include Space Marines alongside the main advance, even to form the spearhead of the first armoured thrust, rather than be underemployed and a sideshow to the main campaign. As he described it in his report, outraged by Captain Aurelius's refusal to sanction Destel's plan, but unwilling to risk the complete loss of his valuable Space Marine allies, Gustavus insisted Destel revise his plan. Instead of the Space Marines making the diversionary eastward thrust, the honour would fall upon the raw recruits that comprised the 331st Talon Regiment, the conflict on Taros being their first action since being founded. As unblooded troops, the 31st were best given an easier introduction to war against a cunning Xenos foe than to be thrown into the crucible on the front line. The objective would remain the same as for the Space Marines, but their advance, being mostly on foot, would be somewhat slower. Still, the whole of the regiment's men and tanks marching through the desert should draw the Tau Empire forces to them and out of the path of the main advance. Colonel Usfal Hamid, the commanding officer of the 331st, was summoned and given his orders by Destel. Advance eastwards for 30 days, then establish a new defensive blocking position, anchored against the south coast of the Msai. The 331st Regiment's advance would begin on the same day as the main offensive, and should be pushed forward with both vigour and aggression. Ultimately, the diversion had to look like it was the real thing. With the issue of the diversionary spearhead resolved, Destel turned to planning his main northward offensive. It would advance on a wide front, driving north across the desert and then swinging east onto the Irukunda Isthmus. Rather than concentrate all his combat power in one place, Destel elected to spread it out. This would seem to go against the teaching of the Tactica Imperialis, but so far all Destel's intelligence reports suggested the Tau forces would not be numerous enough to stop him everywhere. If one sector of the advance was halted by the Tau's actions, then another would advance unimpeded. Overall, the offensive would keep moving forwards. A broad advance with the Talon regiment side by side would make for steady gains, so Destel's offensive timetable called for the Talon regiments to make an ambitious 20 kilometers a day. But he expected that in some sectors along the front, the Tau would stand and fight, and that sector would naturally be slowed down or halted by combat. If the Tau committed their forces to battle in one sector, then other sectors would be able to move faster. Destel's staff believed an average of 20 kilometers a day should be sustainable, especially as the Talon units would be operating in a familiar environment. At this rate, it would take 60 days of advancing to reach the outskirts of Tarakeen. With his offensive timetable complete, Destel turned to his supply officers. Enough ammunition, food, and, most importantly, water must be stockpiled to enable the plan to work. A report showed that available stockpiles were currently at approximately half this, enough for 30 days, but supplies continued to flow from orbit unimpeded. Destel decided that 30 days of supplies was enough to begin with. The rest would continue to follow as the offensive progressed. In hindsight, some would question such an unwise move. Destel's offensive strategy would see 10th Corps of the 4,621st Army take the lead role. It would involve the Talon infantry regiments advancing, using their armoured companies and artillery to support the lead infantry platoons. The 12th Talon Armoured Regiment would be on the right flank, and the 3rd Armoured Regiment would be kept behind the front lines as the Corps reserves, for deployment only if the offensive started to stall. Arrayed from west to east, the 10th Corps formation would comprise the 17th Talon Regiment on the west, 89th Talon Regiment in the centre, and 12th Armoured Regiment on the east. Behind them would follow the 3rd Armoured Regiment, and striking eastwards would be the 331st Talon Regiment. The other Imperial regiments of 11th Corps, once they had been landed, would be held as the strategic reserve. Should this offensive fail to reach Tarakeen, then the Stell would turn to these units and a new plan. The difficult attack on the eastern end of the Iracunda Isthmus would be spearheaded by the Raptor Space Marines, with the Warhound Titans of Legio Ignatum, who at this point were still en route, and the Talon tanks in support. The weight of this attack should carry the offensive through the bottleneck and onto the outskirts of Tarakeen itself. Once in position around the city, the Stell would besiege the enemy, cutting off any water supplies they had so far secured before the final assault with the fresh regiments from 11th Corps. For the thousands of men from Talon, it would be a long, hard march in brutally hot conditions. But they would have tank support, and their artillery would constantly move up to keep the front lines in range. In the air above them, the Imperial Navy would be flying combat air patrols and bombing raids as required from their newly established air bases. The Tau might slow them down and even gain minor victories, but the offensive would press on, grinding ever forwards by its sheer weight of numbers. The first offensive. 60 days to Tarakeen. Day 1. At 514998 Millennium 41, the Stell ordered his regimental commanders to begin the long push towards Tarakeen. The offensive began with a sustained rolling artillery bombardment all along the Imperium's front line as mortars, battle cannons, earthshaker cannon, and griffons leapt into life and sent forth an intense barrage. Thunderous explosions rolled across the desert, the blasts coming so thick and fast that they merged into a single roar. Pillars of smoke and flame shot skywards in a wall of high explosive, which crept meter by meter across the desert. The rolling barrage lasted for 30 minutes before the infantry began their advance, and even as they rose from their dug-in positions, the outgoing artillery shells were still whining and screaming overhead. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the barrage ceased. Strung out in line abreast, the lead infantry squads began to move forwards at a steady rate, and alongside, or just behind, followed the tanks. Lehman Russ grinding across the desert sand, engines revving and belching black fumes into the air. When the front line reached the barrage area, it was a landscape scarred by still smouldering shell craters. The sand had been scorched black, boulders had been shattered into rubble, but there was no evidence that the opening bombardment had hit anything other than the barren desert. Regardless, the advance moved deeper into the parched wilderness, a steady march that continued all day with still no sign of enemy resistance. Some of the less experienced guardsmen started to think perhaps the Tau had already given up on Taros, and that the campaign would be a walkover. From the evidence so far, they could have easily been forgiven such an assumption, and by nightfall on the first day, the forward units had covered the requisite 20 kilometers. As darkness fell, the artillery pieces began to move forwards into a new firing position. Already the advance had outpaced their range, and it would prove to be a night-long task to drive or drag the weapons forwards, dig new firing positions, and prepare for the next day with fresh ammunition supplies from the stockpiles. Day 2. The night was as bitterly cold as the day had been stiflingly hot. Ice had quickly formed on many of the Imperial Guard's weapons during the short hours of darkness, but it would soon melt with the rising sun. Day 2 was little more than a repeat of Day 1, but without the pre-planned rolling barrage. Such a high expenditure of ammunition could not be maintained each day, and instead the guns were put to a more efficient use, targeting locations it was believed the Tau might be occupying. As the artillery and mortars opened fire once more, the infantry began their advance. Morale was high, as so far there had been no resistance. By mid-morning, however, all that changed. The Tau were merely awaiting the Imperial forces to make their move. Since the moment of the Imperial landing on Taros, their Pathfinder squads and stealth suit units had been observing the deployment of the Emperor's units, alerting the Hunter Cadre commanders as to their foes' most likely routes of advance. The Hunter Cadre commanders, following Shaz-or-Remir's instructions, were hidden in the desert and waiting to move forward and counter the advance. They were more formidably equipped for mobile desert warfare on Taros, with its wide open battlefields and engagements which commonly took place at long ranges, most notably with railguns and seeker missiles. 24 hours before the offensive was set in motion, crack stealth suit units, operating in darkness and evading Imperial Guard patrols, had observed the build-up of equipment and stores, and forecast that the Imperial forces were ready for an attack. The Tau had left no formations within artillery range, but their mechanized hunter cadres were well supplied with devilfish transports, meaning they could move forwards and react quickly and decisively when the time came. It was finally judged that the time had come on the second day of the Imperial offensive for their initial assault. The Imperial Guard infantry and tanks had left their perimeter defenses of sandbags, razor wire and minefields behind, and were now out in the open. All attacks would be swift and aimed at keeping the enemy at a distance. The objective was to inflict casualties, then withdraw back into the desert, and then reappear when it was most advantageous. With this in mind, the Tau forces engaged in brief long-range firefights all along the front of that second day, with the 17th Talon Regiment suffering the strongest counterattack at an abandoned mining facility designated Tunguska Station. The Battle of Tunguska Station. At first light on the second day, the Talon 17th Regiment resumed its advance along its entire front. The regiment's 3 armoured companies formed the cutting edge of the advance, with squadrons of Leman Russ stretching across the desert sands. Lacking chimeras, the advance would be set at the pace of the slowest element in the force, the guardsmen themselves, and on the command of their officers, they rose by the score from their hastily dug foxholes, whilst alongside them tanks gunned their engines and began to grind slowly forward. Behind them, all the artillery once again opened fire from new firing positions, hitting pre-selected targets all along the front in another attempt to suppress or destroy whatever may be waiting out in the desert. As the combined force of armoured companies and Talon infantry moved out, they encountered their first foe. In anticipation of the advance, a hunter cadre had moved forwards into engagement range overnight. These forces had sped to intercept the Imperium's tank spearheads, guided by Pathfinder teams, which were already observing the Imperial Guard's preparations from a distance. The faster-moving Tau grav tanks had also arrived in the vicinity of Tunguska Station only minutes before the Imperial advance. Tunguska Station was a small collection of buildings, lean-tos and old mining equipment abandoned by its operators after the Imperium's forces had arrived. It had already been scouted and then shelled by artillery as part of the preparations for the day's advance, meaning the surrounding area was pockmarked with basilisk shell craters. The battle began when the lead tank encountered a hidden Tau Pathfinder squad. Immediately, the Leman Russ opened fire with its battle cannon, and, using their marker lights and seeker missiles, the Tau forces returned fire immediately, knocking it out, causing it to burn fiercely as the crew tumbled out of its hatches and ran away across the desert. Their position compromised, the Pathfinders quickly withdrew on foot, whilst in the distance, on the edge of Tunguska Station, hammerhead gunships appeared and opened fire with their railguns. The whip-crack sound of the Tau weapons soon filled the air, forcing the surviving Leman Russ to seek cover, firing off smoke launchers and returning fire, their Vanquisher and battle cannon matched against railguns in a deadly long-range duel. With the armoured vehicles preoccupied in their own private battle, the Imperial Guard infantry, led from the front by their commanding officer, Lieutenant Kavir, pressed forwards towards the buildings. The men of 1st Platoon, 2nd Company, advanced towards the outskirts of Tunguska Station, only to encounter fire warriors supported by devilfish troop carriers. A fierce firefight ensued. Lieutenant Kavir was killed during the attack, as his command section was overrun and annihilated by counterattack crisis battlesuits, believed to have been the cadre's Sachel commander in person. Without close armoured support, the Talon platoon was heavily outgunned and called for urgent reinforcements, resulting in a stormtrooper squad being ordered forwards to their location and a Thunderbolt fighter being scrambled to intercept any further incoming enemy forces. The arrival of more Tau reinforcements and a low-flying Barracuda strafing the battlefield decisively swung the fight in the Tau's favour. Outmatched, 1st Platoon fell back with heavy losses. Despite the timely arrival of the stormtrooper reinforcements speeding to the fight in their chimeras, and the Thunderbolt racing low overhead to lend its support, 3 Leman Russ were soon burning wrecks in the desert. In this sector, the advance had stalled for the day. As the Imperial Guardsmen withdrew from Tunguska Station, destructive artillery fire was directed onto the buildings, and for several hours basilisk shells again pounded the entire area. When night fell, a patrol was ordered to investigate the ruins of Tunguska Station. They found little remaining, as the enemy had already withdrawn to regroup, leaving only the smouldering wrecks of a single hammerhead and a devilfish troop carrier behind. Next morning, the advance resumed once more, and the 2nd Company, 5th Platoon, being ordered into the front line to replace the battle-weary survivors of 1st Platoon. And before the morning was over, 5th Platoon's cautious advance had captured the remains of Tunguska Station without further resistance. Tunguska Station was just the first of many such attacks throughout the following days, designed to weaken the Imperium's frontline units and temporarily stall them. As time wore on, such sudden, highly focused and well-executed attacks all along 10th Corps' front line became a daily hazard. 12th Armoured Regiment's advance. On the right flank, the 12th Armoured Regiment was experiencing similar problems. Tau hammerheads and broadsides, with their railguns and mobility, excelled in these conditions, and unbroken fields of fire allowed them to target the Leman Russ squadrons first, before manoeuvring to avoid return fire. Once the tanks were destroyed, the chimeras carrying infantry support were powerless to respond. Crews had to rely upon the weight of the Leman Russ armour for survival, but against the fearsome railguns, it was not always enough. The ominous whip-crack of railguns became a sound each Imperial Guardsman learned to hate and fear. The Tau's weaponry seemed to be able to slice through armour at any range, and at such speed that guardsmen standing too close would find the air sucked from their lungs as it passed by. With little cover to hide from the railguns, the Desert War was providing costly in terms of equipment and, after 5 days advancing, the 12th Armoured Regiment had lost approximately half its tank strength amongst the forward-deployed companies. In return, they had inflicted some damage on the enemy, but it was an uneven exchange. Replacement tanks could be found, but not enough to make good all the losses. The regimental commander, Colonel Asa Bilad, recognizing that his tank companies needed the extra support, deployed the basilisks of his 1st Artillery Regiment forward to act as assault guns rather than conventional artillery. The big guns once again proving more effective against ground targets than against the Tau's air support. The tank engagements in those first few days settled into a familiar pattern. First, the lead infantry platoons would be advancing in line abreast, directly supported by Leman Russ. Lying in wait for them would be a single small Tau Pathfinder team, well hidden amongst the rocks, who would target the Leman Russ with their marker lights. Then, far to the rear, a volley of Seeker missiles would be launched, locking onto the target tank via the marker light signal, and the first the Imperial Guard commanders on the scene would know about the attack would be the sudden destruction of the tank under multiple missile impacts. In response, other tanks would be moved in to reinforce the area, only to come under long-range fire from rail guns as hammerheads skimmed forwards into range. Then, a long-range exchange of fire would take place between the armoured vehicles, whilst the Imperial Guard infantry attempted to press forwards whilst under heavy fire. The infantry in turn would be counterattacked by fire warrior units racing forwards in devilfish transports, dismounting and again engaging at long range with pulse rifles. The Imperial Guardsmen were outgunned in the infantry firefight, although their squad snipers did achieve some kills with their long-ranged weapons. As the Guardsmen pressed forwards, casualties mounting, they might be able to bring their heavy weapon squads, mortar batteries, or, if a forward observer was present, their heavy artillery to bear, and as Talon firepower began to build up, the Tau would board their transport vehicles and withdraw rapidly, to be followed by their hammerheads. Ultimately, the battlefield would remain in the Imperial Guard's possession, but at a high cost in tanks and men, and more through the Tau choosing to withdraw than any skill on their part. Move and counter-move. As the days passed, Lord Marshal d'Estelle's staff began to analyse and understand the tactics the Tau had adopted and looked to counter them. First of all, the Pathfinder teams needed to be hunted down more vigorously, and reconnaissance squads were reinforced with more Sentinel units to aid them in this mission. Neutralise the Tau scouts, and the long-range ambushes would be harder to achieve. This had some success, with scout units regularly clashing in small skirmishes, but the light sentinels still proved to be vulnerable to the Tau's weaponry, and many were lost during these engagements. Each clash between the scout patrols meant that the front line behind would be free from the Seeker missile ambushes, and the losses in sentinels was compensated for by the saving in tanks and men behind them. Next, d'Estelle looked to his own mobility to counter the Tau force's speed, and for this he turned to the Imperial Navy. The thunderbolts and lightnings of the Imperial Navy would provide the solution, and if his tanks could not bring the Tau decisively to battle, then his aircraft could. Air patrols over the front line would be increased, with pilots given license to freely locate and engage enemies. Squadrons were put on standby to scramble should a front line unit report contact with the enemy, who would then race to the front line and deliver devastating volleys of Hellstrike missiles. The Tau might outrun his artillery, but they could not so easily outrun the Imperial Navy. As d'Estelle's tactics evolved, so naturally did the Tau's. For the commanders on both sides, the war was a lethal game of move and counter-move, plan and counter-plan. And with the Imperial Navy heavily active for several days over the front line, the sky crisscrossed with vapor trails and filled with the roar of jet engines. The Imperial Navy's thunderbolts began to find ground targets, scoring notable successes and inflicting heavier losses on the Tau than the ground forces had managed before. The Tau's response was to commit its own air forces in increasing numbers, and barracudas began to be seen over the battlefield, not in a ground attack role, but diving from high altitude to intercept the Imperium's aircraft. From distant bases on the Iracunda Isthmus, the barracudas kept up patrols to defend their ground forces. The air war over Taros had begun, and dogfights soon became commonplace between the two evenly matched forces. This drew the Imperial Navy's resources away from its ground attack role, and once again, the hunter cadres were freed up for their probing counterattacks. Despite the losses and the escalation of the ground war into the skies, the Imperial Guard offensive continued to grind forwards. After 10 days, it had made up to 150 kilometers. It was behind schedule by between 30 to 50 kilometers, but the broad front was still moving northwards. Storming the Pyra Heights. The established pattern of the campaign continued as the Imperial Guard moved onwards, but within the first weeks, the pace of the advance started to slacken. After 20 days, the regiments had covered approximately 300 kilometers, and all were reporting problems with their supply lines. Convoys were not making it to their destination, as there was not enough fuel for all the vehicles. Only when it arrived could the regiment push on and attempt to make up for lost time. Water rationing was also having to be strictly enforced, making offensive operations increasingly difficult and slow. On the front's left flank, the Talon 17th Regiment was approaching an upland area, designated as the Pyra Heights. These rugged escarpments scarred the distant horizon with their steep slopes, and orders had been received from D'Estelle's headquarters for the regiment to swing slightly westward and capture their higher ground, hopefully outflanking the majority of the Tau defenders and opening a clearer path to the Erekunda Isthmus. For the past 7 days, the 17th Talon Regiment's advance towards the Pyra Heights had gone without incident. The Tau had left the regiment to its slow flank march, and 25 days after the offensive began, the lead platoons found themselves at the foot of a steep, rocky climb into the highlands. The regiment's reconnaissance squads had arrived several days before the main body, moving on foot up the slopes at night, aiming to seek out the best routes through the rocky terrain. Several prospective routes had been identified, and the first probe by Sentinel units had not been attacked. The versatile walkers fared well on the steep hillsides, but it was this type of terrain the regiment's supporting tanks would find near impossible to advance through. Since arriving, the recon squads had spotted a few enemy tracks, but in the process several men had been injured by rockfalls, which at the time were put down to unfortunate accidents. However, they'd so far had no confirmed sightings of the enemy, and had not found any indication of an enemy force present in large enough strength to threaten the continued advance. Meanwhile, unknown to those below, the Tau's savage allies, the Kroot, were waiting on the higher ground. A few trackers ventured out to keep an eye on the humans and set rock-slide booby traps. But the main forces remained hidden, never exposing themselves to the human scouts, knowing that if they were spotted, it would bring heavy artillery fire down upon their heads. The Kroot's master shaper was clever enough to know that in the dense rocky terrain his ferocious kindred and hounds would be at an advantage. Out of the hills and the open desert, they would stand little chance. If the Talon advance was to be stopped, it would have to be here. General Barim Abbas issued his orders to his men to capture the higher ground. In scorching heat, the lead companies and platoons set off on the arduous climb, scout squads and sentinels leading the way. From their caves and rocky hiding places, the Kroot emerged, hungry and ready to fight. They scurried downhill to hide behind the first ridgeline, and, on each shaper's command, the war bands rose as one, suddenly appearing on the ridgeline above the guardsmen as a long howling line of warriors intent upon their destruction. With hounds baying and Knarloch shrieking, the Kroot charged headlong downhill. Leaping from rock to rock, their momentum carried them into the Imperial Guardsmen below. Suddenly, it was a desperate fight, with some Talon units fleeing rather than face the bloodthirsty savages. Meanwhile, other squads sought cover, stood, fought and died on the Kroot's blades, or were savaged by their wild beasts. With his vanguard platoons under sudden and heavy enemy counterattacks, General Barim Abbas ordered all his artillery to open fire on the first ridgeline. Directed by forward observer teams on the hillside, mortars and earthshaker cannon launched repeated barrages up it until fire, smoke and dust engulfed the ridge. The heavy fire gave the lead platoons enough time to withdraw and, mercifully, the Kroot did not follow, preferring to remain amongst the dense cover on the higher ground. Bloodied and weary, the Talon guardsmen had been repulsed, but the fighting to claim the Pyra Heights was just beginning. Over the next 10 days, 3 more attempts to storm the treacherous slopes each ended with the regiment being thrown back with heavy losses. A 4th attack, led personally by General Barim Abbas, did capture the first ridgeline, but the 17th Talon Regiment's offensive had stalled. The only reserve force available to aid them was the Talon 3rd Armoured Regiment, but their Leman Russ and Chimeras could not operate effectively in the highlands. D'Estelle wisely refused to commit them. He would seek a breakthrough elsewhere, while the 17th skirmished with the Kroot for possession of a barren rocky wilderness of little use to either side. For the 17th, it was the high water mark of their advance on Tarakeen. having so far captured 350 kilometers of desert. New impetus. With the 17th Talon Regiment now involved in a protracted battle against Kroot warbands to capture the Pyre Heights, Lord Marshal d'Estelle turned to his other 3 regiments to carry his stalling offensive to the mouth of the Iracunda Isthmus. He ordered his reserve regiment, the 3rd Talon Armoured, to reinforce the 89th and 12th Armoured Regiments, adding fresh firepower to the front line. The 3rd Regiment, under Colonel Hasso Raz Aziz, was divided into 3 battle groups, designated A, B and C. Battle Group A moved to reinforce 12th Armoured, Battle Group B moved to reinforce the 89th Regiment, and Battle Group C remained as the reserve. The new tanks added a fresh impetus to the offensive, and for a while the pace of the attacking force began to increase again. At 596,998 Millennium 41, Battle Group A, 3rd Armoured, spearheaded a fresh attack. Amidst the heavy diesel stink and creaking tracks of armoured vehicles, the combined weight of the regiment's 1st and 2nd Tank Companies struck northwards with renewed vigour. A cloud of dust hanging over a wide area of the desert as the tanks passed through it, followed close behind by Chimera carriers and basilisks. As ever, the Tower were waiting, picking off tanks with railguns before falling back again, whilst all the while the attrition continued. The first day alone costing the 3rd Regiment 6 vehicles. On the 3rd day, the leading elements of Battle Group A came into sight of the large mining operation at Gaia-Darmok, where the land was scarred with deep quarries in the earth and surrounded by towering spoil heaps. Surveying the area through magnoculars, General Raz Aziz made plans to attack and capture the mine. Battle of Gaia-Darmok. Gaia-Darmok was a huge strip mine where the ground had been torn up over centuries, its deep quarries leaving massive rents in the earth that were surrounded by towering piles of waste rock. It was a desolate and dusty place, home to several thousand miners until the approaching tank columns forced most to flee for safety. The scattered quarries, buildings, workings and equipment hid the defenders well, whilst the desert provided little cover for any approaching attacking force. Where once the sound of clanking and grinding of heavy machinery had rumbled across the desert, all was now silent, but not completely deserted as, aside from the few work gangs who had remained to defend their mine, hidden close by were squads of fire warriors scanning the southern horizon for the telltale dust columns of approaching Imperial tanks. Lord Marshal d'Estelle had suggested that General Raz Aziz ignore the mining complex and instead strike for the greater prize of the Iracunda Isthmus, leaving the defenders isolated. The general disagreed, as he knew that he could not allow a strong Tau force to remain behind his front line. His lead units might reach the Iracunda Isthmus, but the Gaia-Darmok defenders could then launch a potentially catastrophic counterattack from their strongpoint into the regiment's vulnerable rear. In his opinion, the mine must be seized and the defenders killed, captured or forced to withdraw. An attack would clear the way for the continued advance northwards, something the veteran Talon general made clear during a briefing on board d'Estelle's Leviathan. The attack would begin at first light next day and, with the briefing complete, General Raz Aziz climbed aboard an Aquila shuttle and flew back to his command post to oversee its preparations. As the first rays of light crept over the dark horizon, the rumble of heavy artillery fire once again rolled out across the desert, earthshaker and mortar explosions blossoming all around Gaia-Darmok. Whilst the gun crew set to work, other guardsmen gathered ammunition, ration supplies and filled canteens before climbing aboard their vehicles. The regiment's attack plan was simple. 2 tank companies would envelop the mines, circling to the west and east. When the tank vanguards had met up again, the mine would be surrounded and cut off from reinforcements. Only then would the infantry move in, racing forwards in chimeras behind a rolling barrage of artillery fire, before dismounting and closing the last part on foot. It would be the dismounted infantry that would roust the Tau from their hidden positions by way of close-quarters fighting and under the covering fire of their transports. The attack started well, with the tanks moving out to the left and right unmolested by Tau fire. With the crack of artillery still resounding, the Lehman Russ columns rumbled forwards in two wide arcs, whilst in the centre, the Chimeras advanced in line abreast behind a wall of earthshaker fire. With 200 yards left, the artillery screen lifted and men dismounted to dash forwards and seize the objective. As the infantry closed in, the Tau opened fire, decimating the dismounted Talon force with pulse rifle fire. The Tau had created a killing zone in front of their position with interlocking fields of fire, and the leading Talon infantry were now caught in it. As they attempted to advance through the dust storm the Tau's firepower had kicked up, they became little more than indistinguishable dusty tan figures, running, falling, crawling, and firing before rising and falling again. Their heavy pulse fire was punishing, and soon the ground was littered with small hammocks of dead and wounded men. Second Company, the first to attack, was repulsed with heavy losses, until they were forced to retreat in disarray, leaving 100 of their dead behind. His first assault defeated, General Raz Aziz ordered a fresh armoured fist company forwards. This time it would be Third Company's turn. Again, muzzle flashes erupted from the defenders' lines, scouring the desert with pulse rounds. Chimeras moved forwards to lend their support, multi-lasers whining, heavy bolters chattering return fire. Leading the attack was Captain Hadid. His own Chimera was hit 35 times by pulse rounds, one eventually penetrating the front armour and killing his driver. Dismounting, the captain rallied his men and led the way on foot, closing in on the objective. The weight of Chimera fire and the platoon's supporting mortars were having an effect, suppressing the defenders as the first Talon platoons reached the edge of Gardarmak. Now the fighting would become close and personal, and with knives and grenades in hand, squads began stalking through the billowing smoke and rusting machinery, hunting down the entrenched defenders. Meanwhile, the encircling tanks had completed their envelopment against only little resistance, taking up positions to repel any attempted Tau breakthrough to help the force now surrounded amongst the deep quarries of Gardarmak. For hours the battle remained as a stalemate, neither side willing to engage the other en masse, knowing that reinforcements from either side might be sighted on the horizon at any moment. For those guardsmen fighting amongst the quarries, the conflict was more like street fighting than desert warfare, and for 3 hours the battle was a vicious brawl fought out with grenades, knives, and sometimes bare fists. The Tau had little stomach for such combat, and the Hunter Cadre commander called for an evacuation. He had inflicted enough damage here. It was now time to cut and run before his force was annihilated. There was little, therefore, that the Imperium's tank commanders could do as, mid-afternoon, the Tau launched an aerial evacuation of their surrounding squads. And from the east, a formation of 4 Orcas, surrounded by a defensive shield of barracudas, raced in, banked steeply towards the mine, and came into land. As the Orcas swept in, burst cannon raking the sand, the fire warrior teams withdrew under the covering fire of their sacrificial rear guard. From his command post, General Raz Aziz watched furiously through his binoculars as one by one the Orcas lift off and banked away northwards, chased by sporadic Hydra flak fire whilst barracudas circled above. The survivors of Gardarmak moved to mop up the Tau rearguard, quickly rounding up the haggard, wounded, and battle-weary Xenos. In all, 63 prisoners were taken, whilst the 3rd Talon Regiment's losses stood at 322 killed or wounded and 11 vehicles destroyed. That evening, 63 Tau bodies were piled in a single mass grave and bulldozed over. After a day of heavy fighting, Gardarmak was now a fire-scoured wilderness, dotted with artillery impact craters, littered with spent power cells, bloody bandages, smouldering wreckage, and the dead of both sides. After another 14 days of advancing, Faced by daily Taros sniping, the front line, led by Battle Group A, had closed to within 50 kilometers of the objective. But they too were now running out of tanks, fuel and water, and as the front line pushed forward, the lengthening supply lines felt the pressure. The second phase of Sash-ur-Ymir's plan was starting to reap its rewards. With so many units committed to the rear echelon raids, the Tau commander might no longer have enough hunter cadres to stop the offensive, but the regiments of the Imperial Guard were slowly running out of momentum due to logistical needs that looked to soon cripple them. Tau Raiders. Whilst the 17th Regiment fought for the Pyra Heights and Estelle committed the 3rd Armoured to give his offensive new momentum, the Tau had begun to infiltrate deep into enemy territory. Operating mainly at night, Tau Fire Warriors, Pathfinder and Stealth teams dropped via Orca into the desert and fanned out in search of targets of opportunity. Night after night, their craft flew secret transport missions to drop more teams, seeding the Imperial Guard's rear area with raiding parties, under orders to identify supply routes and dumps, headquarters and airfields. Other Pathfinder teams were then dropped with Tetra speeders, allowing them to move with speed to each new target, attack quickly and retreat just as fast when they had inflicted maximum carnage upon their human foe. Pathfinder and Stealth teams operated in unison to attack Imperial Guard supply columns of Trojans towering trailers full of water, fuel and ammunition. Rear area security was mainly being conducted by Sentinel and Rough Rider squadrons, but these proved ineffective against the small, well-armed Tau teams, meaning that day after day, convoy after convoy was ambushed. Soon, supply routes were marked by the blackened hulks of destroyed Trojans and trailers, or the slowly bleaching bones of beasts of burden. In response, security was increased, forcing armoured fist squads to be withdrawn from frontline duty to help defend the vulnerable convoys, taking much-needed heavy support away from the main battle. One large supply dump was destroyed in a nighttime raid without a shot being fired. Pathfinder teams infiltrated past the dump sentries to stealthily set charges amongst the fuel cans and ammunition crates. Just before dawn, a huge orange fireball rose out of the desert, waking even Lord Marshal d'Estelle on board his Leviathan command vehicle, as a tall mushroom cloud of dust and smoke marking the supply dump's location quickly rose high up into the sky. By 640-998 Millennium 41, the offensive towards Tarakeen had ground to a halt, lacking both replacements and supplies. The 12th Armoured, spearheaded by Battle Group A of 3rd Armoured, had almost reached the mouth of the Iracunda Isthmus. The other 2 infantry regiments on their flank, however, were lagging far behind. The 17th Talon was stuck in the Pyra Heights, and although they had made some small gains, no breakthrough looked imminent. The 89th thinly filled the gap between the 2 flanks, and far to the south, the 331st had advanced to the southern shores of the Msai and was now digging in, but the Tau had not fallen for the faint. Up until now, the air war over Taros had continued daily and was an evenly matched duel, with both sides struggling to gain superiority. The Tau had the edge in numbers, but the Imperium had the edge in experience, and it was a battle neither side could afford to lose. Unless the Tau dominated the skies, their defensive strategy would soon falter. If their barracudas could no longer protect the hunter cadres, then the Imperial forces would have an advantage in the ground war. The hunter cadres would be exposed to repeated air attacks and forced to rely on their sky rays for defense, which were proving themselves a potent weapon against ground targets when used in conjunction with small Pathfinder teams. Also, barracudas and tiger sharks were playing a big part in the second phase of the campaign, strafing supply convoys. The Imperial Navy was still putting up an alarming fight, and at this time it was the main threat to Chassel-Riemer's campaign plan. Urgent action was needed to swing the balance of the air war in their favor, so the Tau launched a daring raid to destroy all Imperial Navy aircraft still on the ground. small stealth suit teams had already infiltrated the Imperial Guard rear area. Operating only at night, their mission was to find and report the location of Imperial supply dumps and convoy routes. They had been under strict orders not to engage the enemy, just to find potential targets for other strike forces to attack. Now they received new instructions. Their mission was instead to locate their air bases as their new highest priority targets. When a patrolling stealth team reported the location of the forward airbase, Shas el-Kiri responded quickly. Utilizing only his best fire warrior teams, he gathered an elite strike force. His plan was simple, but very dangerous. In a daring night raid, a single orca loaded with troops would fly low over the desert and pass directly over their airstrip. The fire warrior teams and their support units would jump out and, under the cover of fire of drones and crisis battlesuits, destroy all the grounded aircraft with EMP grenades. Shas el-Kiri would lead the attack himself. After the drop, the orca would circle around and return to land directly on the airfield. Once the enemy aircraft was destroyed and the orca had landed, the team would fall back to it and make a rapid escape, covered by a flight of barracudas scrambled to intercept any Imperial pursuit. Surprise would be on their side, but once the airbase realized it was under attack, they would respond quickly and in force. Kiri warned all his chosen Shasla that the chances of survival were low. They would be deep in enemy territory, and should anything go wrong, they would be cut off. But should they succeed, then it would have a dramatic effect on the current balance of power in the region. It was a risk worth taking for the greater good. To start with, the attack went as planned. The orca, equipped with black sun filters and a disruption pod to make it difficult to track, approached the airfield, skimming fast and low over the desert. On its final approach to the target, the orca attracted the attention of the airbase's anti-aircraft defenses and sustained several hits as its Hydra flak guns opened fire. This did little to affect the mission, and once over the airfield, the rear ramp lowered and the Tau troops immediately went into action. As tracers from the Hydra's autocannons lit up the night sky, the fire warrior teams raced towards the stationary aircraft, whilst the Shas-El's crisis battlesuits leapt towards the Hydra platform, silencing them with multiple hits from plasma rifles and missile pods. Illuminated by the fires of the burning Hydra, an emplaced multi-laser guarding the perimeter fence found its range, destroying a battlesuit which exploded in a shower of sparks. Pinned in their command post by fire from gun drones, the Imperial Guard command section called for urgent assistance. Other security squads were already rushing to their aid, when first to arrive was a squad of sentinels attached to their airbase for rear area security duty. The already confused night fight escalated, pulse rounds and lasgun blasts crisscrossing the airfield until, in a series of sudden bright explosions, one after another aircraft began to explode. In all, 6 explosions in quick succession lit the darkness, fountaining flames and sparks from the cockpits of the grounded thunderbolts. The destruction of the aircraft did not see the end of the fighting, however. The orca had circled the base and returned to land on the runway. Such a large target attracted a lot of fire from the defenders, and it attempted to return fire with its own burst cannon, only to be rocked by repeated impacts. One engine began to burn, crippling the aircraft and preventing it from taking off again. Gradually, the flames engulfed the orca, forcing the crew to abandon ship. The mission had achieved its objective, but for the attacking Tau teams, there was no longer any escape back to their own forces. Deep in enemy territory, they fought on throughout the night until overwhelmed by the defenders. Every raider was either killed or wounded and captured in the attack, including Shas el-Kiri. As dawn broke, it revealed the results of the intense fighting over the area. 6 aircraft were now smoldering wrecks, along with the Hydra turrets that had attempted to protect them. In return, scattered across the battlefield were the remains of Tau battlesuits and the gutted orca, flames still flickering from inside the stricken dropship. The airbase was shrouded in acrid smoke and littered with the dead and wounded of both sides, and was a scene of utter devastation. The cost had been high on both sides. The Imperial Navy had suffered the loss of its aircraft, and the airbase was out of action until the debris could be cleared. The Tau had lost their entire raiding force in the strike. Whatever the overall effect on the campaign would be, it was too early to tell. The air war over Taros. The attack on their airbase was not the end of the Tau's forces' raids. Each night, more supply dumps would be located and then targeted by pathfinders, whilst convoys continued to be ambushed by stealth teams or strafed by barracudas. It was a plan designed to cripple the frontline regiments by reducing their supplies to a trickle, and it was working. Also of concern for Distel was the Tau's growing air superiority on the mining world. They had obviously established a network of airfields on Taros, with smaller forward bases hidden in the deserts and larger facilities closer to Tarakeen. There they had assembled an unknown quantity of aircraft, but Air Marshal Den Velt was estimating at least 10 squadron-sized groups, maybe 120 barracudas and 40 tiger sharks. Despite losses inflicted by Imperial Navy fighter squadrons, the Tau were airborne relentlessly. The situation had not been helped by the Tau raid against one of Den Velt's forward air bases and the loss of 6 fighter aircraft in one night. In all, the Imperial Navy had 4 fighter wings, 2 bomber wings, and 1 tactical wing committed to the Taros campaign. At the start of the campaign, Air Marshal Den Velt commanded 78 fighters, of which the vast majority were Thunderbolts, as well as 24 Marauder bombers and 18 Valkyrie transports, not including those of the 23rd Elysian Drop Troop Regiment. Since the campaign had begun, he had received no replacements, despite repeated requests. The squadrons were starting to feel the strain of prolonged combat. As well as aircraft and aircrew losses, the fuel situation was not good, and airdropped munitions were running low. Imperial air bases were mostly situated far to the rear, close to the original landing zone where Departmental Munitorum Engineer and Labour Corps had been instructed to construct them. As the front advanced, this left the aircraft further and further behind, and therefore less time in the air over their battlefield. An original plan to move fighter bases forwards had been cancelled. Since the Tau raid, it was considered too risky to expose grounded aircraft to roving stealth teams. As it was, all airbase security had been increased, with forces being drawn from the forward Imperial Guard regiments to do so. In the meantime, the bomber squadrons had hammered Tarakeen and the Irukunda Isthmus with repeated air raids, pounding the city and suspected Tau bases. It seemed to be having little effect on the Tau. Attempts to hit Tau hunter cadres in the desert expended a disproportionate amount of munitions for slim results, and bomber losses to the ever-present barracudas had become alarming, reaching 5 in the first 2 days. Just like the ground war, the air war was slowly slipping away from the Emperor's forces. Regardless of the losses in the air, what this meant for the Imperial Guardsmen on the ground was that they now faced the ever-present danger of low-level barracuda attacks. Advancing into enemy territory pretty much unchallenged, the Tau aircraft flew low over the desert, hugging valleys and ridgelines, only to rise suddenly in a whirlwind of ion cannon fire, missiles and burst cannon that raked up the sand and sent all enemy forces on the ground diving for the nearest cover, which was always in limited supply. Supply convoys were naturally a priority target and suffered heavy losses as, without reinforcements, the Imperial Navy struggled to defend them. By the time Operation Comet was launched, Air Marshal Den Velt commanded just 37 fighters, 12 bombers, and 13 Valkyries. Still, no replacements had reached him, and none ever would. Chapter 6. Operation Comet. The Battle for Hydro Processing Plant 2330. Operation Comet. Overview of battle. By 63998 Millennium 41, the war on Taros had been ongoing for 42 days. The deserts were littered with the debris of the many battles of Destel's men were now starting to feel the effects of the Tau Empire's strategy biting. They were weary, and morale was low after weeks of daily raids, ambushes, strafing runs, and counterattacks. Talon regiments were drained of men and equipment, and there were no longer any supply lines which could be considered secure. Almost all stockpiles of food, fuel, and, most importantly, water, were now categorized dangerously low, with no prospect of quickly building them up again due to the near-constant attacks by Tau Empire forces on Imperial convoys. The lack of fuel had stalled the offensive. The Leman Russ and Chimeras were now strictly rationed, with each regiment trying to husband its dwindling supplies, but worse still was the lack of water. In the cruel heat of the day, the men could not operate without it, and although those from Talon had a greater tolerance for dehydration than most, and knew how best to conserve their water supplies, even they could not go for days in such high temperatures with empty canteens. Already, under the burning sun, guardsmen had started to drop from the effects of dehydration. Growing numbers of casualties were further affecting the fighting strength of all regiments. For the commanders of the Taros invasion force, it was an ominous sign of worse to come. The situation was bad now, but it would only get worse unless a secure supply of water could be found. Soon the guardsmen would be faced with the prospect of dying of thirst in the desert, or surrendering to the Tau and relying on their mercy. Such a prospect could not even be considered, especially within earshot of a commissar, but unless drastic action was taken soon, Destel's 10th Corps would have no regiments left to fight with. A logistical crisis was engulfing the staff of the 4,621st Army and was becoming critical. On 640-998 Millennium 41, a staff meeting was held on board Destel's Leviathan command vehicle. Present were all the regimental commanders of the army, along with representatives from Lord Commander Gustavus's high command. Pulled back temporarily from their positions, senior officers and staff crowded into Destel's map-filled briefing room, their objective to determine how to best continue the war, given the current supply restrictions. Amongst the heated debate, it was General Sikavar of the 23rd Elysian Drop Troop Regiment that proposed the initial idea for Operation Comet, as it was later to be christened. His idea was to seize Taros's main means of producing water and turn it to their own use, as well as the small hydro farms the Talon regiments had already captured, some that had been put out of action by the Tau, and some that were still able to supply small amounts of water. Sikavar argued that the 4,621st Army should change its objective and target the large hydro-processing plants. The coastal access to the Aestus region were the locations of the planet's largest hydro-processing plants, which drew in the highly alkaline seawater and converted it into clean water before pumping it down pipelines to Tarakeen. The largest processing facility on Taros was Hydro Processing Plant 2330, situated towards the eastern end of the Iracunda Isthmus, and if they could capture the plant intact, then the army would have enough water to press on to Tarakeen. Sikavar's plan. The task was of massive importance to the continuation of the war, and was therefore entrusted to General Sikavar's men. The long idle drop troops were impatient for action, and Destel had already turned down 3 separate requests from Sikavar for drops to aid the advance. But the deteriorating situation at the front now demanded that the Lord Marshal commit his carefully husbanded reserves. The Lycians were an elite, highly trained, well-equipped regiment, and General Sikavar was keen to see them get involved. Operation Comet would be his chance, and he was given a 3-day deadline to plan and prepare the attack, which would see his entire regiment dropped to capture the hydro-processing plant. The 23rd Regiment would then hold the facility whilst a new offensive to push through onto the Iracunda Isthmus moved to link up with the Elysians. This new ground offensive to break through onto the isthmus would force Destel to turn to the last fresh forces he had. Firstly, there were the Raptor Space Marines. From orbit, they could directly aid the Elysians, but being independent and separate from the 4,621st Army supply problems, they would be better deployed on the ground as an armoured breakthrough force to lead the attack. Neither the 3rd or 12th Talon armoured regiments currently in the field were judged to still have the required combat power for the breakthrough. In support of the Space Marines would be the Warhound Titans of Legio Ignatum. They had arrived late and as yet had not been committed, but now these great war machines would lend their considerable weight to the attack. Their firepower and speed would drive them through the defenders and allow a fast-moving relief column to reach Hydro Processing Plant 2330 quickly. It was unlikely the Tau had anything capable of stopping the Warhounds on the planet. The obvious choice for the relief column was the 114th Cadian Regiment, an entirely mechanized unit. As yet, the Cadians had not seen combat on Taros, but the Chimera-born infantry would be well suited to a rapid advance. Colonel Stransky, the regimental commanding officer, was given his orders. The Cadians were the last of Destel's reserves from 11th Corps, but if he did not commit his remaining forces to battle now, then he would surely lose the war. For the operation, Destel ordered the 114th be given top priority for fuel supplies, and the Talon regiments should turn over any remaining stockpiles as well, leaving them with only emergency fuel. This order effectively ended the 5 Talon regiments' capability to conduct offensive operations, making the Desert Raiders now a pure static defense force. For the 23rd Elysian drop troops and General Sikavar, 3 days was an incredibly tight deadline to plan the operation, but his regiment had planned and executed many such attacks before and relied on that experience to get Operation Comet off the ground quickly. The objective, as Sikavar explained to his sub-officers, was to seize Hydro Processing Plant 2330 by lightning assault performed with pinpoint accuracy. The hydro plant must be taken largely intact, with collateral damage restricted to a minimum. The plant would be of no use to the war effort if, in capturing it, it was reduced to scrap metal. After the attack, the regiment must hold the facility until the relieving ground forces reach them to take over. To carry his forces to their objective, Sikavar's staff quickly developed a plan with 3 distinct airborne operations: transportation, protection, and resupply. This process started by assessing the available aircraft. The 23rd Regiment was only as mobile as it had enough aircraft to carry it. The regiment had approximately enough Valkyrie airborne assault carriers to commit half the regiment in one lift, but not all the carriers could be dedicated to the transport mission. Some would be needed for the resupply mission, whilst the regiment's own vultures and the support of an Imperial Navy fighter wing would provide the protection. The attack would have to be split into separate lifts. Essential heavy equipment, such as heavy weapons and sentinels, would be included only on a strict priority basis. A loading schedule was quickly compiled, including everything from the initial assault platoons and their support heavy equipment, to extra munition, fuel, and enough food and water for the squads to last an estimated 3 days in combat. General Sikavar was anxious that the second lift should take place as quickly behind the first as it could, preferably on the same day. He knew that with less than half his regiment deployed and lacking much of their heavier equipment, his men would be vulnerable to a swift Tau counterattack. Once Operation Comet commenced, it would be assumed that the Tau would move quickly to eliminate the new threat. A second lift, therefore, would be a race against time. The general was well aware that the Tau could move their Manta-born hunter cadres very quickly, so Sikavar pressed for his second wave to be loaded and launched on the same day, but it was not possible. The distance from the Elysian airbase to the target was 1,050 kilometers, meaning that the round trip would take between 3 to 4 hours. All the Valkyrie transports would already require extra external fuel tanks to get them to the target and back again, and once back, there would need to be maintenance and battle damage repairs carried out, refueling, and a new loading schedule executed. Inevitably, the loading schedule would be further delayed by the loss of aircraft and crews during the first lift. 2 lifts in one day would not be possible. Instead, the second lift would have to follow on day 2. General Sikavar's next decision was whether there should be a daylight or nighttime attack. Night would help preserve surprise, but would create extra problems for his men and pilots. Only a few aircraft were fitted with night vision equipment, and given the accuracy needed, he could not allow his air crews to attack the facility without night vision targeters. Their bombs and rockets would cause too much damage to it. Also, dropping into the area at night on grav chutes would endanger the assault platoons. The plant was a large industrial complex, not an easy place to land even in daylight, and with restricted vision at night, he would lose men as they hit obstacles while landing. By attacking in daylight, his forces could do so with more accuracy. Night or day, losses in men and equipment was inevitable, but the advantages of daylight far outweighed the advantages of surprise night attack. Amongst 3 days of hectic planning, every task was urgent for the staff of the drop troop regiment, but one important preparation for the attack was target reconnaissance. General Sikavar's men needed to know what they would be facing when they hit the ground. Given the surprise nature of the operation, the general could not afford to preempt the attack by dropping reconnaissance squads close to the target. Should the squads be spotted or captured, he might lose his element of surprise. There was no time to infiltrate squads on the ground, so his only option was orbital surveillance and high-altitude aerial reconnaissance by a specially equipped Marauder bomber of 2424th Bomber Wing. This limited the risk of alerting the defenders to the imminent attack and could provide images of the target area, which could be turned into maps, but they could not give details of any garrison force. Enemy strength would therefore remain a mystery until the battle started. But General Sikavar believed that his entire regiment and their support would be enough to overwhelm any garrison. Detailed planning for the attack was also hurried through, and the officers to lead the assault were briefed. The priority targets of the first lift would be the central control complex, the lifting station, pumping stations 1, 2, and 3, and the holding tanks, which should already contain huge quantities of pure water. If the site was destroyed in the fighting, the holding tanks would still be a valuable consolation prize. Secondary targets would be the chlorination works, both the main and reserve pumping stations, and the generator house. All were to be captured by the first attack wave. The second wave would reinforce the first, and throw a defensive perimeter around the entire complex to meet the expected Tau counterattack. Upon landing with the second wave, the regimental headquarters would be established in the administration block. Soon, the deadline for launching Operation Comet arrived. It was a daring plan, but fraught with dangers. Within high command, many felt it was being conducted with too much haste and running too many risks. Was it hamstrung by a lack of aircraft? Did the 2-lift plan compromise the attack? Worse still, did it leave the first lift too vulnerable to a Tau counterattack? Comet also lacked good reconnaissance and intelligence information, and there was also the risk of the relief forces' breakthrough on the Iracunda Isthmus being delayed or seriously defeated. Even bad weather could affect the drop troops' ability to resupply. The 23rd Elysian Regiment could easily be headed for a disaster and, given the stakes, a botched operation could cost the Imperium's forces the war and the planet. Despite the strong objections, General Sikavar felt his mission was achievable with the forces at his disposal. He was confident he could take the processing plant and hold it for 3 days against whatever the Tau threw at him. It was running no more risks than any drop operation ever faced, and with a water supply firmly in their hands, the 4,621st Army's main supply headache would be solved, and the advance to Tarakeen could then continue. Operation Comet was to be the turning point of the campaign. First Lift. At their barren desert airbase, surrounded by the small camo-sheltered tents that had been home to the 23rd Elysian Drop Troop Regiment for the past 4 weeks, the aircraft and men of the First Lift were preparing for takeoff. It was the first light of dawn, and the low sun was already burning off the last of the night's freezing cold. The assault companies waited in neat rows, each man weighed down with his combat kit and grav chute pack, whilst alongside them stood squads of burly stormtroopers. These men would be the first to land. Meanwhile, pilots, co-pilots and door gunners were mounting their Valkyrie carriers and Vulture gunships, and running through final pre-flight checks and powering up systems. One after another, they fired up their twin F-75 MV afterburner turbojets, the din rising to a crescendo as the turbines accelerated to full speed. Engine tests completed, they powered down again, engines idling to a low rumble before lowering their rear access ramps and awaiting the mission launch code word. Squad by squad, platoon by platoon, company by company, the drop troops marched into their transports, up the ramps, and into their seating positions. Once each squad was in and secure, the sergeant hit the ramp close button, sealing the guardsmen inside until the order to jump came. The atmosphere was tense, but this was it. After weeks of waiting in the deserts, the Elysians were finally going to get into the war and fight the Tau. For the men assigned to the second lift, coolly awaiting their turn, the takeoff was an awesome spectacle. 160 Valkyries and 30 Vultures simultaneously powered up their engines, creating a deafening roar that shook the ground and rolled out for kilometers across the flat desert sands. One after another, the aircraft began to slowly rise, kicking up swirls of sand and dust as they lifted clear. To the observers, it was an unstoppable airborne armada. Wave after wave of Valkyries and Vultures climbed slowly to altitude and began to circle, awaiting the other craft of their formations before synchronizing speeds and racing away northwards. Flying in platoon formations, one behind the other in a single stream of aircraft, the carriers and gunships made for a marshalling point north of the airbase. There they would rendezvous with their air cover, fighters from the 1002nd Fighter Wing, whose role it was to protect the vulnerable air convoy from enemy fighter attacks. Flying alongside and above the Valkyries, 15 Thunderbolts formed a shield around the drop troops. Keeping low for maximum concealment, the entire armada swept low over the desert floor. On the ground, the rumble of so many approaching engines soon became a roar that filled the sky with thunder. In the deserts below, Talon Imperial Guardsmen looked up to see the stream of aircraft soar overhead, formation after formation crossing the sky and heading for the distant horizon. They were not the only ones to see the drop troops heading north, as from their hiding places, scattered Tau Pathfinder and stealth suit units also witnessed the air armada and quickly reported the sighting to their commanders. A major attack was imminent, but as yet, the Tau did not know where the blow would fall. For the stormtrooper squads in the vanguard of the air train, the flight to the target lasted 2 hours. The journey was not without incident, as an accidental mid-air collision destroyed 2 aircraft. One Valkyrie carrier suffered engine failure and was forced to make an emergency landing in the desert, and twice during the journey, aircraft were targeted by Seeker missiles, locked on by marker lights from the ground. Both times the missiles impacted, destroying a Vulture and forcing another Valkyrie, this one carrying Captain Logan, the commander of the second company, to crash land. 10 minutes out from the target, the Valkyries transporting the Elysian squads climbed to jump altitude, the engine pitch rising as the aircraft strained upwards. Meanwhile, the stormtroopers kept a low altitude. They would deploy via fast ropes directly into battle, supported by Vulture gunships. As the Valkyrie formations climbed higher, squad sergeants raised their men and readied them to jump. Each man checking his grav chute was working, then securing his respirator and helm visor in place. with the last prayer to the Emperor mumbled over the whine of hydraulic pistons as the rear ramps opened. They were now over the target. The jump lights turned green, and the assault squads plunged into the sky. As the drop troops jumped, the vanguard of the attack was already arriving over the processing plant. The approaching craft had been met by ground fire as the garrison, alerted by the thunder of approaching jet engines, streamed out to meet their airborne attackers. Lasgun rounds and heavy bolter tracers snaked up to meet the low-flying Valkyries and Vultures, shots bouncing off nose cones and engine cowlings as the Valkyries slowed to hover over their objectives. From the wing-winched ropes descended, followed by the stormtroopers sliding down directly into battle. Above them, the Vultures were strafing targets, returning heavy bolter fire with their own heavy weapons, the Vulture gunners under strict orders to minimize collateral damage, meaning they could not unleash their full arsenal. It was mid-morning and the battle had begun. The processing plant's lifting station and first pumping station were the objectives of the 23rd Regiment's 3rd Company under the command of Captain Malik. His orders were to capture both intact and to hold them until relieved by troops from the second lift. Malik's action to capture the objectives was typical of the battles fought throughout Hydro Processing Plant 2330 during the first assault. 2 stormtrooper squads would be the first wave, deployed directly onto the target from hovering Valkyries, with a Vulture gunship in close support. The elite squads would set up homing beacons and take the brunt of the initial fighting as the rest of Malik's company grav-shooted into the target area, guided by the beacons. Once those squads regrouped, the captain would lead 1st Platoon against the pumping station, while 2nd Platoon and 3rd Platoon attacked the lifting station. 4th Platoon would be held in reserve, waiting on the ground to reinforce the defences once both were captured. The company's heavy weapons platoon was split between the infantry platoons, a fire support squad with 2nd and 3rd platoons, the mortars with the reserve squads, and the anti-tank teams with the captain for direct support during his main assault. As soon as they had landed, the 2 stormtrooper squads came under heavy fire from drone sentry turrets. The turrets, equipped with disruptor field generators, had not been detected by the aerial reconnaissance. Taking heavy fire and with casualties mounting, the stormtroopers deployed the beacons, but were quickly pinned down. The turrets were only silenced by strikes from the supporting Vulture gunship, but already they had inflicted a heavy toll on the elite troops. This left the pumping station still strongly held by a garrison force of human auxiliaries. As the stormtroopers were engaging the enemy, Malik's men were hitting the ground, shaking off their grav-chute packs and reorganizing into their squads, each group of men rallying on their sergeant swiftly and efficiently. The processing plant was already echoing to the sounds of gunfire, explosions and the roar of jet engines and, quickly regrouping, it was therefore up to 1st Platoon to clear the defenders. Leading from the front, with Commissar Graal alongside him, Malik closed on the pumping station. Engaging in a firefight, he found the defenders were well entrenched and fought tenaciously. Exchanging heavy fire, the captain looked to break the deadlock and led the 1st Platoon's assault. Yelling the regiment's motto, "From the skies!" Malik rushed in. As fragmentation grenades exploded all around, his assaulting squad set about clearing the pumping station in an intense close-quarters fight, only to find the pumping station was already occupied by Kroot mercenaries. The assault had overrun the human defenders, but the bloodthirsty Kroot were a different proposition. With the captain fighting desperately in hand-to-hand combat, 1st Platoon squads were repelled, falling back before the savage aliens under the covering fire of frag and crack missiles. Captain Malik was killed during the confused withdrawal. His mutilated and half-eaten body later reported seen hanging from the pipeworks. Their first assault bloodily repulsed, and with their commanding officer dead, Commissar Graal now took command of the Elysian attack. He set about rallying the forces, including the surviving stormtroopers. Reports were arriving that the first Tau response to the attack, a flight of Tiger Shark bombers, was closing rapidly. The battle was intensifying, and damage was mounting. The flight of tiger sharks overflew the plant, streaking low and scattering clouds of drones in their wake. It seemed the tower were deploying any forces they had available to defend the site and, reinforced by the drones, the Kroot defenders continued to fight from cover. It would take another assault to clear them. To prepare for the second assault, Commissar Graal sent a runner back to the mortar squad. He needed the defenders softening up with bombardment before attacking. Crouching in cover amidst the pipes, storage tanks and detritus, the Elysian guardsmen waited for the mortar barrage to do its work before, driven forwards by their commissar, they rushed the pumping station a second time. It was hard fighting again, but the accurate mortar barrage had shaken the Kroot. The surviving guardsmen swept in and overwhelmed the remaining defenders, capturing the pumping station. Graal immediately called forward's 4th platoon to reinforce them. In response, the Kroot rallied and tried to charge back, but too many guardsmen were now waiting for them, and most of their Xenos foe were cut down by lasgun fire. The battle for Pumping Station 1 had been costly. Over half of 1st Platoon and the stormtroopers were dead or injured, and the objective itself had taken severe damage in the attack and mortar shelling. By dusk, after a day of combat, Hydro-Processing Plant 2330 was captured, and all the primary and secondary objectives were in the hands of the Elysian drop troops. There were still some enemy stragglers and snipers, hiding out amongst the industrial debris, and drop troop squads were cautiously patrolling through the holding tanks and pipelines, hunting them down. The fighting had been fierce, and the garrison had given a surprisingly strong account of themselves. Outnumbered and outgunned by the Elysian air mobile firepower, the human traitors could easily have broken and run. But instead, they, along with their Kroot allies, had fought mercilessly hard all day, and many locations had been badly damaged because of their strong defense. Day 2. Crisis of the second lift. The entire lift process was repeated again on the second morning, with the second wave being loaded and lifted off to reinforce the first lift. Overnight, the hydro plant had been secured, stragglers had been rounded up, and a perimeter established around the base. The men of the second lift would now jump into that perimeter and move to reinforce it. Unlike the first morning, the element of surprise had been lost, and the tower were now waiting. They were also mobilizing to retake Hydro-Processing Plant 2330, their mantas loading up fresh hunter cadres. The first lift had bypassed the tower defenses relatively unscathed, but the second lift had a far harder task, and the tower diverted all available barracudas to intercept the air train. The Valkyries and Vultures, although potent weapons in their own right, were no match for high-performance jet fighters in a dogfight, and flying in formation, they were vulnerable. The Imperial Navy continued to provide fighter protection, and as the second lift approached the target, they encountered the incoming barracudas. Thunderbolts and barracudas soon twisted and turned in the air, strafing each other with autocannon and burst cannon as they wrestled for superiority. By now, the two sets of pilots were old foes, many having already learnt the others' tricks. As dogfights raged around them, the transports raced on towards the target, but those barracudas that broke through created havoc amongst the formations. Scattered like sheep before wolves, the Valkyries tried to escape the barracudas, but 7 were quickly shot down. The scattering of the formations would also cause problems over the target. Many units were expecting to be reinforced, but confusion now reigned as squads became lost and intermingled. But despite the unexpected losses, the remaining Valkyries bravely flew on. On the ground, Dawn had seen the start of the Tau counterattack. Weary from the previous day's combat, and with many units low on ammunition, the Elysian platoons now dug in around the hydro plant, saw the great winged shadows of the dreaded mantas approaching over the desert. Shimmering in the morning heat haze, the mantas began to deploy their cargoes. The Tau attack would come soon. All around the perimeter, from buildings turned into heavy weapon strongpoints, on walkways, behind barricades of steel piping, from slit trenches dug in the sand, or behind sandbagged positions, tense, dusty, hollow-eyed drop troops awaited the inevitable Tau attack. Isolated, they were now surrounded on three sides with their backs to the sea. When it came, the Tau attack could come from any direction. As they checked their weapons or sharpened knives one last time, the guardsmen were heartened by the thought of the second lift winging its way closer by the minute. Following that drop would be the Imperial Guard relief column, even now rumbling across the desert towards them. The Elysian guardsmen had to fight hard and hang on until the reinforcements arrived. The morning's battle started with a wave of Tiger Shark bombers. Just as on the day before, the Tau Empire bombers raced in low. This time, rather than dropping more drones, they unleashed missiles and ion cannons, blasting the hydro-processing plant with massed fire. Regardless of the damage they were inflicting on the facility, the Tau's ammunition pounded the Elysians, preparing for their ground attack. As explosions mushroomed above them, all the guardsmen could do was hug their cover closely and wait for the ordeal to end. As the noise of the aerial bombardment faded, the whine of approaching jet engines grew. From all directions came devilfish transports and hammerhead tanks, and fire warriors with their distinct long-pulse rifles could be seen scurrying forwards into range, and with them came the battlesuits. The attack had begun. The Tau attacked with a calm, ruthless ferocity, blasting the Elysians with heavy weapons and massed pulse gun fire in a long-range firefight. They easily outgunned the guardsmen, but the Elysians were not powerless to respond. Their own heavy weapons, mortars and sentinels, returned fire, and rounds splashed across the no-man's land between the two forces, but the drop troops held their positions as the firefight intensified. Well dug in and concealed, the Elysians could not be moved by firepower alone. They would have to be rooted out with grenades and in bloody hand-to-hand combat. Their attackers were reluctant to use such methods, yet. With the firefight still raging around the perimeter, the Valkyries and escorting gunships of the second lift came into view over the southern horizon. Climbing to jump altitude, the men inside were already waiting to deploy directly into the battle. Reinforcements had arrived to even the odds. The second lift jumped directly into the battle, but was exposed to the Tau's heaviest fire as they fell. Looking down from the rear ramp of his Valkyrie, General Sikovar could see the panorama of battle laid out before him. He could see the Tau armoured vehicles and infantry, and hear the hail of fire that now waited to greet his men. A few moments later, he was out of the door and falling through the weaving curtains of fire thrown up by the Tau forces. As he fell, he saw one Valkyrie, both engines gushing flames, plunge down towards the ground to impact in an orange fireball in the desert. Another was hit by a missile and nosedived into the sea. In their attempts to avoid the Tau's anti-aircraft fire, the pilots of the Valkyries took emergency evasion action. But as the transports maneuvered, the carefully planned formations of drop troops were being scattered across the desert surrounding the target. Some fell within the perimeter, others plunged into the toxic sea and died screaming in agony, whilst more fell amongst the surrounding Tau forces, shot down as they fell. The second lift had jumped into a storm of weapons fire. Already it was scattered and taking heavy losses. On the ground, the firefight had paused, whilst the Tau turned every gun they had on the second lift. Defenseless men were being killed in mid-air, their bodies tumbling down to hit the ground dead. For the men of the first lift, it was a respite from the heavy fire, but a heartbreaking disaster for the operation's chances of success. Hammered in the air, the men of the second lift now had to try to regroup, find their way to defensive positions, and get into the fight. General Sikovar hit the ground within the perimeter on the southern edge of the hydro plant. He ran for cover, still bearing the weight of his grav chute, and as he ran, a stray pulse round struck him through the arm and knocked him off his feet. Other men ran to aid their general and dragged him to safety out of the line of fire. A medic was called for, but as the battle unfolded, the regiment's commanding officer was seriously wounded and out of the fight. The surviving Valkyries sped away, many peppered with holes or limping on single engines. The vultures had tried to respond to the Tau, swooping in to unleash rockets and autocannon rounds, but their fuel tanks would only allow them to linger for so long before they had to return to refuel. The pilots did what they could for the defenders before following the Valkyries back to base. The regiment's second-in-command, Colonel Balash, was informed of Sikavar's wound and that he was now in charge of all the ground forces. From his position on top of the administration block, watching the vultures flitting above the desert, dodging fire, then popping up to launch salvos of missiles, the colonel realized that air support was a key to keeping the Tau at bay and surviving the cauldron of fire that the regiment was now trapped in. He needed more air support, fast. Colonel Balach sent a priority communication to General Destel's headquarters, making just such a request. "Holding objective. Surrounded by enemy forces in great strength. Urgently require air support to sustain perimeter. Please advise on likely ETA of relief force." The message was heard loud and clear by both Lord Marshal Destel and the Tau commanders, who were listening in from within their manta. As the Imperial Navy scrambled a fighter wing to join the fray, the Tau barracudas vectored in to intercept them. Now the effects of the Tau's earlier daring raid on the airbase was felt. Already, most of the Imperial Navy's fighters were in the air, supporting the relief column and protecting the surviving air train returning to base. This third request stretched the Imperial Navy's remaining resources. They had received no replacement aircraft since the campaign had started, and fuel supplies were starting to run low. In all, only 6 airworthy Thunderbolts could be found for the new mission, and it wasn't enough. The 6 Thunderbolts encountered 12 Barracudas as they approached the target, and, after 4 aircraft were shot down, the surviving Thunderbolts found themselves fleeing back to base. Colonel Balach did not get his much-needed air support, and was now on his own. At Hydro Processing Plant 2330, sporadic firefights continued for the rest of the day and throughout the night. The Tau were content to sit back and besiege the defenders, wearing them down with long-range weapons fire, whilst husbanding their forces for a final assault to clear the plant. Day 3. The end of 2330. With the Imperial Navy unable to assist them, the 23rd Elysians had to rely on their own vultures. After returning to base, the gunships rearmed, refueled, and set off again. They would provide constant rolling air cover for the men on the ground, but the distance between their base and the battle meant that they could never stay for long. Still, throughout the day and night, the vulture gunships skimmed in and unleashed their firepower before returning to base, the skies illuminated by the fiery streaks of missile launchers and the distant crump of warhead impacts. After 2 days and nights of fighting, Hydro Processing Plant 2330 had been pounded into rubble. Tau heavy weapons and Elysian counterfire was reducing the area into little more than a growing pile of junk metal. It was a ravaged landscape, pitted with mortar craters, covered with wreckage of twisted and charred pipes, and littered with splintered steel, ash, and the bodies of the dead. Tracks were barricaded with the husks of burned-out sentinels and half-demolished water and chemical storage tanks, their contents long since dashed upon the sand, stood sentry over the battlefield. Within this steel jungle crawled the survivors, crouching in cover, their uniforms ragged, dirty and bloody. They were all tired, exhausted from 2 nights and days of constant fighting, and the threat of a renewed Tau offensive in the night had kept them all awake, meaning few had gotten the rest they so desperately needed. After the previous day's long-range bombardment, the surrounding Tau forces now closed in to finish the job. Well aware of the relief column closing in, the Tau set about reducing the perimeter quickly. When dawn broke, they mercilessly unleashed their biggest weapon, and a manta swooped in over the hydro plant, casting an ominous shadow over the guardsmen beneath like a giant bird of prey. The Elysians had no answer to the manta's firepower. Its drone-controlled burst cannon turrets raked the site in a cascade of fire. With the guardsmen pinned down by such heavy fire, the battlesuits then moved in, followed by fire warrior teams. Under the wings of their Manta support, the Tau finally closed in and used their heaviest weapons at point-blank range. The Elysians fought back hard, but even with their Vulture air support attacking the Manta, they could not hope to win such an uneven battle. Slowly, the Tau cleared the ruins section by section, and the Elysians fought bravely, then fell back or died, until only small pockets of resistance remained around the control complex and the causeway to the primary treatment center. In the mid-afternoon, the Tau commander requested a ceasefire, and then asked that the remaining defenders surrender. He informed Colonel Balak that there was nothing to be gained by continuing the pointless slaughter. The battle was lost. His relief was not coming. To die now was to die in vain. Colonel Balak, now wounded himself, refused to surrender and vowed to fight on. By nightfall, he was dead, and the 23rd Elysian Regiment had been all but annihilated. The Tau Fire Warriors rounded up the few survivors, including General Sikavar, disarmed them, then loaded them into the holds of their Mantas. Some more of the huge transports landed and began to collect the hunter cadres for redeployment. They left behind a twisted, smoke-shrouded battlefield, littered with wreckage and the dead. Operation Comet was over. It too had failed. Operation Comet. Space Marine breakthrough. Since the offensive towards Tarakeen had stalled, there had been little fighting between the Talon regiments and the Tau. The Talons had made small advances and continued harassing artillery fire, but, short on supplies and critically low on water, they dug in to conserve what supplies they had. The men set about laying minefields and razor wire in front of their positions, and whilst the Imperial Guard were not advancing, the Tau did not counterattack. With the guardsmen marooned in the desert, the hunter cadres conserved their own strength for the battle still to come. It was critical to the success of Operation Comet, and maybe the outcome of the war, that relief forces reached the drop troops in 3 days. Before any relief force could make its advance, though, a breakthrough had to be made throughout the western end of the isthmus. For the ground forces to reach there, they would have to traverse the narrow strips of land between the small seas and lakes in the region. Channeled by the terrain, any attack would have to be directly into the teeth of the hunter cadre's firepower. The Talon regiments were no longer fit for the offensive. They had lost too many of their men and most of their tanks in the long drive north. The war was entering a critical phase and had rested on Operation Comet succeeding. The Stale turned to the best troops he still had. Firstly, the Raptor Space Marines. Captain Aurelius's battle brothers had seen little ground action. It was time to commit them again. The Space Marines would be the spearhead of the thrust, supported by the Titans of Legio Ignatum. The Warhounds were the Imperium's largest war machines on Taros. It was unlikely the Tau had any answer to them. Between these two forces, they would smash through the narrow terrain, sweeping aside any resistance and clearing the way for the mechanized 114th Cadian Regiment to strike north to reach Hydro Processing Plant 2330. The breakthrough operation would begin on the same day as the Elysians launched Operation Comet. Captain Aurelius and Caides oversaw the Space Marines' preparations for the attack. Thunderhawk transports started their work, transferring Land Raiders, Predators, Whirlwinds and Rhinos from the War Talon to the surface, while Tech Marines armed and blessed the vehicles. The Battle Brothers of the 2nd and 6th Companies mustered for an armoured engagement. Thunderhawk transports plunged from orbit to land at the assigned assembly area, just west of the northern end of the isthmus entrance. On board the transports were Land Raiders, Predators, Whirlwinds and Rhinos, all carrying the squads of 3rd Company. The attack would come swiftly, giving the Tau minimum time to respond, and it would come in overwhelming force. It would be spearheaded by the armour of the Raptors chapter, supported by the firepower of the Warhound Titans, with the 114th Regiment awaiting the breakthrough to begin their own mission, the relief of Hydro Processing Plant 2330. While the Space Marines assembled, the Warhound Titans of Legio Ignatum were stalking north to join them. Striding through the desert, accompanied by the sprawling chimera formations of the Cadian regiment. For the first time in the campaign, the Tau would experience a true army of the Imperium, the combined weight of the Imperium's fighting forces committed as one. 800 kilometers to the south, the Valkyries and Vultures of the Elysian Drop Troop Regiment were just taking off as the Space Marines and Warhounds went into battle. Their target area was at the north end of the entrance to the isthmus. Their objective was to clear all Tau forces, punching a gap for the Imperial Guard to race through. Tau pathfinders, forward observers, must have seen the Warhound Titans, standing 14 meters tall above the desert as they stalked forwards. The Tau were prepared for an attack and, as ever, their hunter cadres responded quickly to the call from their forward scouts. In earlier engagements, the Tau had always been able to make the most of their long-range weaponry to pick off Leman Russ and Chimeras. Now they faced Titans, equipped with massive weaponry and protective void shields. The advantage lay with the Imperium. This would be a different battle. The Warhounds engaged the Hammerheads at maximum range, blazing away with massive turbo lasers. The Space Marines sped forwards, their Land Raiders leading the way with Whirlwinds in close support and Predators on the flank. Hoping to halt the assault, the Tau could no longer simply give ground before the attack. They had to stand and fight, and this was to the Space Marines' advantage. The Raptor strike force could close the distance and start to engage with their highly accurate las cannon, and conducted with speed, accuracy, and their trademark aggression, they tore into the Tau defenders, deploying Devastator squads from Rhinos to lend their fire support. Suddenly, the Tau were suffering heavy losses. With void shields flaring against railgun hits, the Warhounds strode forwards, obliterating entire vehicles with a single hit from their weaponry, and stomping on the wreckage as they advanced. For the first time on Taros, the Tau fell back, having had the worst of an engagement. The desert marked by telltale columns of smoke rising from the burning hulks of their vehicles. The Warhounds continually stalked forwards, obliterating anything in their path, along with the Space Marines now advancing about their feet. The combined force thrust the sword clean through the Tau defences and opened the way onto the Iracunda Isthmus. The Tau rallied, and the arrival of a fresh hunter cadre saw the fighting intensify again. This time, the Tau would deploy a new weapon. No Imperial commander had ever encountered this new mark of Tiger Shock before, and the aircraft came in fast, skimming the desert so low it kicked up a dust cloud before climbing over a shallow rise to open fire. Missiles rippled from the aircraft's wings, flaring bright against Warhound Adventus Primaris void shields. The explosions overpowered the generators, which cut out, and the following shots from the Tiger Shock's twin railguns struck the Warhound squarely in the hull. With devastating power, 2 hypersonic shots tore through the thick armored plates in an explosion that showered the surrounding desert in molten shrapnel. Critically wounded, the Warhound staggered backwards under the impact, tottered, and, to the astonishment of all, fell. Where once Imperial commanders had thought the Titans untouchable to all but Amanta's firepower, suddenly the Tau Empire had a new tactical weapon capable of bringing down their mighty war engines. The wreckage of Adventus Primaris lay billowing oily smoke as the sand settled over her. Inside, the crew lay dead at the controls, including High Princess Journey, killed by agonizing bolts of pain that had fed directly into his brain from the Titan's mind impulse controls. It was a bitter and unexpected loss, and the remaining 3 Titans withdrew rather than face another strafing run. Their mission was already complete. The 114th Cadians were now able to begin their strike northwards. The Space Marines and Warhounds had advanced the required 50 kilometers in just a day of fighting. Skirmishes continued in the area all day, with Space Marine patrols hunting down any Tau stragglers or Pathfinder teams bold enough to return to the battlefield, whilst behind them the 114th Cadians roared their engines into life. Despite the victory, the loss of Adventus Primaris was a worrying development. The Tau had obviously learned from their previous experiences fighting the Imperium's greatest war machines. In the past, hunter cadres had fared poorly against Titans. Now the Tau had developed a weapon capable of fighting back. The new Tiger Shark had been upgraded to carry 2 heavy railguns, sacrificing its standard payload and ion cannon for the kind of firepower usually only mounted on mantas or spacecraft. Operation Comet, Imperial Guard reinforcements. The completion of the Raptors' attack was the signal for the 114th Cadian Regiment to begin its part of the operation. The regiment's mission was to relieve the Elysian drop troops who had already been fighting to secure the hydro plant. The Chimera-born mechanized regiment was to dash to link up with them and had 2 days to cover 150 kilometers of hostile, potentially enemy-infiltrated desert. The Space Marines and Warhounds had cleared the way, and now the Imperial Guard, under the direction of Colonel Stransky, raced forwards. Leading the force were reconnaissance troops, squadrons of Salamander scout vehicles, and behind them came the bulk of the regiment. Infantry platoons advancing in formation in their own Chimera armored transports. Finally, there was the regiment's artillery support, Griffon mortar carriers replacing the slower Basilisks. Colonel Stransky had already decided that the Basilisks should not take part in the operation. The artillery pieces could not keep up with the pace of the advance. Indirect firepower would have to be provided by the mortars and the Imperial Navy, whose aircraft were again overhead, protecting the Chimera columns. The Elysians could not afford for the Cadians to be delayed by anything. This mission was a race against time. The grinding tracks and rumbling engines of the Chimeras raised tall dust columns as their armored infantry formation sped northwards. Tall dust columns that the Tau could easily spot and track. The Tau had suffered their heaviest losses yet, fighting the breakthrough, and had already started to load hunter cadres into mantas to move against the Elysian drop zone. The Chimera columns, now driving deep into their territory, could not be stopped. The Tau faced a difficult tactical problem: where to commit their available troops. Should it be into stopping the column, or overwhelming the drop troops? If the column was attacked, then the Elysians might hold out. If the Elysians were destroyed, then the Chimera columns would arrive finding nothing to relieve. So the Tau let the Cadians advance. They would not seek to halt or destroy the 114th Armored Columns, only to delay them long enough for the battle at the processing plant to be won. For delaying actions, the Tau commanders turned to light forces of Pathfinders, supported by Piranhas and Devilfish-mounted fire warriors. These would harass the column with ambushes and sniping, but were not to engage in open battle. As the flying column of Chimeras roared across the desert flats, Pathfinder teams on tetraspeeders raced into the area ahead of the advance to observe their movement and prepare the ground with Orca-dropped remote sensor towers. Meanwhile, the main hunter cadres moved their full force against Hydro Processing Plant 2330, with instructions to overwhelm the defenders in a maximum of 2 days. Riding in the cupola of his command Chimera, Colonel Snake Stransky could watch his regiments advance, arrayed company by company with a reconnaissance screen in front. It was a majestic sight. Chimera after Chimera gunning its engines and pounding headlong across the sands. Overhead, the contrails of Imperial Navy Thunderbolts crisscrossed the sky. His advance had started well, and for the first day, his men saw little of the enemy. On the second day, that changed, as his scouts and vanguard platoons came under surprise attack from concealed Tau forces. For the first time, Imperial Guardsmen encountered distinctive, tall, thin Tau observation towers. Following the sightings, several Chimeras were destroyed by Seeker missile strikes, seemingly launched out of nowhere, and each time the Tau attacked, it caused the threatened units to halt, disembark troops, and begin to hunt down the foe. This caused delays, and the colonel ordered only units that came under attack to engage the enemy. Any following units should bypass the danger zone and move forwards. The regiment would become strung out, but it would keep the advance moving. On that second morning alone, there were 6 separate Tau ambushes, each one causing losses and a delay. What had been a glorious headlong charge the day before was now a stop-start running battle, and the 114th was being stalled. The delays caused the regiment to fall behind schedule, and by nightfall they were still 30 kilometers short of their destination. News from the processing plant was not encouraging, as that evening communications with Colonel Balach and his beleaguered defenders had been lost. The 4,621st Army Command no longer had any idea what was happening on the ground at Hydro Processing Plant 2330. That night, in desperation, Stronsky organized a long-range patrol to strike out ahead of his main units under cover of darkness. They must reach the processing plant regardless of the cost. Using only his fastest vehicles, the Salamanders, he would personally lead the mission. The 8 Salamander patrols reached the facility before dawn, speeding across the desert on their overpowered engines. In the end, the lead units of the 114th were only 4 hours late, but it was 4 hours too much for their comrades. As first light broke, Colonel Stronsky and his Cadian reconnaissance crews were the first witnesses to the carnage the Tau had unleashed. The processing plant was a smouldering, blackened ruin of pipes and storage tanks. Thick smoke and dust hung in the air over the shattered detritus of battle, and, crunching through the rubble, they found burned-out sentinels, Valkyrie crash sites, destroyed heavy weapons, wrecked Tau devilfish and battlesuits, and the dead of both sides. Fire still raged, but all else was eerily quiet. The main body of the 114th began arriving a few hours after dawn, and the Cadian guardsmen searched the ruins for survivors. None were found. The Tau had already done the job thoroughly. By mid-afternoon, Colonel Stronsky ordered his regiment to mount up and withdraw back to the Talon lines. There was no point in holding the shattered ruins. No water could be supplied from here. His men had fought over 150 kilometers for nothing. The mission had failed. Chapter 7. The Evacuation. The defeat of Operation Comet sent Lord Commander Gustavus's high command reeling. The war on Taros against the Tau had taken a turn for the worse, and the failure of the airborne operation would have wide-reaching consequences. Most immediately within the command structure of the 4,621st Army itself. On board the Righteous Power, Commissar General Mordred van Horsek arrived to meet with Gustavus, interrupting an Imperial Navy briefing meeting with his demands to see the Lord Commander immediately. The guardsmen on the door had futilely tried to bar his path, but the Commissar would not be held back and, threatening to have any man who got in his way arrested, von Horsek barged in. Gustavus sat impassively while the Commissar General delivered instructions for the removal of the entire staff of the 4,621st Army. They had failed in their duty to the Emperor, and whilst losses were acceptable, failure was not. The surface campaign had become a shambles, and Taros was slipping from the Imperium's grasp. In particular, Lord Marshal Stell was to be replaced by no less than the Commissar General himself. Unknown to the Commissar General, Gustavus had been well aware of his views long before Van Horsek had made his dramatic entrance. One of Colonel Sagea's informers had leaked the news of Van Horsek's intentions, and the Lord Commander was prepared. Gustavus knew that Commissar Van Horsek was well within his rights to take command of the failing operation, but Lord Marshal de Stell had been a loyal and dutiful servant of the Imperial Guard, and deserved better than the summary execution that now awaited him at the hands of Van Horsek. That morning, Colonel Sagea had been dispatched to the surface carrying sealed orders for de Stell. It informed the Lord Marshal that he was to be relieved of his command, and that he faced 2 stark choices. Turn himself over as a prisoner to Colonel Sagea, who would accompany him to the brig on board the Righteous Power to await trial, or take command of a front-line platoon and lead an immediate counterattack against the Tau, from which he would likely not return. Exhausted by his work and stung by the defeat of Operation Comet, de Stell asked Colonel Sagea to await his decision outside. He would be just a few moments. In the cramped corridor of the Leviathan, Sajaya waited patiently until the low hum of the Leviathan's generators was broken by the sudden discharge of a las pistol from within the office. Rather than face execution or be disgraced and condemned to a penal regiment, Lord Marshal d'Estelle had found his own solution, and taken the only way out which kept his martial honour intact. The arrival of Commissar General Van Horsack and his aides saw much of the other top brass of the 4,621st Army arrested. In a day of turmoil and confusion, 6 officers were executed after resisting arrest, and 62 other officers and aides would be given a chance to die well in the service of the Emperor after being transported to a penal regiment. After his purge, Commissar General Van Horsack was now in supreme command of all Imperial Guard and Departamento Munitorum operations on Taros. It was his task to salvage something from the faltering campaign, if only as many men as he could. The turmoil amongst High Command did little to help the fighting men on the ground. The supply situation was critical, and losses to dehydration were now far in excess of those from combat. Without finding new water supplies fast, the remaining regiments would soon be beyond anything resembling combat ability. When Van Horsack oversaw his first briefing on the army's status, reports from all regimental commanders stressed that without new supplies, their regiment would not last more than another week, 10 days at the most, and any sudden Tau attack might shatter them completely. Van Horsack's first order was to shorten the overstretched supply lines. It would mean a retreat, but better that than total destruction. At that moment, it was taking a Trojan bearing a fuel trailer on average 3 days to reach the front line, all the time running the gauntlet of roving stealth teams and strafing barracudas. The trails worn through the desert that passed the supply routes were now overshadowed with the burned-out hulks of Trojans and trailers, evidence of the Tau's strategy of attacking the Imperium supply network in order to affect the rest of the army. All of the regimental commanders were given license to withdraw back towards the landing zone. Equipment that could not be moved would be destroyed, and Rough Rider squadrons were ordered to slaughter their animals to conserve water. Next, Van Horsack summoned Fleet Admiral Cotto and informed him that his fleet would be required to escort a new series of convoys into the Taros system, carrying more water, fuel, and new replacement equipment, especially aircraft for the fighter squadrons. Should these fail to arrive, the Admiral would also be replaced. The ultimatum was simple: break the Tau blockade or face a firing squad. A final mistake. Seriously wounded and taken prisoner by the Tau, General Sikavar of the 23rd Elysian Drop Troop Regiment was the highest-ranking Imperial officer captured during the Taros campaign. His regiment had been all but annihilated at Hydro Processing Plant 2330, but he had survived. Because of his rank, the general had been singled out from the other prisoners by his captors, given medical treatment on his shattered arm, and transported under guard to the headquarters of the Tau Supreme Commander on Taros, Chasseau Rimar. Tau operations were being conducted from a compact command complex situated in some old mine workings underneath a nondescript cluster of old buildings just west of Tarakeen. There, the bloodied and battle-worn general was led down to meet his nemesis, and within waited the Chasseau, and alongside him stood his advisors in long priestly robes. Another civilian, a diplomat or negotiator, was also present to act as an interpreter, as were their bodyguards. The Chasseau commended Sikavar on his regiment's courage and bravery, but argued that he must now realize that the war on Taros was lost. He assured the general that Taros would soon be part of the Tau Empire, and, after questioning the general about his forces' remaining strength and their future intentions, all questions which the general stoically refused to answer, the Ethereal invited the general to act as an emissary on behalf of the Tau Empire. His first task would be to deliver the offer of a ceasefire to end the bloodshed, which would allow the humans to withdraw unmolested if they disarmed. The Tau would also allow transport ships free access to Taros to evacuate their soldiers and personnel under the ceasefire agreement, as long as the largest warships withdrew from the system first. The Ethereal also offered to turn over the renegade planetary governor, Aulis, whom they had under close guard, in a prisoner exchange for all the Tau captives the Emperor's forces were holding. In return for his assistance, the general would be assured a new position commanding the human auxiliaries now under the Tau's control on Taros. With the Emperor's forces defeated, the post of commander of the Taros garrison would be his for life, an honored position with all the attendant wealth and status human commanders seemed to crave, but only if he helped the Tau. General Sikavar flatly refused the Ethereal's offer. To act as an emissary and offer terms of surrender to his commanders would turn him into a traitor. He would not be a messenger and broker a ceasefire, even if it brought him a future life of luxury. If the Tau wanted the Emperor's forces off of Taros, they would have to eject them themselves. Rebuffed, the Chasseau sent the general back to rejoin the other loyal Imperial prisoners. However, letting him into the heart of their lair had been an unwise lapse in security that would cost the Tau forces on Taros dearly. Despite his severe wound, all the time he had been a prisoner, General Sikavar had been observing and taking in as much intelligence on the Tau as he could, and as a high-ranking officer, he had access to maps and classified information regarding Taros and the overall campaign plan that other prisoners had not. Now he would put that knowledge to good use. From his observations, he already had a good idea of where the Tau command post was located, and from his transport's flight path, a good idea of which mine he was being held in. General Sikavar had been a loyal servant of the Imperium all his life. He was still one, and refused to surrender to Xenos scum. He planned to escape or die in the attempt, and gathered a small group of Elysium prisoners about him, men who were still loyal to their former commander. Sikavar devised a plan to escape from the mine and strike out for the nearest Imperial Guard front lines. He did not wait long to act. On the first night at the mine, Sikavar and the 5 men overwhelmed 3 traitor human guards, stole their weapons and water canteens, and struck out into the desert, splitting up to confuse pursuit. Using his inside knowledge, Sikavar headed westwards to where he believed the 331st Talon Regiment's lines were positioned. The guards did not bother to organize any pursuit. There was nowhere to run to, and without supplies they knew that they could not survive the deserts of Taros for long. In their eyes, the escapees were already dead men. They were nearly right. After 3 days under the merciless sun, Sikavar was close to death. Stumbling westwards down to the last dregs of his water, face and hands blistered by the heat, he finally collapsed. In a final desperate act, rather than lay down and die, he scraped a vague outline of a large aquila into the sand and prayed to the Emperor that somehow somebody would see it. Fate intervened, or perhaps the Emperor heard his prayers, because a Thunderbolt fighter on a reconnaissance sweep over the desert noticed the familiar shape in the landscape and swooped in for a closer look. Knowing there were no friendly forces operating in the sector, after his pass, the pilot reported his sighting, and a long-range infantry patrol from the 331st Talon Regiment was diverted to take a closer look. The Desert Raider squad found the unconscious general lying face down close to his improvised sign, barely alive, and immediately called for a Valkyrie to evacuate him and themselves. General Sikavar had made it back to his own side, but none of his fellow escapees were ever found. Recovering on an Ordo Hospitaller field hospice pallet, the general recounted his observations in full. By a combination of bravery, faith, and blind luck, he had survived, and could now provide the vital intelligence the forces of the Imperium on Taros so desperately needed, including the location of the Tau headquarters. When Commissar General Van Horsick received the new data, he realized it was an opportunity too good to miss. Here was information that might finally swing the balance of the war. Operation Deathblow. By a miracle, The Emperor had delivered the location of the Tau Supreme headquarters into Van Horsig's hands. Now he planned to launch a strike that might change the outcome of the war in one blow, and for the mission he would need the aid of Lord Commander Gustavus, Colonel Sager, and the Officio Assassinorum. After hearing his plan, Gustavus agreed to it on one concession, that Van Horsig put the entire operation in the capable hands of Colonel Sager. The colonel would organize, plan, and execute Operation Deathblow, and his mission would be to wipe out the Tau commanders in one strike. Horsig agreed, and also sent a priority astro-telepathic message requesting that an Officio Assassinorum agent be dispatched to Taros. The request was sanctioned. The instrument of Commander Longknife's destruction would be a service of the Eversor Temple. There was no doubt that this would be a suicidal assault, with the agent not expected to survive its encounter with the Tau, but then neither would any enemy it encountered. Armed with the location of the Tau headquarters, Sager planned his mission. It would involve 2 strike teams. Red Team would be the assassin, who would be deployed into the desert, then make its way to the location, destroying anything or anybody inside the base. Blue Team would be a hand-picked platoon of stormtroopers from the 2,378th Stormtrooper Company. They would be flown in by Valkyries to launch a diversionary attack, and, under cover of their attack, Red Team would get close to its target. The stormtroopers would all be volunteers, as striking deep into enemy territory and attacking such an undoubtedly well-protected target was likely to be a one-way trip. Knowing full well that he was most likely signing his own death warrant, Colonel Sager requested and was given command of Blue Team himself. Even the aircraft crew from 71st Tactical Wing would be volunteers, because to reach the target area meant there would be not enough fuel for a return trip. Instead, the Valkyries would have to be ditched in the desert, and the crews would destroy their aircraft before striking out on foot, each issued with a survival kit in the slim hope it might get them back to the Imperium's lines, but it was still highly likely that Tau patrols would find them and pick them up. Operation Deathblow would begin as soon as Red Team arrived and could be prepared, programmed with its target's information, then deployed. Meanwhile, Sager visited the 2,378th Stormtrooper Company and gathered together 30 volunteers. At 684998 Millennium 41, as part of a fresh supply convoy, the transport Son of Chusha successfully arrived in the system and delivered its cargo of war materials, fuel, and a large black container, attended by 4 Adeptus Mechanicus tech priests, to the righteous power. It was a biostasis chamber inside which, suspended in amniotic fluids, was one of the most lethal weapons in the Imperium's massive arsenal. An Eversor assassin, a psychotic one-man killing machine that would hunt down its target remorselessly. Preparations began immediately. The Eversor was programmed via hypnosuggestion, which detailed its mission, the location, and its target. Once its programming was complete, the still unconscious assassin was equipped with its weaponry, a power sword, neuro gauntlet, and executioner pistol. The toxin within the gun's ammunition had been developed by the Eversor Temple specifically to affect a Tau's nervous system and would kill them in seconds. Finally, the self-destruction mechanism surgically implanted into the assassin's chest was armed. Should the assassin's bio-readouts drop below a certain level, then it would detonate, killing the assassin and anything close by. Even in death, the Eversor was lethal. With a final litany from its tech priest attendants, its biostasis chamber was carefully inserted into a drop pod and launched towards the unsuspecting desert world below. The drop pod made planetfall about 60 kilometers from the target. While still in mid-air, unseen lights inside the stasis pod blinked on and life support systems began to breathe life into the Eversor within, its neuro-gauntleted hand slowly flexing into a fist, the first sign of its awakening. As the drop pod landed undetected on the desert sands, Fluids automatically drained from the biochamber, which then opened with a sudden hiss as remote restraining bolts exploded, umbilical cords and sensor needles retracting from the figure within. Freed from the sarcophagus, the assassin stepped out into the dying sunlight and, pausing only to survey its surroundings for any immediate threats, set off across the sands, moving swiftly and keeping low to the ground, its pistol always at the ready. Red Team was closing in on the target as planned, and by nightfall it would arrive. At the same time, Colonel Sejea's stormtroopers were soaring over the deserts in their transports, 3 Valkyries flying low, all attempting to avoid contact with the enemy for as long as possible. The men within had orders to attack their target with everything they could, and keep pressing the attack for as long as possible, each, except for Sejea, unaware that the real assault would be coming in the deadly form of the Eversor assassin. Skimming over the desert, the Valkyries had escaped notice until a drone-controlled early warning device had sounded at the Tau base. Its defense teams immediately rushed to man their weapons as the 3 Valkyries swooped in, flared and hovered briefly as the stormtrooper squads repelled the few final meters before hitting the sand and dashing clear. Spotting their attackers in the darkness, the Tau opened fire, and the stormtroopers replied with equal ferocity. The darkness was illuminated by the vivid flash of pulse rounds and tracers as, crouching low and pressing forwards, the stormtroopers braved the assault. Meanwhile, the Valkyries blasted away, circled and swooped down, their multi-lasers blazing a brilliant trail of light across the darkness as they soared overhead. Colonel Sejea led his squads towards the buildings, dodging through pulse rifle fire to find cover behind the first one they came to. There he pulled a frag grenade from his harness, armed it, and flung it through the open window. He followed up the explosion with a burst of plasma fire as his men surged in through the doors and quickly captured the building. Outside, amidst the confusion and noise, a black-clad terror appeared. Passing like a shadow, the unseen assassin slipped quietly towards the main Tau compound. One Tau warrior looked up from reloading his weapon to find himself looking straight into the eyes of a black-shrouded figure wearing a deathly pale skull mask. Swift as a cat, the assassin plunged the needle spikes of its glove hand into the warrior's neck, the Tau guard dying in silent convulsions before he could react, as his nervous system was shredded by the toxin. Without a second glance, the Eversor moved on. Driven by its thirst for violence and unhindered by the darkness, it soon found the entrance it had been hunting for. As the battle raged about it, the Eversor placed a melter charge on the door, set the timer, and stepped back. As the charge had detonated, it burst into a sudden sprint, slamming through the flaming, ruined doorway and springing down the ladder within. Inside, the Tau were taken completely unawares. A sustained burst of needle pistol fire flung 2 Tau against the far wall where they slumped, dead in an instant from the toxins coursing through their veins. Without pause, the assassin rolled forwards, under the hasty return shots of a couple of other Tau, and rose firing again, the 3rd and 4th Tau both quickly dropping to the ground dead. Its magazine now empty, the Eversor discarded its pistol, and as it moved along the low corridor, 2 more desperate defenders rushed at the black-clad assassin, who ducked low under their fire to sweep the first off its feet. It then plunged forwards to impale the 6th through the stomach with its gleaming power blade. The Eversor's attacks becoming a blur of destruction. Then, leaving its victims gurgling wetly on the floor, the assassin stepped through the next door and into the Tau command center. Within stood the slim, robed figure of the Ethereal and his 2 attendant bodyguards. Without fear, the Eversor assassin sprang forwards, power sword in one hand, neuro gauntlet ready to strike out on the other. For the Ethereal, there was nowhere to run and no chance to escape, and without hesitation, the assassin struck. The neuro gauntlet slashed forwards and then back, cutting its bodyguards down, who fell to the ground writhing in excruciating agony. At that instant, more bodyguards burst into the control center to rescue the revered leader. In a blaze of pulse fire, the Eversor was hit and knocked to the floor, Ignoring its wounds, the assassin reached out its deadly gloved hand to grab the ethereal as he tried to dodge away. Tripped by the attack, the ethereal cried out and fell, and the wounded Eversaw sprang upon him, pinning him to the floor. The ethereal's bodyguards fired again, striking the Eversaw square through the torso and spraying blood across the walls and floor. Any lesser creature might have cried out in pain, but as the Eversaw's lifeblood pumped away, it hung on to the struggling ethereal, and with its last rattling breath, started to laugh. Elsewhere, Colonel Sajaya and his men were still engaged in their battle against the Tau defenders when the compound was suddenly rocked by an explosion from within its control center. From his position, Colonel Sajaya instinctively ducked into cover as a shower of burning debris rained down about him and his men. All the Tau warriors fighting them could do was look on in horror and dismay. The command center had become an inferno, gouting flames and smoke. Anyone inside was undoubtedly dead, including their beloved ethereal. As the command center burned around them, Colonel Sajaya and his stormtroopers fought on, but Tau reinforcements were already on the way, and soon they would be overwhelmed. The colonel and his men were all killed. This time, the Imperial attackers would be offered no mercy by the vengeful Tau. Operation Deathblow had been a suicide mission, and it had almost worked. Ethereal Envray was dead, but Shasorima had survived. When the Eversaw struck, he had already been outside, personally leading his bodyguard squad against the stormtroopers. Commander Longknife had been wounded in the fight, but he had not been inside the control room when the Eversaw had self-destructed. For the Tau, this was only a small mercy and a night of terrible horror, and the loss of their precious ethereal sent the entire Taros coalition force into shock and grief. For many days afterwards, the hunter cadres were stunned into inactivity by their loss, but after the grief came a growing sense of rage against the men who had plotted this heinous attack. It was an anger that swelled inside each Tau warrior into a vengeful wrath that the humans would soon feel the full weight of. There could be no mercy now, only vengeance. The Tau battle cry was no longer for the greater good. Instead it was, for Envray. Evacuation. After a week of stunned inactivity and grief, the Tau turned the full force of their anger against the Imperial Guard regiments now falling back through the desert. Their defensive operations were replaced by a new offensive, aimed at shattering the Imperial Guard and ending the war swiftly. Shasorima set about reorganizing his surviving hunter cadres for the offensive. The Imperium's forces had been severely weakened, but they were not defeated yet. With its guardsmen in no shape to fight back, the evacuation of all those who remained alive on Taros was ordered at 718-998 Millennium 41 by Lord Commander Gustavus. The Taros campaign had lasted just 90 days, from the time the first ships had arrived in system, and had failed. Commissar General Van Horsick was outraged by Gustavus's decision, but recognized that there was no hope of victory. The order stood. All that was left for him to do was quickly salvage what forces he could before they too were destroyed. With the Tau now on the offensive, the withdrawal of the Talon accelerated and, with the threat of enemy forces breathing down their necks, whether imagined or real, the guardsmen fell back pell-mell towards the landing zones. What had once been a massive army that moved with military precision was quickly in danger of becoming a disorganized rabble, and the desert soon became a dumping ground as guardsmen abandoned their vehicles and equipment in their flight for survival. Hundreds of Chimera and Lehman Russ hulls soon littered the barren landscape, while officers tried futilely to impose order and keep their squads, platoons and companies together. In the meantime, commissars barked warnings that any man seen throwing away his weapon would be treated as a deserter and shot. Long columns of exhausted guardsmen tramped south through the desert, moving slowly past countless abandoned Lehman Russ and Chimera, their fuel tanks long since run dry. Rations and water canteens were the only prized items, heavy weapons and even spare ammunition being dumped en route. Men routed through the hulks of tanks and chimeras in search of forgotten water canteens and looted canteens from the dead of previous battles, shaking out their last few drops in desperation. Tormented by thirst, the entirety of 10th Corps streamed south over ground it had fought so hard to win. It was a broken army, no longer capable of making a stand. With their enemy in full retreat, the Tau could now exact the revenge they so desired. The guardsmen were easy pickings, and barracudas and tiger sharks took off constantly to lay waste to the retreating army. Orcas landed combat teams who mercilessly ambushed the retreating Talon guardsmen, slaughtering them or rounding them up as prisoners. With the Tau now attacking, the word of ambushes spreading, the disorganized retreat soon became a rout, and after 4 days, it was a shambles. Some officers tried to put together rearguard actions to hold the Tau off and to buy those ahead of them time, but it was a hopeless gesture, and all the ad hoc rearguard units were wiped out in the futile firefights. In the wake of the evacuation order, the Tau simply mopped up, taking thousands of their enemy as prisoners and marching them away to captivity. For many, capture was better than death from thirst under the merciless sun. Some stragglers made it through, most did not. To all intents and purposes, 4 Talon regiments had ceased to exist. Of 10th Corps, only the 331st Regiment had managed to make their withdrawal in good order, and thousands of them were being evacuated over the following days. The 114th Cadian Regiment also fared well. With their chimeras piled high with men, they raced southward as far as their fuel would carry them before abandoning their vehicles and marching the rest of the way. Most of the regiment made it, if not many of their chimeras. The remaining Titans of Legio Egnatus also returned intact and, on Technomagus Volta's direct orders, were immediately taken away to safety. A lucky few of the other retreating squads were rescued as the surviving Valkyries of the 23rd Elysium Regiment were put to good use, ferrying units back to the landing zone. High-ranking officers, command units, and stormtrooper squads were given preference, but after these had all been rescued, Talon infantry started to pile aboard the airborne carriers for a fast trip back. On arrival, they joined the growing queues waiting to board the landing craft for the trip into orbit. The first stragglers on foot started to arrive at the landing zones at 752-998 Millennium 41. The evacuation had been in progress for 11 days, and much of the most important equipment and personnel had already been moved into orbit. The end was in sight, but the Tau had one last concentrated attack to unleash upon the fleeing army. The last battle. Disorder ruled the landing grounds as crowds of desperate guardsmen, fearful of being left to the mercy of the Tau, clamoured to get on board transports. Commissars and stormtroopers fought a losing battle to keep order, threatening the crowds with loaded weapons and shooting those who broke through their cordon. High-ranking officers were the first to board, along with important administratum officials, whilst much of the remaining available space was taken up by equipment considered much harder to replace than the abundance of guardsmen always at the Imperium's disposal. In the meantime, responsibility for the protection of the landing zone had fallen to the Raptors chapter. Captain Aurelius's Space Marines had deployed back onto Taros and thrown a defensive perimeter around the landing grounds, and in many places they occupied the defences erected by the Talon regiments when they had landed. At 769998 Millennium 41, dawn broke as a yellow molten orb over the mountains, for warning of another blistering hot day. Soon the heat haze was shimmering across the desert as the Raptors' sentries looked out across the sand. With the yellow dawn came the distinctive sweep-wing shapes of Tau mantas, approaching low like massive birds of prey to hover in the dusty heat haze and disembark their hunter cadres. The Emperor's forces were beaten, but the Tau's thirst for revenge was so great that Chateau-Rima ordered one last attack directly against the landing grounds. Any who did not escape now would be stranded on Taros forever, but standing between the Tau and the landing zone with the Space Marines at the Raptors chapter. As the Tau ferried their forces and mustered for the attack, the Space Marines reinforced their defences with what reserves Captain Aurelius and Caedes had and braced themselves for one last battle. Their objective was to buy time for the evacuating troops, and if the Space Marines' defences broke, then the landing grounds would be overrun as well. The longer the Raptors could hold out, the more troops would escape to fight another day. The first thrust came from the east. Supported by long-range fire from Mantas hovering on the distant horizon, huge railgun rounds started to impact upon the defensive positions, flinging rock and earth skywards. Following close behind, hammerheads and broadsword battlesuits joined the fusillade, their rounds slamming into Space Marine positions. Fire warriors and battlesuits, led by Shasorima himself, closed in, to which Space Marine heavy weapons and whirlwinds responded. The Tau closed to within 200 meters of the dug-in Space Marines, but there their attack faltered, and soon hammerheads and battlesuits alike were burning furiously in the morning light, dozens of Tau corpses littering the sand as those lucky to have survived the Raptors' attack retreated. A second assault came from the west in much greater force. Again the rail rounds slammed home, and once again the Raptors stood firm, fighting hard to hold back the oncoming tide. Amanta closed in, rounding upon the entrenchments with volleys of missiles. Captain Caedes committed his last reserves, and a sally of 6th Company land speeders swooped overhead, racing out to attack the Manta at close range. The small skimmers dodged and weaved as heavy bolters rattled and multi-melters roared. 3 were destroyed in the battle, but the Manta withdrew rather than risk further damage. As his losses built, Captain Caedes strode from dugout to dugout, directing counterfire and urging his hard-pressed battle brothers on until a plasma blast, which immolated a Predator tank, also critically wounded him, peppering him with molten shrapnel. Caedes was dragged to safety, his upper torso and right arm mutilated by the intense heat. It was only the skill of an apothecary who stabilized him and his own superhuman physique that kept Caedes alive. He would not fight again, as he had on so many battlefields, but upon returning to the chapter fortress, his valor would earn him the honor of being interred in a dreadnought. By mid-afternoon, the Tau forces were spent. They had battered near constantly at the Space Marine positions, but failed to break them. Meanwhile, the last landing craft had been hurriedly loading their human cargo as, with the sound of battle reverberating all around them, hordes of guardsmen crowded into the holds. Once full, the ramps were raised and the great loading doors rolled shut. Anybody not on board now would be left on Taros for good. The liftoff of the last landing craft freed Captain Aurelius to order the evacuation of his own forces. They had stood as a shield between the Tau and the evacuation all day and at great cost, but as night fell, the Thunderhawks deployed to lift the Battle Brothers clear. By the time the Raptors' evacuation operation was complete, the remaining transports and their escorts were already retreating out of the system. The Raptors' battle barge would be the last Imperial vessel to leave, bringing up the rear as the fleet made the warp jump out of the Taros system. The Tau fleet did not pursue, as new orders now stayed their hand. The prize was the Tau's. They had won Taros and expanded the Empire. The campaign was over. Epilogue. The war on Taros had cost the Imperial Guard in excess of 5 complete regiments, and the 3rd and 12th Talon armoured regiments had lost all their combat vehicles and much of their equipment. The survivors would be pulled together to form an understrength 3rd Regiment, which could then be rebuilt. The 17th and 89th Talon regiments had ceased to exist as coherent forces during the retreat, and most of their men were now Tau captives, condemned to labour in Taros' mines for the greater good. The remnants were given over to the 331st Regiment, who had survived the campaign remarkably well. It now had its first campaign honour and a new corps of veterans, and would go on to serve in other war zones. The 23rd Elysian drop troops had been all but annihilated during Operation Comet, although the regiment still retained over 100 aircraft. The regiment would be reformed with a new recruitment of men from their homeworld and would rise to fight again. The 114th Cadian Regiment had lost only several hundred men, but over 90% of its vehicles. It could be quickly re-equipped with new chimeras, mothballed as war reserves, and would soon be ready for redeployment to the Cadian Gate. The Legio Ignatum, however, had lost one of its 4 Warhound Titans, a loss keenly felt by the princeps and crews who had fought alongside it. For the Imperium, the death toll was huge. It was estimated that 10,000 guardsmen had been killed and 15,000 were wounded. As many as 20,000 may have been captured by the Tau, and approximately 350 tanks had been lost, as well as over 700 chimeras and 200 artillery pieces. Aircraft losses totaled 68 out of 78. Whilst the Tau Empire forces on the planet had been assailing the Imperium's forces, an attack by their fleet had inflicted serious damage upon the ships of the Imperial Navy that had been patrolling in system. Fleet Admiral Cotto's Taros invasion fleet had lost the cruiser Hammer of Thrace, the light cruiser Cerberus, and 8 escorts. The battlecruiser Righteous Power was damaged, as was the Black Duke. Both would require significant work at the Cardanesh shipyards before they would be able to return to duty. Aside from the loss of so many fighting men, vehicles and craft, the Tau Empire's taking of Taros had wider implications for the Imperium. The mining world's resources had already been assigned to the rising war effort against Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade, and although other resources of ore could be found to feed the forges of Styges 8 elsewhere, delays would be inevitable. It was estimated the Chassorima commanded a Tau coalition consisting of at least 100 hunter cadres, a grand total of between 8,000 and 9,000 fire warriors, and perhaps as many as 5,000 Kroot allies. Added to this were in excess of 8,000 human deserters who fought for the Tau cause. Actual Tau Empire numbers and losses throughout and after the battle remained unknown to the Imperium, but must also have numbered in the thousands. The Imperial fleet confirmed kills on only 1 custodian-class carrier, the Aru, and 8 escort vessels. Following their victory, the planet and its mineral resources were now firmly in Tau hands. Over the following years, the Tau would increase their grip on Taros, and as their young empire expanded, ships from Ta'au and Dalith would soon be in orbit loaded with Xenos colonists. Meanwhile, the Imperium was powerless to strike back, as other priorities took precedence. Another invasion would require a far greater force than that sent to Taros under Lord Commander Gustavus, and it was just not possible at that time to retaliate. There would be no second invasion for the foreseeable future, and with Taros secure, the ethereal councillors on Ta'au shifted their gaze to the new borders of their empire and eyed the next world for conquest.